Chapter 1. The morning following the full moon is always the best for business. I hate it, dread coiling in my gut with every night the moon swells wider. Market day in Twin Cypress Village attracts vendors from across the Iron Mountains selling rare delicacies, fragrant tea, silk that shimmers like water while I sell lies. Hurry, else the best places will be gone, Mistress Hinglin urges as she weaves between the stalls. My uncle married her after my aunt died, and when he passed away, she became my sole guardian. I quicken my pace to follow my step-aunt, her thin blue coat flapping over her long pants. My clothes are the same except a little more threadbare, my pants 3 inches too short. As the wind blows, I shiver, glancing at the jagged silver-white mountains encircling us like a cursed crown. Beautiful, yet when I look at them too long, something clenches inside me like I'm trapped in their jaws. Travelers often complain our autumn feels like winter elsewhere, a stark difference from the warmth of the amber forest or the shores of the Pearl Ocean. One day, I'll find out if what they say is true, though it feels like an impossible dream tucked away in my mind. I glance at Mistress Hinglin, the sunlight glinting off the thin iron hoops in her ears, the small dagger by her waist. Our people covet the iron of our mountains, just as those in other kingdoms desire gold and jade. I possess neither, just a rusted knife of some ordinary metal, unable to afford better. While I earn our money, Mistress Hinglin hoards every coin. I don't complain, it's safer this way, just as it's safer for me to steer clear of the soldiers and the threat of the mines. The iron of our mountains is the lifeblood of our kingdom. Our elders tell stories of how it is blessed by the gods, believed to ward off evil spirits and the magic wielders of Mist Island. Maybe why the late king built a wall of iron around his palace. After all, magic is no laughing matter in the Iron Mountains. Not a trace of it exists in our kingdom. Any whispered embers swiftly stamped out. Once I heard an old storyteller speak of the mystical starfire buried deeper in the mines, claiming they were the shards of a celestial jewel that fell from the heavens, casting their unearthly sheen over our mountains. Those listening had scoffed, denouncing him as a liar. Soon after, the guards came, taking the storyteller away. I ran away then, afraid to even be caught listening. All that matters is keeping free of the mines. While the mountains glitter from the outside, towering until they seem to graze the skies, the mines tunnel into their depths, where the days are blacker than night, the air clogged with dust, and ringing with the incessant thud of chisels. My uncle died there, as Mistress Hinglin points at an empty space between a merchant selling fruit and another with jars of wine. I squeeze into the gap and set down the 2 small stools I've been carrying. A wooden crate from a nearby vendor serves as our table. I drape a piece of cloth over it, setting up a sign that reads, "Fortune Teller." I'm not a good fortune teller, not even a trained one, though after a couple of years, the lies flow more smoothly. I don't expect my customers to return. Mistress Hinglin and I work across the surrounding villages, never returning to the same market within 6 months. Each time, I change my disguise, my step-aunt careful to keep her face covered beneath her hood. Today, my skin is painted a sallow hue that lends the illusion of lines I don't possess. A constellation of auspicious moles dotted across my brow, my hair tucked into a piece of cloth. "Do we need all this?" I asked Mistress Hinglin once. "Nobody wants their fortune told by a young girl," she replied scornfully. "You need to look like you've seen more of life. If only my step-aunt could read the fortunes, but she is the better thief. While I can lift one's purse with ease, Mistress Hinglin can slip a bracelet or a chain from an unsuspecting victim without them stirring." My insides churn as I sit by the table. What we do is dangerous, but it's safer than roaming the streets with the other pickpockets. This way we choose our targets. We keep them distracted. Whenever possible, I try to secure those who look like they can afford it, catching their eyes, nodding, like I understand the worries sunken over their faces. No matter their age or appearance, they usually look the same: tired, sad, unwell. They come clinging to a wisp of a dream, seeking answers to impossible questions. They come clinging to a wisp of a dream, seeking answers to impossible questions. They believe me because I tell them what they want to hear, what no honest person would, and when they leave, they usually look a little more hopeful. Or maybe I just tell myself this to ease my own conscience. It's still early, the market quiet, the scent of steamed meat buns, bread, and fried dough fritters wafting through the air. By afternoon, it will be tainted with the stench of sweat, spoiled food, and waste. As several of the fruit vendors' customers gather, they begin talking about the invitation, and I lean closer to listen. Mistress Hinglin slaps my arm. At once, I straighten, turning to her. She doesn't beat or starve me anymore. Maybe because I do what she wants. Principles tend to fall into the shadow when your stomach is hollowed with hunger. "We must pay the king's guards what we owe next week," she reminds me. "The crown prince's guards," I correct her without thinking. "The king is dead. The whole kingdom knows that," she snaps. "With a special tax levied for us to show our grief. The only sorrow we feel is in our purses." My expression must irk her as she pushes her face closer, her eyes gleaming like chestnuts. "Don't forget, I'm helping you. If we don't earn enough, the guards will take you to the mines. You don't want to know what they do to young women there." The words hang between us, a familiar threat. One day soon, I'll leave this place and her. I'm already 19. I just need money. I've never dared to steal from her before, but if I'm lucky today, if Mistress Hinglin wanders off to the dice tables, maybe I'll get to carve away a little of my earnings before she claims every coin. I think of leaving all the time now. When my aunt and uncle were alive, things were different. They'd adopted me as a young child and treated me like their own. Some days I wonder about my real parents, but I don't remember anything of my life before. All I have left of it is a worn handkerchief and a wooden ring. The one Mistress Hinglin declared was worthless when she went through my possessions to sell anything of value. I'm tempting fate by still wearing the ring, but it feels wrong whenever I take it off, like something is missing. Fortunately, Mistress Hinglin has never remarked on it again, as though she's forgotten it. As I rub the ring now, it comforts me. It makes me feel safe. Mistress Hinglin was the one who recruited my uncle to join a group of bandits, even before they'd married. She knew these bandits well. Perhaps she'd been trained by them too. The treacherous paths between the mountains are a boon to those who know their way around. When the crops perished after a harsh storm, there were few choices left to my uncle to avert starvation: the mines or banditry. Uncle joined them to rob the rich travelers, but he never hurt anyone. Maybe it made him a bad thief, but it makes my heart a little less heavy to think about it. When my uncle was alive, his broad presence filled the awkward gaps between my step-aunt and me. Mistress Hinglin had never warmed to me, but there was peace between us, the brittle kind. After Uncle was caught during a night raid by soldiers, he was sentenced to toil in the mines for his thievery. Whenever I think of him, trapped in the lightless bowels of the mountains, dying alone, my chest grows so tight I can't breathe. As tears prick my eyes now, I brush them away, but Mistress Hinglin's cold stare slides to me. "Don't smudge your face powder," she warns. I want to wipe it all off. The yellowish powder itches and makes me look haggard. But then a woman approaches, a brush of white in her hair, her long robe grazing her ankles. A delicate chain of iron glints from her neck, a jade bangle on her wrist. I incline my head, but don't smile, afraid to chase her away. The woman sits before me, wordlessly pushing 3 copper coins across the table. I don't charge much. It's easier to draw customers in. But at times, through sheer dumb luck, I happen to say something of use. Then they usually offer more copper or even silver, which swiftly vanishes into my step-aunt's pouch. "How can I help you, madam?" I clasp my hands together. A palm reading, or are there answers you seek? Her gaze fixes on me. Your moles, are you truly marked by the gods? Who knows for certain? But sometimes I sense things. Sometimes I'm right. A safe answer. Braggarts invite more scrutiny and suspicion. She rubs her necklace, gnawing her lip. What if you're wrong? One's fate can be changed just by seeking answers. I say evasively, as Mistress Hinglin moves behind the customer, her bright eyes riveted on the chain. We don't usually steal iron, the risk is too great, the items easily missed. I shake my head to dissuade her, but she ignores me. The woman fidgets impatiently. At once, I take her papery hand. What would you like to know, madam? My husband has changed over the past few months, she begins haltingly. Returning late at night, losing his temper more often. I used to be his closest friend. Now he barely sees me. Tears well in her eyes. Is he possessed by an evil spirit? More likely he's taken up with a new mistress, but she doesn't want to hear that. Do you have a token of your husband's? As she hands me a fat circlet of jade, I rub it between my fingers like I'm thinking hard, fighting the temptation to slip it into my waistband. When I return the ring, the customer's necklace is gone, tucked in Mistress Hinglin's pouch. He's not possessed, the honest part of my prediction, but his spirits are burdened by an outside influence. Put away what money you can for safekeeping. It will come in useful one day. Useful for her when he installs a concubine in the household. She nods, sitting straighter. As she leaves, a girl takes her place on the stool. Business is brisk this morning. Mistress Hinglin's smile widens as she ushers in customer after customer, each leaving with their purse a little lighter, missing a trinket or two. Regardless of my lies, I try to advise them well. I tell a man the woman he likes doesn't match his horoscope when she clearly prefers another. I advise a mother with a screaming child to keep sweets from her diet, and an old man to reconcile with his brother, whom he's still mad at, though he's forgotten why. Most of what I say is gleaned from listening to the other fortune tellers or the chatter on the street. Small things, gravely spoken, embellished with enough detail to give them color. At last, there is a break between customers. I take a long drink from the water skin, my voice having grown hoarse. Mistress Hinglin wanders to where a game of dice is underway. I breathe easier when she's gone, though I hope she won't lose too much. At this hour, the market is crowded. Children carry skewers of candied fruit. Villagers huddle on benches as they slurp up bowls of noodles, some chewing sesame pancakes. I reach for the stale bread in my pouch, but release it when I remember the tax we owe. As I scan the crowd for another customer, my gaze falls upon a young man. His eyes are the clear brown of freshly steeped tea, his black hair framing his tanned face. It's cut short, unlike those here who wear it pulled high or in a top knot. And he is handsome, maybe more so than Farmer Land's son, who many here stare at. I cast the distracting thought aside. More importantly, this stranger is rich with his fine garments, the jade-studded belt around his waist, the bulging pouch hanging from it. I wait till his eyes flick to mine, then give him my most knowing look, my mouth curved into a half smile. He appears too assured to be a typical customer, but perhaps I can distract him long enough to steal something of worth. He approaches, angling his head to one side as he towers over me. "A fortune teller," he says. "How good are you? Most of my customers leave happy." My smile feels stitched on, his tone setting me on edge. "Would you like your fortune read, sir?" A mirthless slant of his lips. "Can you read it? As well as you can read the sign on my table." "How old are you? Does it matter?" I reply a trace curtly. He acts like a lord, like he's far more knowledgeable than me, though he looks only a few years older. He doesn't leave as I expect, but sits down on the stool. His eyes go to the moles on my forehead. "Those aren't well painted. Is this even your skin color?" My hands fist in my lap. How did I ever think he was handsome? "I was born this way." You sound offended. "Wouldn't you be if I asked whether you borrowed the clothes you're wearing?" I lift my head, searching the crowd for an easier prospect than this time waster. "What is your fee for a palm reading?" he asks. "Today, I'm bored enough to test your gift. 3 pieces of silver." He is wealthy and condescending. I feel no remorse in cheating him. The fruit vendor beside me snorts, but covers it with a cough. He'll not betray me, just as I kept silent earlier when he charged a haughty customer twice the usual price. The tax of the ill-mannered. A high fee for a village fortune teller. If you can't afford it, I can. It's whether I think you're worth it. My patience snaps. If you won't pay, then leave. He pulls out 6 pieces of silver, placing them before me. Is this to flaunt his wealth? My pulse quickens as my gaze darts to the dice table, checking that Mistress Hinglin isn't looking our way. Then I swiftly scoop up the silver and tuck it into my waistband. Let him be a fool. I'll take what I can. He lays his hand on the crate, his fingers calloused at their tips. Will I find what I'm looking for in these mountains? Despite his generosity, the desire to thwart him remains. I'll tell a good fortune, one he deserves. I brush my fingers over his palm, peering closely at it. The stars are aligned in your favor today, I begin in my most solemn voice. How do you know when you're staring at my hand instead of the sky? He counters. Don't listen if you wish, but I won't return your silver. I'm trying not to grit my teeth. What you seek lies just a day's walk away, past the low hills north of here, and through the bamboo forest, right into the bog of stagnant water, stinking of mud and rot. You mean the marshlands? I blink, caught off guard. I thought he was a visitor, unfamiliar with the area. Go beyond there, I improvise, eager to send him as far away as possible. Far enough that by the time he returns, I'll be long gone. You'll see a hill with violet flowers. Climb it, and once you're close to the top, you are the most precise fortune teller I've ever met, he interjects. I don't think you consult fortune tellers often. Whenever I encounter suspicion, it's safer to deflect the attention from myself. You're right. Why are you here? He studies me in silence. I keep my eyes open, vital in any search, he says at last. You look like you do the same, that you have something interesting to say beyond your fortunes. The back of my neck prickles. Did he see Mistress Hingland stealing from my customers? If so, he'd have reported us to the soldiers. What are you searching for? I ask. Information that I'll apparently find after wading through a bog and scaling a mountain. He folds his arms across his chest. What if you're wrong? That is the price of boredom, a rash answer. Something about him makes me want to tilt toward the edge rather than skitter away. He smiles, a real one this time. I catch myself staring, then look away just as Mistress Hingland returns, her steps brisk with anger. She's lost at dice, gambled away a chunk of our earnings. At the sight of my customer, her face lights up. As she approaches quietly, bending to divest his purse, he swings around like he senses her. She recovers quickly, clasping her hands. Would you like a cup of tea, honored sir? Before he can reply, I hear raised voices, followed by the clink of metal. The vendors around me stiffen. Any sign of unrest is bad for business. Soldiers turn the corner, their iron armor glinting as brightly as their weapons. Several people are rushing away, pushing through the crowd, my heart sinking. Mandatory recruitment for the mines is rare, but it happens when there is a shortage of workers. The guards rounding up all the able-bodied youths they can find, ignoring their protests and cries. The late king was ruthless in his ambitions. Now that he is dead, our hopes for change lie with his heir. A woman accompanies the soldiers, my first customer of the day. She stalks toward me, pointing a finger my way. That's the thief. She stole my necklace. Dread pools in my gut. At once, Mistress Hingland slips into the crowd, her eyes squeezed in warning to hold my tongue. I hesitate, and then she's gone. The sentence for thievery is the same one my uncle suffered. The mines. The arrogant young man is watching me, a curled finger against his lip. Thief, he repeats softly. I've underestimated you. I ignore him, rising as the guards circle me. I didn't steal from you, I tell the woman, though it's not quite true. Do you have the necklace? A soldier demands. I shake my head. No, I swear it. Search me if you want. Come with us, the soldier orders harshly. We'll bring you to the magistrate. I nod, inwardly braced for flight. The magistrate is a corrupt official known for his lechery. 6 silver pieces won't be enough to grease his palm. A memory flashes of my uncle being dragged away by the soldiers, his proud head bowed. Months later, his gaunt body returned to us in a shroud. I won't let them take me. I kick the wooden crate at the soldiers, flinging my stool next. As a soldier lunges at me, spear outstretched, the young man stands abruptly and backs away, tripping the soldier in his haste. Is he a coward or just trying to help? I don't think anymore, sprinting away. The crowd parts as I push my way through, then closes to conceal my way. Most don't like seeing another caught. We know how hard life gets. I rush down a narrow path, cursing when it ends at a wall, a scrawny tree towering beside it. The soldiers' voices grow louder. There's no time to turn back. My heart pounds as I clamber up the frail branches, which dip precariously as I reach to grab the edge of the wall. My hair swings across my face, the piece of cloth used to cover it fallen away. I tuck my feet into a narrow crack in the stone, heaving myself over, then make my way down. I'm good at climbing. I've played among the trees since my childhood, and I'm even better at disappearing from trouble, a skill honed with Mistress Hinglin as my guardian. Shouts ring out, footsteps heading in my direction. I rush away, but someone seizes my wrist, yanking me through a doorway. It's dark inside, the air thick with dust. My free hand closes around my knife, slashing it at my attacker, a man, a head taller than me. As he swings aside, I nick the side of his neck just below his ear. I dart back, but his fingers lock harder around my wrist. I raise my blade again, but he catches my other hand with startling strength. Cut me again, and I'll cut you back. His voice is almost guttural as he twists my knife loose. It falls to the ground with a soft clatter. Let me go, or I'll do worse, I seethe, even as fear pierces me of him, of the soldiers hunting me. I thrash wildly, slamming my foot against his thigh. Uncle taught me how to defend myself. Among other things my aunt preferred I didn't learn. As I wrench one hand free, I bury my fist into his gut. He grunts, folding forward, his short hair covering his face. I stare, frozen with shock. It's the young man from earlier. What are you doing? I bend to snatch up my knife, pointing it at him. I do mean you any harm. So says every villain. He touches the cut on his neck, his fingers stained with blood. Maybe I should have let the soldiers arrest you. So he did help me by tripping one of them. An apology hovers, but I quash it, my wrist still smarting from when he knocked my dagger away. He leans against the wall, his mouth curved. How are you going to get out of the village? All the gates are sealed. Everyone leaving will be inspected. Terror spills over, but I leash it, forcing myself to think. If the entrances are closed, I won't stand a chance by myself with the soldiers looking for me. I must find another way out, one they won't expect. Help me. I sound bold, but inside I'm bracing for his refusal. His eyes gleam as he pushes himself from the wall. Why should I? I'll pay you. I dig out the silver from my sash, offering the pieces to him. With my own money, I can get more from my step-aunt, I lie. Bring me home and she'll reward you. Your aunt who abandoned you to be captured while she fled. He's sharp, seeing too much. My payment is going to be a lot more than 6 pieces of silver. He's reeling me in, though I'm the one who cast the bait. I study him, weighing whether throwing myself into his hands would be preferable to the magistrate's. At the memory of the magistrate's oily gaze, how he leers at the girls when he struts through the market, my choice is made. You said you were searching for something, I say slowly. I can help you. Today's promise is tomorrow's burden. I'm not sure how your predictions will benefit me further. A hint of irony in his tone. My hands curl. I have other skills, those that helped me escape the soldiers. I know these mountains. I've lived here all my life. I can fight. I can lie and steal. He grins in a way that makes my hand itch to slap him. I do need a pair of eyes around here. Someone with your skills might come in useful. Then you'll help me. You'll owe me a favor. His smile widens, both charming and vicious. To be called in when I wish, within reason and in good faith. The words fall smoothly like he struck this bargain before. I hesitate, but more shouts ring out in the distance, the soldiers closing in, their footsteps growing louder. I accept. As I thrust my hand out, he shakes it. We stare at each other before breaking apart. What's your plan? I ask. He stalks to the doorway. I have a carriage. That's it. What if they search it? He turns back to me, unclasping his cloak and drawing it around my shoulders. As he pulls up the hood, he looks into my face. They won't search my carriage. They wouldn't dare. Why? Are you the prince? I ask rudely to mask my unease. A beat of silence. Be thankful I'm not. Chapter 2. I follow him along a deserted path that leads to a black lacquered carriage drawn by a pair of horses. A symbol is carved at the back, crossed spears entwined with the thorny stalk of a rose. I climb in, lowering myself on the edge of the padded seat as the young man sits across from me. It's spacious within, yet feels cramped, like his presence makes it smaller. The carriage rolls through the streets at a slow pace. All around are the muffled voices of villagers, the tread of their feet. Blood trickles down the young man's neck, hovering on the collar of his robe. A waste if it stains the cloth. I lean forward to wipe it away, but the carriage slides into a rut, jolting me against him. He grins. You're a lot more forward when we're alone. Don't flatter yourself. It's only because you're bleeding. I push myself away, shifting along the seat, as far from him as I can. Let his expensive clothes be ruined. He probably has a closet full of them. As his hand brushes the cut, I smile. Does it hurt? Do you want it to? My ire dwindles. Stupid, to anger the one helping me. I pull out a small jar of yarrow leaf paste from my sleeve, then spread a thin layer over his injury. This will help stem the bleeding. Over these past years, I've learned to treat my own wounds. Medicine is expensive, but plants and herbs grow wild. His gaze is assessing. You don't shy from blood. I've seen my share of it. What would he know of such things? Someone who doesn't drive his own carriage, who doesn't count the silver he spends. What's your name? He asks. Yining. A false name would be safer, but he's caught me off guard. He repeats it, stretching it out in a drawl. You may call me Jin. As the carriage jerks to a halt, the soldiers holler. All occupants of the carriage must disembark to identify yourselves. Do you see the crest of our carriage? The driver announces loudly. Heated whispering rises, the guards arguing among themselves. Every carriage must be searched, one insists, yet his voice quivers. Search this one if you've grown tired of living. Another replies in a muffled tone. Only after our carriage rolls onward does my tension ease. I lift a corner of the curtain to see the soldiers bowing as we pass through the entrance. They seem frightened. Are you a lord? I hope he's not. It's too late to mind my manners around him. The nobility rank just beneath the royal family of the Iron Mountains, treated with reverence. The wealthy merchants and masters of their craft come next, most of whom dwell in the larger towns. And at the very bottom are the rest of us, the hundreds of thousands who are meant to serve, spread across villages and towns that are scattered around the mountains. I am an advisor to a lord. Our carriage bears his mark, Jin explains. Are you disappointed? I knew you weren't one. What noble would trudge through the villages? He shrugs. I'm keen to learn more about this place. A subtle reminder of my obligation to him. I'm almost certain he has a web of people like me, strewn across the kingdom, pawns to be used and discarded. Is he a friend or an enemy of the Iron Mountains? Regardless of any debt, if Jin threatens my safety, I'll have to vanish. Fortunately, he doesn't even know what I look like beneath the paint. As the carriage rumbles along, Jin asks abruptly, why tell fortunes when you have no calling for them? Not all of us are born into wealth. He ignores my comment. That woman who was with you, is she really your aunt? My step-aunt. My uncle is dead. My voice cuts off, the less he knows the better. Where are you from? I slip in, hoping to catch him unaware. How do you know I'm not from here? I study him, from his shoes to his face. Your clothes, your lack of iron despite your wealth. Your hair, why is it short? It's how we wear it where I'm from. The days are warmer there. Do the women wear their hair short too? I ask curiously. His eyes flick down my hair to where it curls just above my elbow. Only if they want to. He must be from one of the other kingdoms, the Amber Forest or the Pearl Ocean. Envy slithers through me at his freedom, the ease with which he crosses the land. Even with my uncle's old horse, it would take days to ride through these mountains. A sudden urge to get away from him grips me. He reminds me of places I want to see, things I'll never get to do, dreams buried along with my uncle and aunt. Pulling aside the curtain, I glance out the window, the sight of the familiar forest filling me with relief. It's an hour's walk from home, but I'd rather he not know where to find me. I rap the side of the carriage. Let me out here. This is close enough. As we slow to a halt, I hop down before Jin can object. He leans out the window, his head angled toward me. Is this farewell? Only for now, I reply glibly. Don't worry, I'll know where to find you. I always collect my debts. As his mouth lifts into a smirk, my insides clench. He holds my gaze a moment longer, then draws the curtain back over the window. The horses trot briskly along the muddy trail that cuts around the forest, pulling the carriage after it. I listen till the clop of hooves fades into silence, then make my way through the trees. It's safer to keep my distance from one who moves in the circles of power and privilege. Those like him walk a different path, entering carriages and mansions, while I remain outside. He won't trouble himself to find me, and I'm good at staying hidden. Yet, what I owe him stretches between us like spider silk. I better not be the prey tangled at the end. Ahead, the path forks, the left side leading to my home, the other going past an overgrown pond, a short walk from where my aunt and uncle are buried. I used to visit them often, but Mistress Hinglin doesn't like it when I do. And whenever I went, I found myself wishing for things I can't have, those lost, until it became easier to stay away. While I'm in no hurry to return, Mistress Hinglin's temper will be foul today, worse if I'm late. I must appease her anger, but I won't surrender the silver pressed against my waist like hard knots, the only money I've ever managed to hide from her. It's enough to get away from here, though not to build a new life. As I head left, a sweetness drifts into the air of ripening pears, though it's far too early in the season. A cluster of wild pear trees grows close to the pond. I almost forgot them, as they've never borne fruit. Drawn by the fragrance, I turn onto the other path. The grass grows thicker here, clusters of bamboo speared among them. I hurry toward the trees, halting at the sight of their branches, laden with yellowing globes of fruit, perfectly ripe, some teetering on the brink of spoil. My eyes widen at this strange phenomenon, the ache in my stomach, a pressing reminder that I haven't eaten all day. Reaching up, I pluck a pear, devouring it in a few bites, then another. They are sweet, crisp, and delicious. Pulling off my coat, I pick the best of the fruit, climbing higher up to find more until the branches dip beneath my weight. The sun sinks lower, shadows stretching long, the air losing the brittle heat of day. Ahead, light fragments over water. I almost don't recognize the pond, utterly transformed. Flowers bloom all around, their fragrance a breath of spring. Some are shaped like bells, pale fans, delicate sprays. In the dark, their petals shimmer with an unearthly radiance. A coldness creeps over me. Is this magic? It shouldn't exist here, an ability only those of the wicked Mist Island possess. Just the whisper of it sufficed to draw the late king's soldiers, who would seize anyone with a hint of association with magic. Few went willingly, none returned. Enchanted or cursed, I should flee this place. Yet no one is watching me, no one to carry tales. And while I'm afraid, curiosity prickles, drawing me closer. Reeds circle the large pond, its waters clearer today, like a storm has swept through. As I kneel by the bank, my reflection stares back at me. Black hair grazes my elbows, my dark eyes fringed by thick lashes. My small mouth lends me a somber air. I'm not used to smiling. Sweat has carved streaks across my cheeks, running rivulets through the powder, the painted moles closer to inky splotches. I wince, washing my face with the cold water, trails of dirt running down my chin. On the days my face is clean, a few turn to watch me, but most of the time I'm tired, covered in sweat and grime, and the last thing I want is to be stared at by a stranger. One thing I'm glad for is, despite our lack of money, Mistress Hinglin has never tried to sell me to those tea houses where patrons are offered more than food and wine. And it saddens me that life has come to this, where I'm grateful to not be sold. I pull out the stale bread from my pouch, picking away the mold. Though I'm not hungry anymore, I don't like wasting food. Taking a bite, I chew methodically, though it's like eating paper with a sourish tinge. My mind drifts to what my aunt used to bake before she fell ill, the soft buns stuffed with sweetened red bean paste, some studded with sesame. and how my uncle taught me to lift them from the bamboo steamer the moment her back was turned. "Don't end up a thief like your uncle," my aunt would scold half-heartedly when she caught me. Too late. My chest clenches. I loved my uncle, eagerly anticipating the times we spent together. He taught me to fight and to ride on his horse. Away from my aunt's watchful eye, his teachings extended from how to lift a pouch from a belt to palming food from the vendors. Lessons of life, he called them, though my aunt hadn't agreed. My heart aches, my thumb rubbing my ring. Well, it's been a few years since his death. My aunt died so long ago, her face is a hazy silhouette. What remains is a feeling, her warmth, and how our home had smelled of bread, tea, and herbs. It doesn't smell like that anymore. The tears I'm holding back slip down my cheek, falling into the pond. Something darts beneath the surface, a silvery blur, a fish. I imagine how it would smell, spitted and cooked over the fire. Dropping the bread, I pick up a stick with a pointed end, hardening myself. I don't like spearing them, watching them struggle. But fish is a good meal, one that might be stretched if preserved in salt. The last rays of the sun flare across the sky as the fish swims closer. It pushes its head from the water, cold droplets spraying me. A carp with glittering scales and golden eyes, its gaze seeming to fix on my hands. At once, I tuck the stick behind my back, tensing, though unsure why. "Eat me, and I'll curse you with the worst stomachache you ever had," the fish says. I stumble back, my mouth falling open, too stunned to move or speak. "You're a fish," I sputter at last. "How can you talk? Is this a trick?" "No more a trick than the pears you've harvested," the carp replies, staring in the direction of my hoard. My gut churns uneasily. "You did this, the pears, the flowers. The place was barren when I arrived. The plants and trees needed just a little encouragement." Impossible. Disbelief pulses in my tone as I shake my head. Fish can't talk. You can't do such things. Its eyes are as bright as twin suns. Trust what you see, if not my words. Don't let ignorance cramp your mind. My thoughts scatter. This creature doesn't belong in the Iron Mountains, but in one's dreams or nightmares, or someplace like Mist Island, where it's said magic abounds. There is danger in being here, speaking to this creature. Yet, a talking fish must be worth its weight in gold, money, that I need to build a new life away from here, far from Mistress Hinglin. All I need to do is catch this fish, exchanging the carp's freedom for my own. Guilt crowds my chest, but honor is for the wealthy and privileged. Moreover, the fish will be cherished, a prize in some magnificent estate, far better than this decaying pond. I drop the stick. I can't risk hurting it. Bending down, I pick up my discarded bread, holding it out. "Are you hungry? Come closer so I can feed you." My smile is too wide, too eager. "Are you trying to catch me?" The fish stares at me balefully, wise to suspect me. "If I'm forced from these waters, I'll die, so you can forget about selling me." Lies to save itself, but I shake my head in mock sympathy as I step closer, softening my voice like I'm speaking to a nervous customer. "Are you trapped here? I want to help you." "I don't believe you." The fish darts away, resurfacing on the far end. "Come back when you've decided not to harm me." It ducks beneath the water before I can reply. I wait, but it doesn't return. Frustrated, I fling the bread to the ground. Tomorrow, I'll return with a net and a bucket to catch it. The harp is my key to getting out of these mountains. And once I leave, I'm never coming back. Chapter 3. The gray roof tiles and the weathered wooden walls of my house loom in the distance. A heaviness descending over me, my pulse skittering. When had it become this way, the sight of home evoking dread rather than relief? Yining, you're late. Mistress Hingland's voice jolts me, the impatience and lack of concern. It was hard to escape. You got careless, she snaps. Now we must stay away from the markets, our only source of money. It was her greed that caused this. She'd abandoned me to the soldiers. But I swallow my anger, holding out the pears I harvested. I found these on the way back. The trees by the old pond are finally bearing fruit. Pears, she sneers. What good are these when the money is gone? My stomach caves. Her losses at dice were worse than expected. There are plenty more, we can sell them, I say quickly. She picks up a pear, holding it to her nose. As she inhales its fragrance, a smile breaks across her face, yielding a glimpse of how striking she used to be. The harshness of life here strips one's beauty as easily as the peel from a mandarin. When my uncle first introduced us, I'd wanted to like her. She folded me into a hard embrace, promising we'd be as family. It didn't take long after the wedding for her smiles to fade, her voice to harden, the final remnants of her mask, discarded long before my uncle's body had gone cold. I remember clinging to his stiff hand at his funeral. As I wept, Mistress Hingland declared to the other mourners that my uncle had left her our home, and she was now my sole guardian. I tried to protest, but she struck my face, a stinging slap that left my cheek burning. The shock was like falling into a river and forgetting how to swim, flailing as the water drags you deeper. The villagers all averted their eyes, many whispering this was a family matter. That was the moment I realized I was alone in the world, and my tears no longer mattered. I should have fought harder to make the others listen, shamed them into intervening. Because I gave up, my step-hand won. I won't so easily relinquish the fight for myself again. Sometimes there's no way back. It took years to claw this glimpse of freedom away from her, this chance at a new life, one I won't surrender. Mistress Hingland takes a bite of the pear, chewing noisily. You should start preparing dinner. Though I'm tired, I nod, following her into the house. I wash the rice, then cook it over the fire. While it simmers, I slice a handful of long beans and fry them with a beaten egg. As I lay the bowls on the table, a yellow brocade scroll catches my eye. What's this? I ask curiously. She sits down, helping herself to the food. An announcement from the palace. My heart beats a little quicker. The Palace of 9 Hills is the royal residence, named for the mountains that ring it. I often climbed a tree to stare at the sprawling grounds in the distance, imagining how perfect life must be there. A fairy tale for those within its shining walls. They say Prince Sixen is handsome and brave, a hero from the stories, though all I've seen of him is his portrait that hangs in each village hall, along with his sisters and late fathers. I've looked at them so often, they feel almost real to me. There's something about the darkness of the prince's eyes, the curve of his lips that makes me believe he's kind, clever, and interesting, even as my mind whispers that this is shallow and undeserved, and I should know better. As I reach for the scroll, my step-aunt's fingers close around it. What does it say? The catch in my voice spoils my attempt at indifference. Mistress Hinglin flicks the scroll apart, revealing the royal stamp in red ink. Prince Sixen is hosting a ball the day after tomorrow, a grand celebration. A ball. I sit straighter, excitement surging through me. Are they in need of additional servants? It's an invitation to attend as a guest. The market was afire with gossip of this today. Apparently, this was sent to everyone in the kingdom. Ours arrived late, one of the last. A miracle that the messengers even found our remote home. To send one to every subject would be an impossible feat. The numerous villages scattered around the mountains, the towns thronging with people. Impossible, except for the one who controls the might of the army. Mistress Hinglin tucks the scroll into her sash. You have the same silly expression every girl had on hearing the news. I thought you were smarter. Many will spend a month's wages on a useless dress to meet an even more useless prince. Her lip curls. Far better to give us silver to celebrate his reign. It will be a shame to miss it. There will be many rich guests wearing their finest clothes and jewelry. Fat purses, rich pickings. I'm trying to rouse her greed. If she knows how much I want to go, she'll never let me. A ball in the palace, it feels like a dream. A chance to live in color rather than lurking in the shadows. Whatever it is, you can't go, she snaps. After today, the soldiers will be searching for you. I was in disguise, I protest. Her eyes gleam, she relishes denying me this. I will go. You are right about the pickings. Shorten my red robe an inch to hide the frayed hem. I'll need new shoes. Find something else to sell. Anger sears, a hot coal in my chest. I clasp my hands to stop them from fisting. Don't look at me that way. Her eyes pinch, lines forming at the corners. Without me, you'd have starved or been sent to the mines long ago. The wiser part of me urges silence to preserve our fragile peace. I force myself to nod, but it's becoming harder to fold myself to fit her moods, to squeeze into the mold she expects of me. She points at the basket of pears. Take these to Farmer Land tomorrow morning and get the best price you can. Don't be distracted by his son. Mistress Hinglin's mouth slides into a cunning smile. Someone like him won't even look twice at you. And if he does, he'll only want one thing. Maybe I only want one thing from him too. It slips out before I catch myself, her words stinging. I hate how she pushes me down, making me feel small. But as her eyes narrow, I drop my head, biting my tongue so hard I taste blood, feeling like I'm burning up inside. Chapter 4. Farmerland lives just over an hour away by foot. His grounds and fields well tended. The house built of stone. My hair is braided neatly down my back, and I've changed into my only remaining set of clean clothes. As I approach the door, my heart quickens. I've met the farmer's son, Songman, just a few times, but he's kissed me, gentle, tender kisses that stirred a warmth I'm eager to feel again. I don't care about my step-aunt's warning. I'm tired of living by her rules, fearing her displeasure. Before I can knock, the door swings open. Songman stands there, a smile on his handsome face. As he steps outside and shuts the door, he glances around to check we're alone. I saw you come down the path. I was thinking of you. I was thinking of you too, I admit. before catching myself. He seems to draw away when I edge too close. I came to see your father today. All business, or do you have time for more? His voice arches in an intimate way. It depends. I try to match his tone, but it cracks at the end. Shall we go for a walk by the river? He slants his head back, a glint in his eyes. Come find me in our usual place. It was only twice, I counter. He leans down until his lips are by my ear, his broad shoulders an inch from mine. And I've thought about each time in great detail. The door rattles, then opens again, Songman straightening at once. Farmer Land steps out, watching me intently like he thinks I'll steal his coin. If he keeps looking at me that way, I just might. Songman, you should be working in the field, he chides him. Not wasting time here. I was just headed there, Songman replies with his easy manner. But we have a visitor. I set the basket down, my arms beginning to ache. Farmer Land's gaze goes right to it. Pears, this early. He squints at his own trees, their fruit still small and green. Where did you get them from Mist Island? I make myself laugh at his joke. Yes, Farmer Land. I flew there last night and plucked these off a tree made of gold. She's lying, Father, Songman says with a wink at me. How do you know I'm lying? No one can get to Mist Island. His stare trails the length of me, though maybe I'm wrong. They do say fairies are allowed to enter. Farmer Land's snort destroys any pleasure in the compliment as he squats down to inspect the fruit. Fairies. What rubbish. All these wild stories when no one has ever been there. No one can even find Mist Island, much less enter. The late king's soldiers only got as far as Thorn Valley and failed to penetrate the island's barriers, a waste of precious funds. As much as I dislike him, Farmer Land is a good source of information beyond our village, spending most of his time in the tea houses, listening to storytellers, and hiding from his wife. Let's hope Prince Zixin will rule differently, I say with feeling. The farmer wrinkles his nose. His Highness's first command was to impose that ridiculous tax to commemorate his father's passing. Now he's throwing a ball, a frivolous waste of money. What will he do after he's crowned king? It's not just us in the villages who are struggling, but those in the towns too. It's hard to imagine the wealthy farmer being short on funds, but the harvest has been poor in recent years across the kingdom. Some whisper that our land is cursed, none daring to say this too loud for fear of drawing the soldiers' attention. I want to ask Songman if he's going to the ball, but Mistress Hinglin has forbidden me from attending, and it would feel worse knowing he'd be there, dancing with 30 copper coins, Farmer Land barks, breaking my days. For the whole basket. Farmer Land, it's worth at least twice more, I say in an injured tone. 50 copper coins, and it would be a bargain. The farmer runs a calloused finger down a pear, his other hand scratching the mole on his chin. They look bruised and misshapen, a false complaint to drive down the price. They are perfectly shaped. I add, you can fetch a higher price in the market with these being so early in the season. They will help draw more customers in. Farmer Land nods, but then his eyes narrow. Why don't you sell them in the market? He doesn't know about my encounter with the soldiers yesterday. He's just scenting out any weakness. Maybe I'll do just that, I say brightly. Farmer Min offered to let me rent a section of his table, I lie, dropping in the name of his rival. Farmer Land scowls as Songman bends to pick up a pear. As he bites into it, juice glistens on his lips, my throat growing dry. "I'd offer 35, he tells his father. "They are sweet." 40, I correct him. "And you'll have to pay for that one, whether we strike a deal or not." Songman's eyes widen with mock hurt. "You won't give me one. You didn't ask." I smile at him, then turn to his father. "Do we have a deal?" The farmer nods grudgingly, counting out the coins into a pouch that he hands to me. As I take it, Songman lifts the heavy basket. "I'll put these in the shed," he tells his father, though he's looking at me. My pulse quickens. After Farmer Land goes back inside, I wait before making my way to the shed. The moment I step through the doorway, Songman pulls me to him, his other hand slamming the door shut. It's dark inside, smelling of earth and dampness, not pleasant. But his fingers are threading through my hair, pulling it loose from its braid. His lips find mine, and he kisses me, edging me back until the wall presses against me. There is a new urgency to his touch, one that cautions more than it tempts. Songman tugs at my robe, pulling it off one shoulder. A cold rush douses any remnant of desire. I recoil, pushing at him, but he doesn't seem to notice or care. Anger sparks as I shove harder, but he's strong from working in the fields. "Stop." I don't dare raise my voice, afraid of his father hearing. "Why? No one will come here," he murmurs into my ear. As Songman's hand slides to my chest, my knee flies up instinctively, slamming against his groin. He releases me, muttering a vile curse. With his eyes slitted, his mouth pinched, he looks nothing like the boy I've kissed and laughed with before today. "You kicked me," he seethes, "because you wouldn't stop." I straighten my robe with shaking hands, feeling at once lost and furious. I liked him, but not enough for this. "Who are you saving yourself for? The prince?" He laughs scathingly. And for the first time, I realize Farmer Land may not be the meanest person in his family. "You're lucky I'm even wasting my time with you." I'm the one wasting my time. It takes me a moment to answer, to bury the urge to cry. A cruel smile stretches across Songman's face as he looms over me. "Girls like you aren't good for anything but 5 minutes in a shed." His brutal jab stings, but I lift my head and grin. "Is 5 minutes all you're good for?" I yank the door open and stalk away before he can reply, his mockery ringing in my ears. I rub the wooden ring on my finger, a comfort when I'm unsettled. While I never believed it was serious between us, I thought Songman at least liked me. He deserved worse than the kick. I should have cut him, I wish I had. I snatch a handful of pea shoots from the farmer's field as I leave. Petty, but it eases this splinter in my heart. Shame burns that I let him kiss me. But most of all, I'm angry at him, at myself, for being a fool, for thinking he saw me for more than I appeared, and for imagining there was anyone here who cared. Chapter 5. It's raining, hard slivers pelting down, but I welcome it. Rain makes it easier to pretend the water in my eyes isn't tears, that I'm not stupid enough to shed them over something meaningless. But I'm not crying just for Songman or the things he said. If life is a game, I lose each round. Everything I touch turns to ash. Everyone I love, I've lost. The forest folds me in its familiar embrace. The air smells of grass and earth, the rain lightening to a drizzle. I shiver, breaking into a run to keep warm. As I weave through the bamboo stalks, my feet instinctively take me back to the pond, though I can't say why. I don't even have a net to catch the carp. Maybe it's to recapture the fleeting wonder I felt there, the tranquility. I hadn't imagined it. The flowers are still in bloom, the pears hanging from the trees invitingly. I'll pluck more to ease Mistress Hingland's suspicions at my delay. I just don't want to go home yet. I'd rather be anywhere else. The reeds rustle, the waters mirroring the gray skies above. As I stand by the edge, staring at my reflection, it ripples abruptly, the carp's silvery head poking through. It studies me in silence with those golden eyes. I don't move, deciding it's wiser to cultivate the creature's trust rather than attempt to trap it now. I'd only hurt it this way, and a dead fish won't fetch the gold I need. Part of me recoils at the thought, how vile, to weigh the creature's life this way. But I've learned to do a lot of things I don't like. "You're crying again," the carp says in its matter-of-fact way. I blink, wishing my eyes didn't redden so easily. It helps there's not a trace of sympathy in the carp's tone. I don't like letting others see my weaknesses in case they use them against me. "Does it make you happy?" I counter. "Because you think I want to harm you." Its mouth parts wider. "Oh, I'm certain you still do. But I've told you the truth. I'll die if taken forcibly from these waters." The gravity in its manner chips away at my suspicion. Yet the carp has a silver tongue. I shouldn't give it a chance to persuade me. "Why are you sad?" it asks. "Because of life, a boy." I don't know why I'm replying, but it untangles the tightness inside me. It's been a long time since I've really talked to anyone. As a fortune teller, even a false one, any conversation centers on the customers, their problems, their worries. As for songmen, we never talked much. I flush at the memory, crumpling it away like discarded paper. "Ah," the fish says sagely, "you were crying when we met too. Does this boy make you cry often?" I glare, irked by its observation. "What do you know about such matters?" "Nothing whatsoever," the carp replies. "But if anyone brings you such misery, cut them loose. Find your people, those who fill your heart rather than take from it." Its words burrow into me. My mind shifts from songman to Mistress Hingland to the thought of leaving for good. There's no one I will miss here. You are right. As I step closer to the pond, the carp glides toward me, its tail undulating like a ribbon. "Will you really die if taken from here?" I ask, wishing I didn't care. "I never lie," it replies gravely. "Do you still want to eat or catch me?" The carp has almost reached the bank. It would be so easy to plunge my hands into the water to pull it out and wrestle it down, to spear it with a sharpened stick. "Who wants to eat you?" I protest shamelessly. "You probably don't taste good." "I taste exceedingly vile," it assures me. Laughter bursts from me. I quell it, hardening myself. "How did you end up here?" I should keep the carp talking to lower its guard, though I'm no longer certain what to do. "I chose this place. It reminds me of the wild hopes I used to clutch at, that someone would rescue me from the nightmare my life had become. Of the times I cried myself to sleep with a fist over my mouth to avoid waking Mistress Hingland. No one helps girls like me, I say flatly. We help ourselves. Its fins droop as though saddened. You think no one cares for you, that you are alone in the world, it remarks with uncanny insight. You are not. something sparks within, an inconvenient reluctance to hurt the creature, the flicker of conscience I tried to bury. This is why I shouldn't let myself think, why I can't soften, why I shouldn't befriend my prey. What makes you think you know me? I speak rudely, grasping for a barrier to drag between us. Your ring. Its tail flicks a spray of water at me, but I don't feel it, staring at my finger. No one else asks about my ring. No one seems to notice. When the fish stared at my hands the first time, I thought it was looking at the stick. This ring, I hold up my left hand. I bought it in the market. A lie to snare a liar. No, the carp replies with unwavering certainty, its eyes blazing brighter. You've always had it, except you don't know what it is, just that it makes you feel better, and that you don't ever want to take it off. My knees buckle as I sink down to the bank, afraid, yet desperate to learn more. How do you know? Will you trust me? The carp asks. And maybe I'm a fool, but I nod. I'm not lying to the fish anymore. Not just because it knows things about me that no one else does, but this desire to trust it comes from a place deep inside, the instinct I've always leaned on when all else fails. Then we are friends, it tells me firmly. After my uncle's death, my few friends fell out of my life. Maybe it was because I no longer had time for play, or maybe they feared misfortune was catching. I would like that, I find myself saying. What do I call you? We don't need names to remember who we are, but you may give me one. Then how about little fish? A weak name, wholly unimaginative, it complains, despite its earlier indifference. As a breeze stirs around us, I remember a myth I heard. There is an old folktale that the carp who could swim up an enchanted waterfall would be transformed into a dragon to soar into the skies. A worthy endeavor, it says approvingly. Then I'll call you Little Dragon, I suggest, because I hope you will fly in the heavens one day. Flatterer, yet its fins ripple in seeming pleasure. I'm far from a dragon, but one can always aspire. We share a smile. How did you know about my ring? What did you mean when you said I wasn't alone? I ask. Someone sent me to you. She gave you the ring you wear. Who? It doesn't feel real that all this while someone was looking out for me. The carp must be mistaken, though I don't want it to be. Your mother. A deep joy flares in my heart, pierced through with sorrow, because she's not here, because I can't remember anything of her. Is she alive? She was very ill, close to death, when I was summoned years ago, the carp says heavily. I was tasked with delivering the rest of her gift to you. It hurts, even though I've already resigned myself to this loss. I breathe deeply to steady myself. Little Dragon flicks its tail, shimmering flecks drifting across the pond like dandelion seeds. The earth around my feet quivers, a tiny shoot springing from the soil. Leaves sprout along the twisted stalk, a bud forming that unfurls into a luminous six-petaled flower the color of pearls, a single thorn glinting from its side. Fear rakes my insides. Magic is dangerous if I'm discovered here with the carp. I could be imprisoned or worse. I should run to never return. But I don't. Despite my fear, I want to know. Prick your finger on the thorn. It's like time has stilled, the carp's voice taking on a new resonance. For some reason, I trust it. My heart races as I shift closer, just a moment's hesitation. Then I'm pressing my finger against the thorn. It stings, blood beading on my fingertip, sliding down the stalk. The plant shudders, sheathed in dazzling radiance. Its solitary blossom falls into my palm, the stem twisting into a thin circlet, coiled around the flower in the middle. "What is this?" I ask in wonder. "It belongs to you, to your ring." "Don't speak in riddles." I shake my head. "My ring is just ordinary wood, worthless, as my step-aunt said." "Is it worthless to you?" "No," I reply vehemently. "But this can't be real." "Stop looking for reasons not to believe what I'm telling you," the carp says somberly. "You know whether this is real or not." Fighting a burst of doubt, I pick up the circlet of stem and flower. It pulses in my grip, my ring tingling in the same rhythm, like they are one and the same. Nothing makes sense, yet it feels right. A whisper seems to glide through the air, a name rustling through my mind like an echo, a shadow of memory. Yining. My mother's voice. I don't recall her face, but I remember now the way she used to utter my name, like it was the most beautiful sound in the world. I hold the circlet over my finger, a powerful impulse compelling me to push it down. "Wait." The carp's voice rings out. "This is not just a flower, this is your heritage, a great gift and responsibility that you will bear the rest of your life." My hand stills. I'm not one for burdens or unseen tethers. "What do you mean?" "Once you accept the flower, you will be bound to it. You can never relinquish it. It becomes as vital as your limbs, as the blood that flows in your veins." I stare blankly at the delicate twist of stalk, my hand braced to fling it away, despite the urge to claim it. What if I lose it? What if it's stolen or taken from me? "You will die." The carp's tone is gentle, yet the words stab like knives. "What? How?" "At once. The longer you've had the flower, the deeper your bond with it, the more rapid your deterioration," Little Dragon says gravely. "But the ring will protect itself, disguising its appearance so it's not easily discerned by others, unless they are looking for it." I don't want it. My instinct for survival kicks in, even as my fingers close protectively around the flower. "That is your choice. Just know, this is the key to your home and family, to who you are." The carp's head droops. Already the flower is withering. If you refuse this chance, soon it will be lost forever. The tips of the petals are crinkling, my wooden ring throbbing with greater urgency. But still, I hold back. Rules and conditions, danger. I want none of them. "Where is this home you speak of?" I ask. "I only know what I've been told to complete my task," the carp replies. "But the one who sent me loved you even more than herself. It was why I agreed to find you, though I knew it would cost me greatly." It stares at me, its scales shimmering. "Will you accept this gift?" There is magic in this moment, rippling through the air, the flower in my palm. Though I'm terrified, I can't shy from it. I won't abandon this final gift from my mother. I push the circlet over my finger, sliding it over the ring. The flower settles into the wood like it's carved into it, the jade green stalk twisting around the band. The grains along the wood fade until it appears crafted of luminous stone, as smooth as porcelain around my finger. A lightness surges through my veins. I feel alive, like I've been half asleep all this while, something falling into place inside me, something I only just realized had been snapped away. A sigh undulates from the fish. At last, my task is complete. Guard the ring with your life. How do I find my home, my family? Where do I start? I do not know. ring will guide you. The carp's voice begins to falter. I must rest now. Magic has its cost. Thank you for finding me. Clasping my hands, I bow clumsily, the way I've seen some villagers greet visiting nobles. What I owe the carp is far greater than any words of gratitude might convey. I've been searching for a long time. My service was never meant to last this long, but I wanted to help your mother. May she be at peace now, as I am. Little dragon darts beneath the water then, swimming toward a bank of reeds. Peace steals over me, the kind I've only known when my aunt and uncle were alive, the kind I've almost given up on. My limbs feel heavy like I've run a long way. I lie down on the grass, inhaling the fragrance of the flowers. As my eyes close, sleep claims me at once, deep and untroubled, like someone beloved is watching over me once more. Chapter 6. Sunlight falls upon the trees, shining gold like they are carved of amber. The skies are a vivid blue, unlike the wintry gray of the Iron Mountains. A young woman is running, her large eyes the color of ink, long brown hair flying across her face, obscuring her features. Her hand is seized by another in a cloak, the hood drawn over their face as they drag the girl along. My eyes flick open. Something pulses against my finger, my ring. It's there, it's real. My heart beats unsteadily, yet is filled with rare warmth. Who was the girl? I shake my head to clear it, still fogged from sleep. Violet threads the skies above, the night pricked with starlight. The scent of grass is light and fresh, unlike the grease of the kitchen at home, the dankness that never goes away no matter how hard I scrub. It's late, long past dinner time. Mistress Hinglin must be furious, my body instinctively tensing. Don't return. A tempting thought. I have the silver from Jin, the copper from Farmer Lan. Mistress Hinglin doesn't deserve the respect of a final farewell. She was never family in the way that mattered. And she won't want her unpaid servant, the source of her income, to leave. As for the carp, though I've only known Little Dragon for a short while, what I owe it can't be measured in time. I stand and walk toward the pond. All is silent, the water still. As I raise my hand and wave, the surface ripples, the carp's silvery scales gleaming as it swims toward me. Did you sleep well? It asks quietly, lifting its head from the water. Never better, I reply with feeling. Where will you go now? I touch the ring on my hand, unused to this weightlessness within. Away from here, where this takes me, its mouth curves. I wish you good luck in your travels. Thank you, little dragon. I hesitate, then ask, what about you? Will you stay or leave? The magic yielded to me for the task is fading. I will use what remains to return home. This feels like farewell, a thickness swelling in my throat. If there is anything I can ever do for you, it would be my honor. I am honored by your mother's trust, Little Dragon replies gravely. Then its tone lightens. But if you ever find the waterfall you spoke of, the one that transforms fish into dragons, I will bring you there, I promise. The carp's eyes are bright. I have one more gift, this one from me to you. A large bundle lies on the bank, wrapped in dried lotus leaves. I crouch down to pull them apart and find a beautiful dress within a light blue silk embroidered with peonies, with layers gathered below the chest. The skirt flutters as I lift it up, the cloth soft and smooth. There's even a silver hairpin with a coral butterfly. Yet the true wonder are the shoes, crafted of white brocade, embroidered with flowers that are studded with iridescent crystals and seed pearls. The clink of pebbles from behind startles me. At once, I cover the dress and shoes with the leaves, concealing them from sight. I rise, scanning the surroundings cloaked in shadow. The wind catches at my hair, blowing it loose as the bamboo leaves quiver. Maybe it was just a wild animal. Songman wouldn't have bothered to follow me, and Mistress Hinglin rarely leaves home, preferring to send me on any errand. My skin crawls as I pull out my knife, gripping it tightly. The carp is watching me with its golden eyes. "Be careful," I whisper. "Stay hidden and don't emerge until I return. If it's an intruder, I'll draw them away." As the fish darts beneath the water, I move from the pond toward the forest, my breathing shallow, my blade thrust out before me. It's quiet here. Too quiet. Leaves rustle, footsteps rushing toward me. I spin around as something hard crashes against the side of my head. I stumble back, struggling to stay awake, but a hand clamps over my mouth and nose, cutting the air from my lungs. Darkness shrouds my mind, panic rising as I claw at the hand smothering me. I ram my elbow back, but another blow strikes my head, and my knees buckle. Fingers close around my ring, tugging hard, but it holds fast like it's bonded to my skin. Pain pierces my hand as the ring finally gives way, an aching loss engulfing me alongside the blinding agony as I'm dragged into oblivion. My eyes fly open. It's dark here, not even a candle to light the room, just a small window high above with a plank hammered across it. I'm lying on the floor, a familiar musty scent filling my nostrils, thick with stale grease, and the pungent aroma rising from a large bowl on the table. I push myself up, my head still pounding from the blows. This is the storeroom behind the kitchen, where Mistress Hinglin used to lock me up whenever I did something she didn't like. Was she the one who attacked me in the forest? I reach for my ring instinctively, gone torn from my finger. The last thing I recall before losing consciousness. Ice glazes my insides, a sharp hollow carved in my heart, like a piece of it cut away. The flesh is swollen where the ring used to be, and there's a reddish imprint of a flower on the underside of my finger like ink that won't rub off. It sears when I press it, raw and tender, as though a needle has been run across, leaving bloodied pinpricks. Never relinquish it. Little Dragon's warning reverberates through my mind. Fear crowds, clustering tight. Am I already dying without my ring? I have to get it back, but first I must escape. I shove my shoulder against the door, wrenching hard, but it's locked fast. "Yining, you're awake." Mistress Hinglin's voice filters through the wooden panel, her speech slurred like she's been drinking wine. My body tenses as I force my voice to soften. "Step-aunt, why am I here? Why did you hit me?" She must be furious to lock me up. She hasn't done this in a long while. "Where were you, Yining?" Her tone is dangerously calm. "You didn't return when you were supposed to." "I was late coming home because I went to gather more pears." I try to speak slowly. "Farmer Lan gave us a good price for them, 40 copper coins." Through the door, I catch the jangle of metal. The pouch is gone from my waist, along with my knife. But fortunately, the silver is still tucked in the sash around my waist. Were you planning to give the money to me or keep it for yourself? Her mood swings, now accusatory and challenging. Why would I keep it? I shift the question back to her. I was already on my way home. Yet, where were the pears you claimed to have harvested? She snaps. You carried none with you. I left them by the trees, I say without pause. I heard a sound and thought it might be a rabbit or wild pheasant, something I could catch for our meal. The silence that falls is the jagged, uneasy type that leads one to blurt foolish things. Metal clanks, like she's stirring a ladle in a pot. The scent of spice thickens, of chilies and peppercorns, precious ingredients usually reserved for festival days. Yet Mistress Hinglin rarely cooks. Are you hungry, child? She speaks gently, the way she used to when my uncle was alive. I've prepared a special meal for us to mark a new beginning. Thank you, step-aunt. I'm grateful. Why don't you unlock the door so we can eat together? I almost choke on the simpering words, but I'll say anything to get out. I've already left a portion with you, she tells me. Eat it, then I'll let you out. I don't believe her, but I turn to the bowl on the table, forgotten in my attempt to escape. My skin crawls as I stare at the reddish broth, the lumps of white flesh. I grip the spoon, lifting out a fish head, its golden eyes glistening like blots of oil, its mouth gaping in a mimicry of a smile. They say carp tastes best when cooked alive, Mistress Hinglin whispers viciously. A piercing scream erupts from my throat, my horror bubbling up and flowing over. Little Dragon is dead, the wondrous and kind creature who'd sacrificed so much to find me. Nightmarish images flash through my mind of its torment, its unfathomable anguish. It's fascinating, the things you hear when others think you're not listening. When you didn't return, I went to the trees you mentioned. They'd never borne fruit before. I thought you'd lied, that you'd gotten the pears elsewhere. I wanted to know what you were keeping from me. As it turns out, I reaped a far greater harvest than a basket of fruit. I can't speak, racked with fury, with sorrow and fear. I hear you're leaving. Her voice comes louder, like she's now standing right by the other side of the door. The question is, will you still go without your ring? My ring? Why did you take it? My heart plummets, but I'm trying to hide my rage. I can't reveal how precious it is to me. I thought it was worthless, she murmurs, and I imagine her inspecting it, sliding it down her finger. After it merged with the flower, it doesn't look worthless anymore, the band gleaming like jade. She'll try to sell it, the thought, making me sick to my stomach. It looks even worse close-up, she continues to my The ring must have disguised its appearance, as the carp said. What wood is this? Nothing special. You're lying. The ring is precious to you. There's a reason it was so hard to pull away. I considered cutting your finger off to get it. And that stupid fish only came to me when I held the ring over the water. With a net, it was easy prey. My nails dig into my palm. She tricked Little Dragon into thinking she was me. Why did you kill it? That fish was a malevolent creature, she snarls. Its magic was evil. It was trying to bewitch you, and you ate up everything like a fool. I'm protecting you. I promised your uncle I'd look after you. The urge to retch grips me. Mistress Hinglin does bad things, but never admits it, casting blame elsewhere. She didn't do this for me. Everything she does is for herself. Maybe she's afraid of being alone. Maybe she thought Little Dragon was taking me from her. Whatever this is, it isn't love. It's the furthest thing from it. We need money, after all. Silence stretches. She doesn't speak to me again, nor does she answer my other questions. At some point, I doze off, and when I wake, it's already light. Someone is moving around outside. Mistress Hinglin making her preparations, ignoring me as I call out to her. Finally, the front door slams, her footsteps receding. I hope she fails tonight. I hope the palace guards arrest her for theft. But then, I'll never see my ring again. Grabbing a rusty shovel, I push the table against the wall and climb up to reach the window. Raising the shovel, I slam it hard against the board, yet it remains fast, hammered in by thin nails. I slide the edge of the shovel between the window and plank, slowly prying it away. It's wedged tight, but as I push down harder, it yields, crashing to the ground. I tear away a strip of my skirt, wrapping my fist in the cloth, and punch through the window. Hauling myself up, I squeeze through the hole, then drop down on the other side. I roll onto my back, staring into the sky. It's late in the afternoon, and the palace is a few hours away by foot. Mistress Hinglin would have bought passage with one of her acquaintances. Mud cakes my face. My clothes are soaked in it. I push myself up, rushing back into the house empty, with no sign of my ring. But I pick up my knife from the table where Mistress Hinglin left it. The dress she demanded that I fix is gone, as is the invitation scroll. I run to my room, shoving aside the mattress to find my handkerchief, a square of silk embroidered with a black-eyed tiger in gold thread. I wrap my silver in it and tuck it into my waist. The silk has yellowed from age, the edges frayed. Uncle told me that when he found me, I was clutching the handkerchief and refused to let go. I don't remember, but this is a precious remnant of my past. The dress she demanded that in the kitchen, my hands tremble as I sift through the soup for the remains of the carp. Nausea rises at the sight of the pale chunks of flesh, speared with translucent bones, but I wash them carefully, wrapping everything in a piece of cloth. Only then do I rise and leave the house. I take nothing else with me. There are no cherished remembrances left of my family. Mistress Hinglin has sold them all. But my memories aren't bound here. I'll carry them always, without my aunt and uncle. This house is just 3 small rooms of brick and clay. For all that once made this place a home is gone. Something snaps inside me as I turn and run into the forest. Close to the pond, I sink to my knees beneath the shade of an oak tree. As I claw the earth, soil cakes my nails. When the hole is deep enough, I place the bundled remains of the golden-eyed fish within. Then I hunt for something to mark the grave, settling on a small piece of. I hope little dragon will like this place, close to the pond where the wind rustles the reeds. As I scoop the soil back into the hole, a leaden weight sinks over me. The carp searched for me, found me, then died for my sake. I won't let it all be for nothing. A single thought resonates through my mind, one that keeps me moving. I must get my ring back. And to do that, I must go to the prince's ball. I hope little dragon will like this place, close to the pond where the wind rustles. The wall that rings the palace shimmers like frost. The evening sunlight spilling over the sloped roofs of the buildings, nestled within. The grounds are vast, larger than an entire village. archers are stationed along the wall, their bows slung across their backs. The red-lacquered doors are flung wide, armored guards bearing white-tasseled spears flanking the entrance. Their weapons gleam brighter than any iron I've seen, glittering like stardust. My pulse races, my palms growing damp. It doesn't feel real that I'm at the Palace of 9 Hills, the one I've stared at from a distance all these years. My mind drifts to the wonders within, the food, silks and jewels, the precious ornaments of jade and gold. But I can't get distracted. If I fail to regain my ring, I'll end up dead or trapped in servitude. Moreover, Mistress Hinglin isn't the only danger here. The guards, Chapter 7. Fortunately, I look nothing like the girl chased through the village by the soldiers. I've bathed, combed my hair, and tied part of it up, the rest flowing down my back. The dress from Little Dragon that I retrieved from the pond swings around my ankles, pearls and crystals glimmering from my shoes. I was worried they'd pinch, yet they fit better than my old ones. A small pouch hangs from my sash filled with herbs and dried flowers, those I used to treat my scrapes and wounds. Fortunately, one piece of silver was traded to a merchant who allowed me to ride in her carriage to the palace. From the entrance, a line snakes, curling around the corner of the wall. The guards examine each guest, demanding their invitations. Once they surrender their scrolls, the guards instruct them to touch something by the table, an iron tablet, before they are allowed to pass through the doors. A strange ritual, but the greater problem is my lack of an invitation. Those without it, no matter how, the only exceptions are the occasional carriage or palanquin entering through a side gate, maybe the honored guests of the prince. We should have gone by the west gate, a woman says to her friend in a petulant tone. The line there will be shorter. The man adjusts the sleeve of his brocade robe. I passed there on my way here. The line is just as long. Maybe His Highness really did invite the entire kingdom, she replies with a sigh. An old woman in front turns to them, wrinkling her nose. Iron hairpins studded with sapphires are tucked in her gray hair, matching bangles lining her wrists. Every noble is invited, she clarifies with a sniff. Only the commoners from the closest towns and villages received an invitation. The palace would be overrun should every peasant in the realm attend. The treasury bled dry from feeding them all. She makes us sound like leeches. Iron hairpins studded with sapphires are tucked in her gray hair, matching bangles lining her. My fingers itch to divest this haughty woman of her invitation, but there's a cunning glint in her rheumy eyes that makes me think she won't be an easy target. I search for another, passing over a woman with 3 daughters, then an elderly man with a crutch. Nor will I steal from those like me, for whom visiting the palace is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, easily identified through their lack of jewelry. The discolored seams of a hem hastily lowered or raised. My fingers itch. A lanky man in orange brocade is staring at me, stroking his chin. Jade rings gleam from his fingers, a thick bracelet of iron links clasped around his wrist. As his gaze slithers from my chest, down to my feet, then up to my face, I recoil inwardly. A quick glance reveals his invitation tucked into his belt. My mouth stretches into a wide smile As I head toward him, once beside him, I drop my head like I'm afraid to meet his gaze, my hairpin sliding out to fall to the ground. The man swoops down to pick it up, as do I, my elbow knocking against his. I laugh, smoothing my hair back with one hand, as my other plucks his scroll out and slips it up my flowing sleeve. While I'm tempted by his pouch, it's too dangerous. The man doesn't notice as he presses my hairpin into my palm, brushing his thumb deliberately across it. I pull away, my jaws clenched. As the man's gaze dips to my chest again, I quickly murmur my thanks, then hurry toward the west gate on the other side of the palace. The back of my neck prickles. Is the man watching me? Does he suspect anything? Against my better judgment, I turn, but he is still standing in the line, staring into the distance, his expression disgruntled. None of the other guests are looking my way, nor are the guards. As the man's gaze dips to my chest again, as I search the archers lined by the wall, my eyes collide with those of Ebony, a tall man, staring directly at me, the rest of his face cast into shadow. Did he see what I'd done? Yet he isn't calling the guards. He's not in armor like the archers, instead wearing a robe of white brocade. I stumble over the uneven ground, catching my balance. Fortunately, my shoe isn't scuffed, the scroll safely tucked in my sleeve. When I look up again, the man in white is gone. As I search, the line by the west gate is as long as on the other side, but I wait patiently, assured of entry. When I finally reach the front, I hand the stolen invitation to one of the soldiers. She inspects it, then nods toward the iron tablet on the table. Press your palm against it. The metal shines with the fierce glitter of the soldiers' weapons here, not the dulled gray of the iron in the villages. What is this for? I ask. I haven't seen iron like this before. Of course you haven't, if you've never been to the palace. The man sneers, elbowing me aside to thrust his own invitation out for inspection. Stay in your place, sir, or I'll send you to the back of the line, the soldier snaps at him. As the man retreats, she turns back to me, speaking in a more patient tone. This iron is only for those in the palace of 9 hills, rarer than the usual kind, and it darkens when touched by a magic wielder. I thank her, then press my hand to the tablet. Cold, my palm tingling like I've dipped it in ice water, the metal retaining its luminous sheen. You may enter. The soldier waves me through, then beckons to the man behind me. I'm holding my breath as I take my first step into the palace of 9 hills, my heart beating too quickly. Hundreds of red silk lanterns illuminate the way ahead like a trail of fire. Elegantly pruned juniper trees flank the path, paved in stone. The air is fragrant with the scent of sandalwood, its richness laced with a faint metallic undertone, maybe from the soldiers' armor and weapons, or the wall that encloses the grounds. As I inhale, a shiver ripples over my skin, perhaps from my excitement at being here. Ahead, a circular gateway leads to a courtyard of willows, then to a wide square that appears to be the heart of the palace, with several paths leading there. The air is fragrant with guests stream in from the east and west, all heading north, past an enormous statue of a dragon erected in the middle, ringed by a shallow pool of water. A vast hall looms in the distance, ablaze with light. As I start toward it, the man I stole from emerges, on the opposite pathway. His face is flushed as he gestures furiously to his companion, an older man wearing a black hat set with a disc of iron. I curse myself for choosing a well-connected, not daring to risk a confrontation. I slide swiftly back into the shadows. In my rush, I tread on the foot of a slender man, his hair pulled into a gold headpiece. As he swings around and glares at me, I duck my head and apologize. His companion, a plump woman in peach silk, says in a loud whisper, "Lord Liuming, this is what comes of inviting commoners to such events. They have no manners and bow like farmhands. Some of these accents from the villages are an assault to one's ears." Anger sears. I'm grasping for a retort, but my mind goes blank. As a fortune teller, I've spouted lies with ease, yet the unfamiliar grandeur makes me feel smaller, out of place. A young girl in green silk breaks away from the group. Her smooth skin is tinted with rose, her double-lidded eyes tilted at the corners. Lady Minji, everyone tonight is His Highness's guest. Moreover, Princess Chunlei is here, and she doesn't look kindly upon such rudeness. She's here, I repeat in shock. The prince's older sister, the man I trod on scowls. You should refer to the princess as Her Highness, unless you want to be whipped for insolence. Lord Liuming, an older man with a pockmarked face, addresses him. This lady might be more than she appears. Her dress is finer than the usual commoners. Except I'm exactly what the pompous lord thinks, possibly worse. My gut tightens as more courtiers stop to watch us, when all I want is to slink back into obscurity. Lord Liuming's lip curls. No matter how fine one's clothes are, they don't hide one's true nature. My fingers dig into my skirt. It would be stupid to attack anyone here, to draw more attention. You're right. I smile recklessly as I rake him with a scathing look. One's true nature always shows. Lord Liuming points a finger at me. My servants will punish you. I wasn't insulting you, I say quickly. I was agreeing with you. The pretty girl in green laughs, revealing slightly crooked teeth. She is right, Lord Liuming. Come, we must hurry to catch up with. Her words fade midway, her eyes rounding at the sight of a tall woman walking toward us. Her dress of lavender brocade is thickly embroidered with silver, a headdress of iron flowers and precious stones glittering from the coils of her dark hair. Freckles are scattered across her fair skin, her wide black eyes searching us. Princess Chunlei, it's evident from the way the crowd parts to let her through, dipping into low bows. At once, I bend over in a poor imitation, disapproval wafting from Lord Liuming and Lady Minji like a bad odor. Rise, everyone, the princess says, as her gaze slides to Lord Liuming. We are all my brother's guests tonight. Her tone hardens as she adds, those of us from the palace should show more grace, to make allowances for those unfamiliar with our customs. As the young lord bows, his face flushed, Princess Chunlei turns to me. On behalf of my brother, I welcome you tonight. I am grateful, I stammer, struck not just by her beauty, but her warmth. After Lord Liuming, I imagined most of the nobility to be as haughty and arrogant, and it's a relief that she's not. Your shoes are exquisite, the princess tells me. I must ask my attendants to find a similar pair for me. I resist the urge to offer them to her. The princess possesses a rare charm that makes me want to please her. I bow to her again, unsure of what else to do. They were a gift from a friend. You are fortunate to have good friends. She leans toward me, her voice dropping so the others don't hear. Don't lower your body so abruptly when you bow. Each movement should flow as naturally as walking. Thank you, Your Highness. Princess Chunlei gestures to the girl in green. Miss Dayu, perhaps you might accompany this lady to the banquet hall. It's easy for newcomers to get lost here. She inclines her head to me in a gentle dismissal. I hope you enjoy your evening. As she strides away, the crowd of nobles and courtiers trails after her. Just Dayu remains, studying me. What is your name? She asks. Yining. I'm sorry about Lord Liuming and Lady Minji. Not all of us here are like that, she says with a grimace. Is this your first time in the palace? I haven't seen you before. Yes, I live a distance away, several hours by foot. Who would walk? She says with a laugh. There is no malice in it, just a reminder of the gulf between those who live here and those in the villages. But then she flushes and looks down. That was thoughtless of me. I stare at the elegant garden that surrounds us. We're just used to different things. We walk in silence for a while, following the other guests. Sandalwood-scented smoke winds from the bronze incense burners scattered along the path, flanked by porcelain pots of white chrysanthemums, their buds half-formed, the first flowers I've seen here. Ahead, the hall towers like a fortress, its black roof tiles shimmering in the moonlight, resting upon gilded pillars carved with dragons and phoenixes. We're almost at the grand hall, Dayu tells me. Music and laughter drift toward us, a flutter stirring in my chest. A sudden eagerness fills me as I climb the stairs briskly. Dayu calls out as she hurries after me. If you're unsure what to do, just follow the others. Watch out for the chief attendant. He's a stickler for the rules and formalities. As we approach the top of the stairs, I halt, staring at the scene before us. The hall's stark exterior hides a jewel within. The ceiling is painted in deep violet, tiny lanterns strung across like chains of stars. Clusters of peonies, branches of magnolias and cherry blossoms are crammed into ornate vases, a costly garden that will wither before dawn. The red marble floor is inlaid with gold and mother of pearl in patterns of clouds and birds. It's beautiful here, extravagantly so. Some of our guests have come from the amber forest and the pearl ocean. Dayu nods at a large group in fitted robes of thinner fabric, some with small jewels embedded in their faces. Curiosity fills me. I want to learn more of these places. But she adds, tonight we also have the honor of hosting the Lord of Thorn Valley. Thorn Valley, from the land beyond, my voice catches. You sound surprised, Dayu says with a smile. Though they're from the land beyond, they are our allies, despising the magic wielders of Mist Island as we do. Those of Thorn Valley, all I've heard is it's a desolate place where ferocious creatures roam, lying between the Iron Mountains and Mist Island. Magic only exists in Mist Island, not here nor in Thorn Valley, she explains. Maybe this is why they chose to help us fight against Mist Island when the magic wielders attacked our palace. Why did they attack? I ask. Our village heard rumors, but no one knew for sure. Her expression is somber. It was many years ago. Some believe they covet our iron, resistant to their magic. Or maybe they don't need a reason to kill. As a shudder runs through me, Dayu touches my arm. You have nothing to fear. Our army is the greatest in the realm. Moreover, with the support of Thorn Valley, Mist Island has not dared to threaten us since. Her gaze shifts to the end of the hall, toward the dais. I must rejoin my friends, she murmurs. I hope you will enjoy your evening. Thank you, Miss Dayu. I'm already missing my sole acquaintance amid this sea of strangers. After she leaves, I turn to the dais, wondering what snared her attention. A throne carved of iron is set upon it, flanked by sculptures of dragons painted in vivid blues and greens, their whiskers of shining gold. A man sits there, more handsome than any painting. His hair possesses the sheen of silk, his dark eyes flashing with inner fire. His cheekbone, an ornate headpiece of iron, sits on his black hair, his white robes gleaming like snow. Prince Sixen. I'm staring at him. I can't look away, though it's rude and intrusive. Not just because he is beautiful, heartbreakingly so, but because I've seen him before. The black of his eyes, the pattern of his clothes. He was the one watching me outside the palace, as he stood among the archers. My body grows taut, flushing hot, then cold. As the music fades, Prince Sixen looks up, right at me. It's like the sun has risen, a tingling sweeping through my veins. This doesn't feel real, like the flowers by the pond, the pears on the tree. For a moment, I'm lost in his gaze, not a girl from the village, but someone he is waiting for, someone he might ask to dance. For a moment, I'm falling into a fairy tale, daring to believe it might be real. Maybe there is magic in the Iron Mountains too. The music starts again, breaking the spell. Swiftly, I move behind a pillar, out of the prince's sight. I mustn't forget why I'm here. Mistress Hinglin will be in the less brightly lit areas, in a crowd, easier to lose oneself. As I search for her, snatches of conversation drift toward me, most of the guests gossiping about one thing, the Prince of the Iron Mountains. And I find myself listening too attentively. Why is His Highness's coronation delayed? Chapter 8. Another woman shakes her head, glancing around like she has a secret. I step closer to listen. They say His Highness is looking for his bride tonight, one from among the people. That's why those from the villages and towns were invited. The man laughs coarsely, cutting her off. Royals like him want princesses that smell of flowers and look like fairies, not someone who stinks of mud and chews with their mouth open. My stomach turns like I've eaten something bad, though I'm wearing a dress as beautiful as any of these nobles most days. I'm the girl who smells like mud. Turning my back on them, I slip into another throng of guests as I comb the hall. Most of the conversation I overhear follows a similar vein. Speculation about the royal family and the reasons for the ball. Many bemoaning the recent tax burden, though in hushed tones. Yining. At that deep, familiar voice, I look up, my eyes meeting those of Brown. Jin stands before me, an intimate smile on his lips, his hair grazing the collar of his midnight blue coat. I suppress a curse, yet shouldn't be surprised to see him, with every noble and person of means invited tonight. He glances at my dress, then back at my face. I almost didn't recognize you. If only you hadn't, I say lightly, yet meaning it. I'd rather what happened in the market remain forgotten. Why are you here? He asks, not looking rather than being insulted. His mouth slants wider. I'm hurt. Don't pretend. Who said I was pretending? He says, tilting his head back. He looks at me with such warmth, it's easy to forget my wariness of him. But the only things I should feel around Jin are caution and a healthy dose of fear. I owe him a debt, but I don't trust him. Do you always speak this way, implying more than you mean? I ask. Do you always imagine the worst of everyone you meet? He counters. I'm rarely disappointed. A beat of silence. I'm sorry for that. You should know better people. Like you, I laugh, like his words haven't struck a nerve. Definitely not. He slides a finger over his chin. You haven't answered my question. Why are you here? Half the kingdom is here, I reply evasively. Why wouldn't I attend? Do you want to meet the handsome prince? He smiles, though his eyes remain flat. Is that why you washed your face and dressed this way? An unwelcome reminder that he's seen me looking far more like a thief than a lady. How did you recognize me? You left quite an impression, even when painted over. He taps the mark on his neck where I'd cut him. I stifle a rash insult. You look different too, though you sound just the same. I'll take it as a compliment. He inclines his head. I must return to my companions. They are waiting for me outside the hall. But when we meet again, it's safer if we address each other formally, like we haven't met before. Why? Were you not supposed to be in the village? I'd like a hold over him, as he is over me. Fortunately for you, I was there. His tone hardens. It is in both our interests to be discreet. Our secret winds between us like a thread, one I should sever before it entangles me. As he turns from the hall, I continue my search. At last, a familiar red robe appears. I fall back at once, shadowing Mistress Hingland from behind. Though her clothes are plainer than those she mingles among, she carries herself with assurance. She speaks to a woman with rubies in her ears, who throws her head back and laughs. Something glints in Mistress Hingland's palm, her precious dagger. With a quick jerk of her hand, a jade ornament on her unsuspecting victim's belt is divested. Mistress Hingland's pouch bulges. Someone whispers in her ear, a sandy-haired man in a brown robe. As Mistress Hingland smiles, the man shuffles closer, oblivious, as she steals his purse with another flick of her blade. When Mistress Hingland turns from the man in search of other prey, he grabs her hand. Let me go, she says sharply. His smile oozes grease. You liked my company a moment ago. Why act shy now? While she's distracted, I edge toward her. Just behind, I reach for her pouch, but she swings around, staring at me, the shock in her eyes giving way to fury. I snatch at the pouch again, but she recovers swiftly to seize my arm, her nails digging into my flesh. She smiles broadly like I'm a long-lost acquaintance as she pulls me to the side of the hall, behind a pillar. I don't struggle or shout. We both know the cost of making a scene when surrounded by guards. How did you get here? Mistress Hingland demands, her voice guttural with I wrench free of her grip, the memory of Little Dragon's death haunting me still. I'll never forgive her for killing it, for all she's done. Give back my ring and I'll leave. You can keep everything you've stolen. I won't say a word. How generous, she sneers, yet her eyes flick uneasily toward the soldiers. Where did you steal your dress from? It was a gift, I reply shortly. What did you promise in exchange for it? Her tone thickens with, nothing, not everyone is like you. She raises her hand as though to slap me. She's done so countless times before. But then she drops her arm, glancing at the crowd around us. We're speaking in hushed voices, so no one pays us any attention, but a brawl would draw them like flies to carrion. Don't make it worse for yourself. Go home. Wait for me. No. Sweat breaks out over my body. I'm not used to defying her this way. Years of enforced respect and obedience are a heavy cloak to shed. It would be dangerous to provoke a confrontation here, safer to persuade her, hoping her greed is greater than her spite. Step-aunt, you've amassed a fortune tonight. You can go anywhere, free of all burdens, including me. As her eyes fall to her pouch, I continue quietly like she's a belligerent customer I'm trying to appease. My ring is worthless, as you've said, of no use to you. She shakes her head. I saw what happened by the pond. The fish is an step-aunt. Did you drink any wine before you found me? Are you sure of what you saw or heard? I'm sowing doubt, trying to confuse her. The ring glowed, as did those flowers by the pond. It must have been the moonlight. Those flowers only bloom at night. That's why they appear unfamiliar. My lies gain confidence, ringing with sincerity. Look at the ring. You can't even get a copper coin for it. Then, why do you want it? She asks with her usual shrewdness. Because I'll die without it. Because it's the only thing left from the parents I've lost, I say instead. Give it back to me, step-aunt. After tonight, you'll have enough money. She cuts me off with a swipe of her hand. I won't let you leave. Family stays together. My insides twist into knots. She's not family, neither of us bound by a wisp of the emotion that gives that bond its meaning. I harden myself, since persuasion isn't working. If you don't return my ring, I'll expose your thievery tonight. Because I'll report you to the soldiers. You wouldn't dare. I'd dare anything. How do you think I got here? What do you think the punishment will be for stealing from the prince's guests? I don't want to do this. It would risk me too. But it's enough that she believes me. Her eyes glint with calculation. For the first time, she's sizing me up as an equal, a foe. I'm no longer a child to bully, but an adversary, one who, if pushed too far, will shove right back. Her fingers shake as she unties her pouch, rummaging through it to pull out my ring. In her grasp, the band appears like rough wood, the shining stalk withered. The petals so thin they can barely be seen, like a cheap imitation of itself. Relief surges as I pluck it from her, eager to wear it to banish this sense of loss. But I hesitate, recalling how the ring glowed when on my finger. I can't risk drawing attention to it. Any association with magic is to be. I tuck the ring into my old handkerchief, folding it among the silver. As I turn to leave, Mistress Hingland steps into my path. She hates losing, she hates me. Where did you steal the silver from? I earned it. I want to go, but she's blocking me. Why do you care when you have 100 times more in your pouch? Look at you, she seethes. Disobedient and rude. You never talked back like this before. You never wanted to leave home or hide your earnings. I'm glad I killed it. Fury chokes me, wretched and bitter. The only evil in my life is you. I only stayed this long because I had no choice. You were my only family. Dangerous words, yet I can't repress them. Whether anger makes you stupid or wise, it's honest, forcing you to stop pretending everything is all right when it's not. I tell myself some bonds are better broken, those that cage you, leeching your strength like rot. Mistress Hingland digs in her pouch again, pulling out a red jade bangle engraved with swallows and apricots. Before I can back away, she seizes me, forcing the bangle over my wrist. "Go then," she snarls, flinging my hand away. "But you'll learn just how hard life can be without me." I yank at the bangle, but it's wedged tight, my hands slippery with sweat. As I struggle, Mistress Hingland points at me and shouts, "Thief! Lady Wang, she stole your bangle." I freeze stricken with horror, Mistress Hingland already hurrying toward the entrance. I try to follow her, but soldiers close around me, their expressions grim. Mistress Hingland's lie is a good one that fits roughly, if you don't look too hard. An angular woman in purple silk marches to me, pointing at the bangle, the thick iron hoops in her ears quivering. "How dare you steal our family heirloom?" I didn't. The tremor in my voice marks it with guilt. I'm too a twist of fate that despite my past, I've been caught by innocence. More cries ring out across the hall. My purse is missing. My jade necklace. She's the thief. I point in the direction Mistress Hingland fled, but she's gone. More soldiers surround me, the guests turning to stare. One guard searches me roughly, pulling out my pouch. At the sight of the herbs, she tosses it back to me, then unearths my handkerchief from my sash, the one wrapped around my silk. I try to grab it back, but another guard seizes my arm, hauling me toward the dais, Lady Wang stalking furiously behind us. The prince sits on the throne, his mouth set in a stern line. "Who caused the disturbance?" he asks. A man steps forward, one with a broad nose and pointed chin, wearing a purple robe and a black hat set with an iron disc that several here wear like a mark of their position or rank. "Your Highness," Lady Wang claims her jade. Several guests have also reported their possessions are missing. I didn't take them. My denial comes too fast. The thief took my ring. When I tried to retrieve it, she shoved the bracelet onto me, a distraction, so she could escape. "A generous thief," Lady Wang says derisively, as she sinks to a low bowel before the prince. "Your Highness, I served your late mother as one of her favored companions. I ask for justice, for this thief to be punished for stealing our precious heirloom and insulting the dignity of our family." Prince Sixen's eyes flick to me, widening briefly as though in recognition. My insides shrivel, part of me wishing the floor would open up and swallow me whole. I wanted to meet the prince, but not this way. And if he saw me steal the invitation outside, he'll know I am a thief. "How do you answer these charges?" he asks at last. I bow to him, even lower than Lady Wang did. I stole nothing here. Any thief would have more sense than to flaunt their spoils this way. Would someone steal the crown and wear it to an audience with your Highness? A fair point. It is Princess Chunlei who speaks from where she sits, close to the dais. "This is more intriguing than the usual entertainment, brother. Will we have a beheading or the customary banishment to the mines?" She might be trying to lighten the mood, but I can't laugh when it's my fate in their hands, when they can command this with a single word. As Her Highness knows, I only arrived a short while ago, yet a great number of items are claimed to be stolen. I'm as much a victim as you are, Lady Wang. Why would the girl steal anything? Princess Chunlei rises and walks toward me, gesturing at my shoes. Brother, you might not know the cost of such things, but those shoes are worth a dozen jade bangles. As a few guests around us nod, I breathe easier. Even if they're just trying to secure the princess's favor, their support helps. Lady Lady Wang's mouth shrivels until it looks like a dried plum. How did you get those shoes? Prince Sixen is frowning, his fingers tapping the armrest impatiently. After all, he held this banquet as a celebration. To enjoy himself, maybe the key to winning this argument isn't to persuade the prince, but to win his favor, whether by entertaining or flattering him. I smile broadly at Lady Wang and act, yet I relish the way her face pinches with fury. These shoes were a gift, fitted to my size. I thrust my foot out, setting it beside her own tiny ones. Lady Wang, do you think I stole your shoes too? Laughter breaks out from a scattering of onlookers. Prince Sixen's hand slides from the armrest to his knee, his black eyes fixed on mine. It's becoming harder to breathe with his undivided attention as I fight the flush creeping over me. Were any of the other stolen items found on the girl? Prince Sixen asks. The guard who'd searched me bowels. Nothing else, just a few pieces of silver and a wooden ring. An older woman was seen fleeing from the hall, but we didn't give chase because we send word to the guards to apprehend her on sight, he commands. Bring me the ring and bracelet. I smother a protest as the guard places the items on a tray, the jade bangle, my crumpled handkerchief with the silver and ring. Fortunately, my ring appears dulled, its illusion holding. Prince Sixen casts a cursory glance over them, a line creasing his brow. He picks up my ring and Lady Wang's bangle, handing them to the man beside him. Minister Luck, open an investigation. We must find the thief, a grave offense to target my guests. His command sparks relief. Does your highness believe I'm not the thief? I believe what I see and hear. Prince Sixen faces me again. Do you know who the woman is? No, I want to say. Except there are some here who might, whether one of the farmers or merchants we've traded with. If they speak, I'd cast more suspicion on myself by lying, appearing an accomplice rather than a victim of her. She is a distant relation. We aren't on good terms. I owe Mistress Hingland nothing after her attempt to get me arrested. Besides, she is cunning enough not to get caught. With the treasure in her grasp, she could go anywhere. She must hate you. Prince Sixen's gaze is penetrating, but I stare back at him. For once, I have nothing to hide. She does, I say bluntly. Not all of us are blessed with family like your highnesses. Prince Sixen glances at his sister and smiles. I envy their bond, their closeness, someone to depend on. As Minister Luck leaves, the mark on the underside of my finger throbs. When will my ring be returned, your highness? It will stay in the treasury until the thief is found and the investigation closed. The coolness of his tone silences protest. Lady Wang bows meekly and walks away. I should leave too. The wiser part of me urges, the part that keeps me out of trouble. But I have nowhere to go, and it would be easier to get my ring back from within. I recall the intent way Prince Sixen watched me by the palace walls, like the way he's looking at me now. I don't think he wants me to give up and walk away. Your Highness, if my ring remains here, then I should too. I've screwed up my courage to ask this, a chill glazing my skin for fear of punishment. At once, a stout man steps from behind the throne, dressed in the gray robe of an attendant, but with an ornate black hem and a belt of iron links. His small eyes are taut with disapproval. Your Highness, I will instruct the guards to send her away. Chief attendant Mai, let her speak, Prince Sixin orders, still looking at me. Why should you stay? He sounds curious, even intrigued. I'm innocent, as your highness says. I speak clearly, I live far from here. It cost a piece of silver for passage to the palace. I would prefer to stay until my ring is returned to me. You would prefer, the chief attendant sputters. He must be the one Dayu warned me about. Do you think the Palace of 9 Hills is an inn? A free guest house? Chief attendant, Mai raises an interesting point. Prince Sixin leans back against his throne, the corners of his lips lifted. A subtle reminder of his power, that I'm a supplicant for his favor. But he doesn't want flattery, he must hear enough of it. I can pay for my own room, I offer. Laughter erupts, mocking and loud. Yet Prince Sixin doesn't join in. What will you pay me with? He seems to enjoy toying with people when they don't act as they should, maybe as long as they don't outrightly challenge him. I bend down and slip off a shoe. As I hold it up, the pearls and crystals catch the light. One of my shoes. Little dragon would understand. My life is worth more than any gift. Murmurs ripple through the crowd, many looking at me with scorn. This is not how a lady behaves, at least not by their rules. Why not both? The prince's voice dips, so soft it's like he's whispering into my ear. Because it would make your highness appear greedy. My insides clench at my daring. One wrong move, and I'll get my head cut off. As your honored sister pointed out, my shoes are worth a dozen jade bangles. I add in a rush. I don't eat that much. Prince Sixin's eyebrows arch, a smile breaking across his face. That depends on how long you stay. Chapter 9. My mind goes blank as I stand there, still clutching my shoe. The Prince of the Iron Mountains has allowed me to stay. Somehow, I'm a guest at the Palace of 9 Hills instead of a prisoner. The prince must not have seen me steal the invitation, else he'd never have believed my story, even though it was the truth. Keep your shoe for now, Prince Sixin tells me. I won't ask for payment yet. I slide it back on awkwardly. Everyone must be laughing at me. Where will I stay? I ask uncertainly. I didn't bring anything with me. Anything you need will be provided, the prince replies, like it's nothing to him. The Palace of 9 Hills must house hundreds at his pleasure. He nods at the chief attendant. Prepare a room for our guest in the pear blossom courtyard. She will dine with me tonight. Yes, your highness. Chief attendant my bows, though his mouth is clamped thin. A few attendants are preparing a table beside the prince, others hurrying from the hall. Another ushers me up the dais to take my seat. As I glance at the tray beside Prince Sixin, the one with my handkerchief and silver, he picks them up and offers them to me. Thank you, your highness. My fingers graze his palm as I take my belongings, tucking them into my sash. In the silence, a flush steals over me, a curious light flaring in his eyes. What are you thinking about? I'm wondering what it's like to issue commands and have everyone rush to fulfill them. It's the first thing that comes into my mind, also the right one, as his mouth slants into another smile. He reaches out to pluck a grape from the plate. It's new for me too. When my father was alive, they danced to his tune, his orders, as they should for the king. He says the last with a note of satisfaction, maybe at the power now within his grasp. What is your name? He asks abruptly. Yining. It comes out in a half-breath, in a voice that is quite mine. I don't ask for his name, everyone in the kingdom has known it since his birth. It doesn't feel real that I'm sitting next to him, the prince of the realm whose face I'd only seen in paintings. An attendant sets down plates of food before me, my mouth watering at the delicious aromas. Roast quail, prawns fried with peppercorns, thin slices of beef, wild mushrooms, and rice. Only now do I realize how hungry I am, impatient to eat though afraid of appearing greedy, of breaking some unknown rule. There are so many dishes. How can I eat everything? I'm remembering the coarse rice I usually eat, the bony fish and sinewy meat on the days we're lucky to have it. While in recent years, Mistress Hinglin and I have made a decent living, we've never had food like this, not even when my uncle was alive, not even on festival days. You're not meant to eat everything. He laughs a little. Anything left will be given to the servants or thrown away. It feels wrong to waste such food. I pick up my chopsticks, trying to emulate the manners of those around me. But most are staring at us, at him, from the honored guests seated closer to the dais, to the countless others clustered around the center of the hall. Toward the far end, I catch sight of Farmer Lan looking my way, a pinched expression on his face. At once, I lift my head higher, my smile brightening. "Does their attention bother you?" Prince Sixen asks, still toying with the grape like he has no intention of eating it. "Do they always watch you, Your Highness? Those bored with their own lives find thrill in gossiping about others." As Prince Sixen's gaze falls to my hands, he frowns. "Your knuckles are bruised." I can't tell him I punched through a window to escape. He wants to be amused, not horrified. I take a mouthful of beef, chewing the tender meat slowly as my mind works. An accident. I fell when climbing a tree yesterday. "Were you hurt? Do you need to see a physician?" I shake my head, warmth flashing through me at his concern. "Just a few bruises." My answer is short. I'm hoping he'll stop asking questions. Too many lies will snare me whole. "Where are you from?" he wants to know. "Up north, several hours walk from here." It's unlikely His Highness has ever visited any of the villages sprawled across the realm. "What do you do for a living? Do you have a farm or orchard?" "I tend to our crops, picking the fruit." I don't mention the trees aren't mine. It's easier to lean into his expectations of a tranquil life in the countryside. He discards the grape, then runs a finger over the gilded rim of his cup. "It must be peaceful." "It's quiet," I agree, adding with a grin. "But most of the time you'd be ankle-deep in dirt. It's hard work from dawn to dusk. Not as hard as the mines. One would be free. One would be poor." I look around the vast hall with its opulent furnishings, the trays of food carried by the attendants, the skilled musicians plucking stirring melodies from their zithers. It is every bit as wondrous here as I dreamed. There is an old tree near my home, with a good view of your palace. When things got bad, I'd climb up and stare at your home, trying to escape my life by imagining yours. He takes a sip from his cup, his long fingers clasped around it. Everything seems perfect from the outside, only closer do the flaws emerge. This discussion edges perilously close to something real. He speaks with a weight that tugs at my chest like he bears burdens I know nothing about. "What do you wish for that you don't have, Your Highness?" His smile is enigmatic. "Since you're staying for now, why don't you take a closer look here? Tell me what flaws you find." and we'll see if we agree. As his mood lightens, everything seems a little brighter. If I do this, will I still owe you my shoes? Just one. It would make it harder for you to run away. I laugh as he does. Oh, I'm not planning on running away. He leans toward me. What if you encounter a fearsome beast or monster? Then, yes, I'll run. Life is too precious for considerations of honor or valor, I admit. A beat of silence, his eyes fixed on mine. I think you've seen a monster or two before, and that you didn't always run. I don't correct him, taking another large mouthful of food while the prince barely touches his. I should enjoy every bite, each song the musicians play, but my senses are attuned to the one beside me. I don't know why I'm here, what he expects of me. This isn't as simple as telling someone a quick fortune and never seeing them again. There is far more at stake. This customer holds my life in his hands. I saw you earlier, he says abruptly, still looking at me. Outside the walls. A chill sweeps through me as I set down my chopsticks. I saw your highness too, but I didn't know who you were then. I know. His piercing gaze seems to soften. Else you wouldn't have stolen Lord Chen's invitation. I don't know what your highness means. Careless and clumsy, but I'm grasping for the right lies. It was well done. He didn't have the slightest idea. Prince Zixin raises his cup to me in a toast, almost like you've done such a thing before. He speaks with such certainty, there's no point denying it. I look up at him, my body braced as it does for flight. Yet, there's nowhere to run to, nowhere I'd be safe should he choose to hunt me. Will you send me to prison? The mines? I ask in a low voice. He laughs, the sound easing my tension. No harm was done. Lord Chen has many friends here who would gladly bring him into the palace. When I don't reply, he adds, I was intrigued that you went to such lengths to attend my ball. I hope to see you again. I nod, still dazed. I did want to see him too, though I'd wanted my ring more. My step-aunt took our invitation and wouldn't let me come. Did you know her plan to steal from my guests? His tone shifts, losing its lightness. No, I protest, though it had been my suggestion. Why did you believe me after you'd seen what I'd done? I trust my instincts, he says somberly. I sensed you were telling the truth. Nor did you take anything else from Lord Chen, just the invitation. I breathe out slowly. The prince isn't looking at me with condemnation, but with an unreadable light in his eyes. I didn't steal Lady Wang's bangle. I didn't steal from your guests. I wouldn't do such a thing. Only because I'm not as greedy as Mistress Hinglin and value my own safety more. I believe you. Thank you, Your Highness. His words matter, not just because they'll keep me out of prison, but because I'm starting to want his trust, for him to think well of me. Here, you will be under my protection. You will have everything you desire, he tells me quietly, and nothing to fear. It's like I've gone from winter to spring, the warmth in his words thawing the ice within. I pick at my food, searching for something to say, suddenly afraid of boring him. Guards surround a small pedestal on the side of the dais, upon which a crown lies. It's crafted of silver bright iron, sculpted dragons, flanking a luminous jewel. I've seen this in a painting of King Baiyu. What is the stone? I ask. Starfire. The prince pulls out an iron seal fastened to his waist, exquisitely carved with a chrysanthemum. A stone the size of a marble hangs above it, shining with the same radiance. I clasp my fingers in my lap, resisting the urge to touch it. The starfare in the crown belonged to my father. My sister and I each have one, bequeathed to us on our first birthdays. During the coronation, my starfare will be set in the crown. His finger brushes the jewel on the seal. "What of the one there now?" I ask. When he doesn't reply, I stifle my curiosity, afraid of going too far, being too familiar. Is it true starfare comes from the skies? Who knows for sure? His eyes are a fathomless black. Some say it's a priceless jewel. Others believe it's a fallen star. Another less pretty story is that the few shards of starfire we found are pieces of a god's heart, cast down to our world and scattered across the mountains. All myths. I believe none of them, and it's safer to deny magic, especially before the prince telling me these tales. Perhaps some truths are safer veiled in legend. Less frightening, less real. He smiles at me, a devastating one that steals my breath. Which story do you think makes starfire most precious? I think over my answer. A star is beautiful, but the heart of a god, what power might it hold? Likely none, but it's a good story. Prince Sixen releases the seal. Starfare is just another valuable jewel, an exceedingly rare one. How much is such a thing worth? I silence the question, asking instead, how rare? No more than a handful have been found in our mines. Beyond those that belong to my family, the Duke of the Amber Forest and the Lady of the Pearl Ocean each have one, found in the mountains that border their kingdoms. He adds, his voice hardening, our mountains. He speaks like he believes all the starfare in the world should belong to him. The crowd stirs then, their attention shifting toward the entrance. Soldiers approach, their weapons possessing the darker tint of iron mined outside our borders. Their black leather armor is engraved with twin spears and a flower, the sight stirring something in me that I can't pinpoint. A man strides toward the dais, his hair cut short, a gold circlet holding it in place. His leather armor is edged in copper, a fur pelt thrown across his shoulders, a beard covering his chin. The Lord of Thorn Valley, the prince tells me, as he sits a little straighter. Except I'm not looking at the Lord, but the man who walks behind him, not in armor, but a dark blue robe, his eyes a piercing golden brown. Jinn. Chapter 10. Shock interlaces with a sourish sensation in my gut. Would I have struck a deal with Jinn knowing he was from Thorn Valley? Moreover, the way the prince's eyes narrow as they approach those of Thorn Valley may be our allies, but they aren't our friends. I can't trust Jinn. And as his stony gaze slides from Prince Sixen to me, I don't think he trusts me either. He won't hesitate to use me, and unfortunately, I've just become a more valuable pawn. Lord Kao, we are honored by your company, Prince Sixen says formally to the man wearing the gold circlet. Lord Kao's eyes crinkle as he strokes his beard. We are honored to be here. As they are shown to their seats, the other guests cast cautious looks in their direction. Yet the Lord of Thorn Valley appears utterly at ease in the Palace of 9 Hills, beginning to drink his wine with loud, gulping noises, grabbing his food with his hands. Many around him are sneering, their lips arched in scorn. I steal a glance at Jinn, who isn't eating, scrutinizing the room instead. At once, I avert my gaze, recalling his warning to act like we're strangers. He's right, it's safer this way. Lord Kao raises his cup to Prince Sixin, who returns the gesture stiffly. Your Highness, he calls out, his words slurring. We've heard that Duke Yuan's daughter was kidnapped by a magic wielder. As several courtiers whisper among themselves, the prince's jaw clenches. Your sources are impeccable, Lord Kao. General Silu only just briefed us on this matter a few hours ago. I would wager both my shoes that it's Jin who found this out. He seems adept at securing all manner of secrets and information. The entire amber forest is afire with the news, Jin says smoothly, his lord now occupied with a roasted duck leg. We've heard Duke Yuan's forces are pursuing them, but have not captured the magic wielder yet. The Duke has offered a great reward for the return of his daughter, and requests each kingdom to ready their strongest warrior to aid in this perilous quest. With magic at play, he seeks to avoid careless adventurers endangering his daughter's life. What is the reward? Lord Kao drawls, asking the question on everyone's mind. Starfire. As Jin's voice carries across the hall, a frantic rush of murmurs rise, some excited, as many frightened. Thorn Valley would like to offer our aid to the Duke, he intones formally. Minister Luck hurries toward the dais, glaring at Jin. To save the Duke's daughter or to win the Starfire? Both, Jin replies. Who would refuse such a prize? We appreciate our allies' generous offer, but Thorn Valley's aid will not be necessary, Prince Sixin says sharply. This is a matter between the three kingdoms of our realm. Jin shakes his head, seemingly indifferent to the prince's ire. Your Highness, according to our treaty, Thorn Valley oversees matters linked to magic across the kingdoms, to lead in the resolution of such conflicts or challenges. This situation falls under our domain. Prince Sixin scowls. Lord Kao, do you allow your advisor to speak so freely on matters of policy? I shift uneasily in my seat. The prince's imperious manner is markedly different from how he spoke to me earlier. While there's a certain satisfaction in sitting on the dais, listening to the discussions that shape our world, tension coils tight around me. Most of us from the village don't dream of exceptional lives, but of a safe future, of how to survive. Lord Kao takes another bite of the duck leg, chewing noisily. Why not? One should be open to all good advice, regardless from where it comes. We're not certain if magic is even involved, Minister Luck says tersely. A magic wielder was mentioned in the report, Jin says adamantly, yet speaking with enough civility to appease those watching. If this is true, the repercussions could be deadly, not only for your Highness's forces, but the Duke's daughter. While we don't possess magic, living alongside Mist Island has taught us how to deal with it. It's how we protected your kingdom from their attack. A pointed reminder, Prince Sixin's body stiffening. In the silence, Lord Kao lifts his cup to his lips, spilling some wine down his chest. With magic at play, Thorn Valley will lead the quest. No, the prince replies. We do not need any assistance. Is there a reason your Highness doesn't want us to save the Duke's daughter? Is it because of the prize? Jin needles him. If your Highness recalls, Thorn Valley was promised this gift as part of our treaty years ago. We cannot control when Starfire is found, Prince Sixin says icily. You have our word that the next one discovered will belong to Thorn Valley. Your Highness's promise is most reassuring, Jin replies. However, if Duke Yuan is eager to relinquish his starfire, we will accept it in place of what is due to us and won't ask for more. The prince's knuckles are white along the armrests of his throne. A burly man in armor strides forward, his broad face sporting a crooked nose. An intricately carved hawk is engraved across his breastplate, the first I've seen among the soldiers. His hair is pulled into a topknot, a dusting of gray at his temples. His eyes sweep the hall, lingering on Princess Chunlei, who looks away from him. As he clasps his hands and bows, Prince Sixen gestures for him to rise. Our allies' support is appreciated, but not necessary, the warrior says. I have volunteered to undertake the challenge for the honor of the Iron Mountains. I didn't realize General Silu harbored ambitions to own a piece of starfire. Jin's smile is ringed with barbs. Nor did I realize you were experienced in fighting those with magic. The general's face darkens. I have fought more enemies than you can count, of all shapes and forms. I do this to serve my kingdom, for any prize His Highness chooses to award. The prince inclines his head. Should you succeed, General, rest assured you shall have your heart's desire. As General Silu's eyes flick toward Princess Chunlei, she stills. Brother, maybe other warriors would also like to compete for the honor, she suggests in a strained tone. It strikes me then, she doesn't want General Silu to win. She wants to deny him his prize. The prince's expression clouds as Minister Luck approaches to confer quietly with him. At last, he raises his hand, the minister stepping back. In the interest of fairness, a tournament will be held to select the Iron Mountains champion. When Jin asks, once we receive word from Duke Yuan, the prince replies, this is a delicate matter, as the Duke is also attempting to negotiate with the magic wielder, though chances of success are slender. What is the challenge, Your Highness? Jin asks. Swordplay, the prince suggests. As General Silu smiles, his hand grazing the hilt of his sword, Princess Chunlei clears her throat. Brother, there are other skills of equal importance for this quest. Swordplay is an adequate test of strength, but what of accuracy, agility, stealth? A challenge on the tower will meet all Her Highness's conditions, General Silu says smoothly. I would also welcome other challengers from our kingdom to avoid whispers of favoritism. He speaks with the bold assurance of knowing he will win. Very well, Prince Sixen agrees. A tower will be erected in the main square. The tournament, held once, we hear from the Duke. The crowd murmurs in approval, many nodding. After all, it's not their blood being spilled. Lord Ko drops his duck leg, then wipes his fingers on his handkerchief. I will enter the tournament on behalf of Thorn Valley. We welcome your lordship's participation as our valued ally, Prince Sixen replies coolly. As silence falls, the ministers, General Silu, and those of Thorn Valley return to their seats. The prince gestures to the musicians, who strike up a new song, one that is a bit too loud. Through the windows, the night remains lightless. The lanterns inside blaze as bright as ever, the fragrance from the flowers tinged with a sickening sweetness, hovering on the cusp of decay. An expression of weariness settles over some of the guests' expressions, a few raising their hands to conceal their yawns as fatigue descends over me too. Everything seems just a little less perfect, as though the magic of the evening has already begun to fade. But when the prince turns back to me, the beginnings of a smile on his lips, a lightness envelops my heart, a flutter beginning low in my stomach, of anticipation for what tomorrow might bring. Chapter 11. A breath from morning. The stars linger across the skies. I stifle a yawn as I follow Chief Attendant Mai from the Grand Hall, heading east. He stalks ahead in silence, his steps impatient. Rather than hurrying to catch up, I fall into stride with the attendant behind me, a freckled young man in a gray robe, holding a lantern to light the way. "What is your name?" I ask him. He bows to me without slowing his pace, casting a furtive look at the chief attendant. "I'm Shan, Lady Yining." "I'm not a lady," I correct him with a laugh. His eyes widen. "But you are sitting with His Highness. Your dress, you have pearls on your shoes. A gift," I explain. "And I only met His Highness because I was accused of theft. These nobles think we're thieves any time something goes missing," he mutters. "I'll tell you, there are as many rich thieves as there are poor ones. I think of the merchants who price their goods too high, of the taxes levied on those who can least afford them." "You're right, Shan. Maybe more," he smiles, revealing a gap between his front teeth. "I hear His Highness invited you to stay. It's rare for His Highness to show attention to anyone. His father was a stern parent, imposing harsh punishments for any infraction, urging his children to focus on their studies and the affairs of the kingdom. That might explain why the prince appeared aloof at times, and the distant way he spoke of his father. He didn't invite me, I invited myself. Since His Highness agreed, he must like you," Shan declares. "Just imagine, with a little luck and a lot of help, you could be our queen." "And pigs will fly," I scoff, grinning at the thought. "Anything can happen," Shan replies, undaunted. "Did you think you'd be sleeping in the palace of 9 Hills tonight? Maybe in one of the prison cells?" "No, I did not," I admit. "Do you know His Highness well? Does he have many friends?" "In his childhood he did," Shan says. "But now His Highness keeps to himself, though he is close to his sister and those loyal to him, Chief Attendant Mai and General Zilu. Where are his companions from before? Are they still in the palace?" I ask, wanting to learn more. The chief attendant swings around. "Enough with the gossip," he says sharply, glaring at Shan. "Don't speak of things you know nothing about. You were only a child yourself back then." Shan ducks his head, mumbling an apology. The chief attendant's temper seems as mercurial as Mistress Hingland's. Though he stalks ahead of us once more, I refrain from speaking to Shan to avoid getting him in more trouble. As we walk, I examine our surroundings, assessing potential escape routes out of habit. They are scarce, if any, unease prickling me. The sprawling grounds of the palace are closely guarded, the troops of soldiers we pass alert and well-trained. Beyond the Grand Hall, the other buildings appear stark without the glow of lanterns to soften their exterior. As we round a corner, the chief attendant stops before a circular wooden door, painted black to match the roof tiles, a stone wall enclosing the courtyard. Twin pillars lacquered in deep green flank the entrance, the name of the place inscribed on a plaque that hangs above it. As the chief attendant fumbles at the rusted lock, Shan whispers, "We haven't used the pear blossom courtyard in a while. While it's small, this one is close to His Highness's quarters. The chief attendant flings the doors open, entering ahead of us. It is dark inside, the lanterns unlit on wooden pedestals. Trees tower above like shadowy giants, their leaves appearing like whorls of ink. A marble table and 4 stools are tucked within a pavilion, just in front of a low building with latticed windows. Who prepared this place? The chief attendant barks out. Unlit lanterns. No guards by the doors. They should be relieved of their positions. I can light the lanterns myself, I interject. And there's no need for guards either. I utter the last with more feeling than I should. Things might be very different where you come from, Miss Yining, the chief attendant says in a cool tone. But in the Palace of 9 Hills, standards must be met. He stalks to the end of the garden, staring up at a tall tree, its branches clustered with tiny white blossoms. The pear trees are in bloom, he remarks with surprise. There don't seem to be many flowers planted here. I look around the garden. Just the chrysanthemums by the grand hall. Shan nods. King Bei, you didn't like flowers. Quiet, boy, the chief attendant snaps at him. His Majesty was far too busy with the affairs of our kingdom to indulge in such frivolities. I suppress the urge to say something rude to the chief attendant. I'm not here to make enemies or friends, just to get my ring back, even as the prince's black eyes flash through my mind. I follow the chief attendant into the building. 4 rooms are tucked within for sleeping, changing, dining, and bathing. Shan called it small, but I've never had such space for myself. How quiet it is without Mistress Hingland's demands, the rattle of doors when the wind blows. Back home, I'd have to swim in the freezing river to get clean. Yet here is a large copper tub, already filled with water. The tables and chairs are crafted of a wood I don't recognize, a lustrous brown inlaid with mother of pearl. Silk curtains are draped across the bed frame, pooling on the floor. I run my fingers along the soft covers, the precious jade pillow. A scroll painting of beautiful ladies hangs on the far side of the wall. This room, the elegant garden beyond, none of this feels like they belong to me. I pick up a piece of amber carved into a bird, a treasure that could feed a family for a year, while here it languishes forgotten. Do you like working in the palace? I ask Shan as the chief attendant strides through the rooms to inspect them. It's a good place. Sometimes Cook Feng lets us bring the leftovers home. My sisters are always eager to hear about the latest fashions in court. Most importantly, it pays well. His smile falters. My youngest sister is sick, and medicine is expensive. I'm sorry, Shan. I think of my aunt and uncle, the despair of being unable to help them when they needed it. My fingers close around a piece of silver in my handkerchief, wanting to give it to him, but I release it again, hating myself a little. This silver is precious to me, the only money I have. Chief attendant Mai rejoins us, sitting by the table and gesturing for me to do the same. Shan hurriedly pours out 2 cups of tea from the pot on the brazier. I thank him, then take a gulp, the hot tea scalding me. As I blow to cool it, the chief attendant's eyes narrow. Small sips, he snaps at me. Whatever manners taught to you are unfit for court. We will find a tutor to instruct you on how to conduct yourself here. Anger fists in my chest. My aunt and uncle taught me to respect my elders, to treat others with courtesy, to hold my tongue as I'm straining to do now, and most definitely not to spill this scorching tea all over the chief attendant's immaculate robe. I will learn, I say through gritted teeth. As chief attendant, Mai takes a drink from his cup. He slams it back down on the table. Shan, throw out the tea. These inferior leaves are a disgrace to our hospitality. I like it. Defiantly, I take another long sip. It's bitter, more so than whatever Mistress Hinglin used to drink. But I smile like it's the best thing I've ever tasted. The chief attendant sniffs as he heads to the doorway, gesturing for Shan to follow him. The tutor will also instruct you in good taste. She will come tomorrow. After they leave, a weight vanishes, my spirits no longer tempered by the chief attendant's surliness and condescension. Almost giddily, I fling open a closet to find piles of garments neatly stacked within. Back home, our clothes were chosen for practicality. Of sturdy cloth for both the hot summers and freezing winters, material that itched, yet was worn till threadbare. While here, each dress and robe is a creation of beauty, where cost is no consideration. One dress has dozens of gauze butterflies sewn on the silk skirt. Another is so thickly embroidered with silver it gleams like metal. The most beautiful is a green brocade with a design of camellias, snowdrops, and plum blossoms. The stitches are so fine, an echo of the flower's fragrance seems to cling to the cloth. I open a wooden box on the dressing table to find hair ornaments and pins. Another is crammed with pearls, bangles, sandalwood combs. Picking up a pair of emerald earrings, I angle them so the stones catch the light. Then I slide on a jade bangle, smooth and cool against my wrist. As my gaze roams over the glittering jewels, I pick up a gold chain studded with rubies, draping it over my neck. My reflection looks back at me from the bronze mirror, almost jarring. In these jewels and my dress, I don't look like myself, but the lady Shan thought I was, and a voice whispers in my mind. What if I were? I shake my head, turning away from the girl in the mirror. These clothes, the ornaments, the comforts of this room, I like them too much. It would be dangerous to grow accustomed to this. Yet I feel reckless, almost greedy, wanting everything this place offers, like gulping down plum juice when I'm thirsty, except it leaves me craving more. Chapter 12. Sunlight spills through the windows, the scent of pear blossoms infusing the air. I rise, unsettled, feeling like I haven't slept at all despite the softness of the bed. Maybe I'm not used to comfort. The reddish mark on the underside of my finger pulses faintly. I try not to think of it as I stumble to my feet, rubbing my eyes. After cleaning my face and teeth, I pull on a lilac robe embroidered with leaves. I hesitate, then fasten a strand of pearls around my throat, fumbling with the delicate clasp. A strange sensation to not rush, whether to prepare breakfast or tidy the house. Everything feels new and so unfamiliar. It chafes like a shoe not yet broken in. Someone knocks on the door, then pulls it open. Shan enters, carrying a tray of food. A bowl of congee garnished with slices of fried dough. A plate of dumplings and bean sprouts. It smells delicious, but when I stir the porridge, unearthing pieces of fish, my stomach churns. I'll I'll never forget the horror of seeing little dragon's remains in my step-aunt's soup. I push the bowl aside, eating everything else, even the side dish of pickles and salted eggs. When I'm done, Shan whisks the tray away, glancing curiously at the untouched bowl. Alone, I pick up the first book I find, one on palace etiquette. The first chapter drones on about titles, followed by a section on how to bow at court. I wince at the illustrations, reminded of how clumsy I was last night. A thump on the door startles me. As I open it, a broad-faced man in a stained apron enters. He bows politely, yet appears to be bristling. I'm Cook Feng, the head of the kitchens in the Palace of 9 Hills, he announces, with the pride of a position well earned. I heard you were displeased with your breakfast, and I came to find out what was wrong. Displeased, I repeat uncertainly. The fish congee you sent back, the bowl still full, he scowls. It's an insult to eat everything yet leave my dish untouched. The fish was jade perch, the best quality, and still wriggling when I chopped its head off. As he mimes the gesture, the urge to retch rises. It was an excellent dish, I say faintly. The congee appeared smooth and silken, the fish tender. I heard you were displeased with your breakfast, and I came to find out what was wrong. Displeased, I repeat uncertainly. The fish congee you sent back, the bowl still full, he scowls. It's an insult to eat everything yet leave my dish untouched. The fish was jade perch, the best quality, and still wriggling when I chopped its head off. As he mimes the gesture, the urge to retch rises. It was an excellent dish, I say faintly. The congee appeared smooth and silken, the fish tender. He nods, slightly mollified. You sound like you know how to cook. Just a little, nothing to your skills. I don't eat fish. Not since I choked on a bone stuck in my throat. It's easier to lie than to explain about the carp. Cook Feng's face brightens. It happened to my little brother too. He cried so much and didn't eat fish for 6 months. You must still be hungry, especially if you ate all of Cook Nyan's dumplings. They aren't very good. The wrapper is too coarse. I'll send some of mine over, along with a bowl of noodles. As I beam at him, a regal lady glides into my room in a swathe of peach brocade, her graying hair held up by amber pins. She casts a stern look at Cook Feng, who swiftly lowers his head and leaves. You may call me Madame Lao, she announces, wrinkling her nose as she studies me. Chief attendant, I requested that I instruct you on how to conduct yourself as His Highness's guest. I smile woodenly as I bow. I'm grateful, Madame Lao. She walks once around me, her eyes appraising. Bow lowest to His Highness and his sister. Next are the nobles, officials, and ministers. Do not address anyone unless they speak to you first. Why not? I ask. Because your rank is lower than theirs. Her thin lips stretch wide like she's enjoying this. Your rank is lower than everyone's in the palace, except those who serve you. And yet, I am His Highness's guest. Petty, but why show grace to those who don't deserve it? She taps the table sharply, her nails scratching the polished wood. Show me how you'd bow to His Highness. I fold over, stretching out my clasped hands as I did yesterday. Not bad. She sounds almost grudging. Except you're a lady, not a soldier. Grace must flow in your every move. When you walk, imagine you're gliding. When you bow, especially to His Highness, imagine you're a flower bending before the sun. I laugh before I catch myself, transforming it into a choking sound. Don't flowers grow up toward the sun? Her eyebrows snap together. One as you should bend before His Highness, as low as you can. After the 20th attempt to bow correctly, I don't laugh anymore, nor will I make the mistake of aggravating Madame Lao again. She sits by the table, eating the dumplings Cook Feng sent over as she barks a stream of infuriating orders. Nothing I do seems to please her, whether moving, smiling, or breathing. Asked, she tires of me snapping up and down like a wind-tossed branch. Your bowel is passable, she declares. Now sit, pour me a cup of tea. As I pick up the teapot, pushing my sleeve up to avoid spilling on it, she slaps my wrist. Don't bare your arm. When I offer her the cup, she sneers. Use both hands to show respect. Respect is far from my mind, but I silence any retort. And when I walk around the room following her direction, she hollers at me to take smaller, mincing steps. By the time she leaves, my mood is dark. But she is helping me, and if I'm going to swim in these uncertain waters, I must learn to stay afloat. Days pass, one folding into the next, until a week has gone by. I haven't seen Prince Sixen since the ball. Maybe he's forgotten me. Yet, Madame Lao arrives with teeth-gritting regularity each morning, staying till evening as she teaches me to speak, walk, bowel, even to eat in a way that makes it seem like I have no interest in food. Titles and court etiquette are drilled into me. Piles of books left in my room of classics, history, poetry. I don't touch them, but no matter how dull her lessons are, I make myself listen. Every morning, I study the mark on my finger, little dragon's warning never far from my mind. The throbbing is ceaseless, not painful, but incessant. Spidery streaks have appeared, barely perceptible, stretching from the flower like veins. It's lucky that I only had the flower a day before it was taken, but already something feels off, a heaviness tugging at me, a looming sense of dread. How long do I have? Weeks or months? The moment Madame Lao leaves today, I hurry to the courtyard entrance, eager to explore the palace, to find the treasury where my ring is held. But a young woman is waiting outside, sitting by the marble table as she chats with Shan. She looks a few years older than him, clad in the gray dress of an attendant, but with a red hem and sash, indicating a higher rank. She studies me in a speculative manner, her eyes moving from my face to my feet, then back up again. This is Mina, one of Princess Chunlei's attendants, Shan says. As I greet her, she bows gracefully. Chief attendant, I sent a message. His Highness was unwell, but has recovered and invites you to accompany him this evening. Was His Highness's illness serious? I ask, concerned. She shakes her head. His Highness tires easily since his father's death. The doctors claim that he only needs to rest. Where should I meet His Highness? My spirits lift at the thought, or maybe it's because I've been stuck in these rooms with only Madame Lao for company. As she smiles, a dimple forms in her right cheek. By the lake, just outside the palace. It's beautiful there. I thank her, my mind turning to what I should wear. How strange to worry about such a thing, so far removed from my life before. Mina appears in no hurry to leave, following me into my room. Do you like it here, Miss Yining? The clothes are nice, and the food is good. I offer her a plate of pastries, their flaky crusts wrapped around sweetened almond paste. Since Cook Feng's visit, food has arrived in a steady stream. Walnut biscuits, coconut pudding, even a bowl of costly ginseng stewed in rock sugar. I'm beginning to think the most important person here may not be Prince Sixen, but his cook. Mina bites into the pastry, crumbs scattering on the floor. My hands itch to sweep them up, but Shan hurries into the room to clean it. I'm still unused to letting others tidy up after me when I've spent years doing the same for Mistress Hinglin. What do you do in the palace? I ask Mina. I serve Princess Chunlei, as her gaze drops to the pearls around my neck, then slides to my hair. I straighten instinctively. I can see why Shan asked me to visit you. What do you mean? I arrange Her Highness's hair. I choose her clothes and accessories, the color of the balm on her lips. I can't come here every day, but I'll try when there's need. She cocks her head to one side. I'd never choose that sash with that robe, nor those accessories. Otherwise, you aren't bad looking. From her, I decide it's a compliment. You want to dress me? To style you, she corrects. Why, His Highness likes your company. He didn't toss you into a prison cell after your audacious request. He allowed you to stay, and he wants you close by. From the clothes in your closet and the jewels on your table, it's clear you have his interest. To hold it, we just have to fix what he sees when he looks at you. Fix. I'm not even sure I want her help. I barely know the prince. Except the thought of him makes my heart beat faster, and I need his favor to get my ring back. Why are you helping me? I ask. Maybe I'm bored. Maybe I want to see how far one can go with a little help. Maybe I want to turn a village girl into a princess, even a queen. Her eyes pinch like she's thinking. You look like someone who remembers their friends. I do. I remember all my friends and my debts, I say quickly, smothering any disbelief. Whether I want this or not, it wouldn't hurt to have another friend in the palace, someone clever and well-connected. Yet girls like me don't end up with crowns on their heads. If we reach too high, we get cut down. Mina grins as she moves to my closet, pulling out the neatly folded garments, dumping them on my bed, and arranging them into piles. The blue silk with the pink sash, the white cloak with the lavender brocade, the green robe with the yellow belt. A week's worth of clothing is laid out more swiftly than the time it takes to walk once around the room. Soon, the accessories are strewn on the table as she divides them up, muttering things like, "Never wear this silver comb with those gold hairpins. These sapphires go best with rubies and pearls, not jade. Pearls can match anything, but coral needs a bright color like turquoise to complement it." I have no idea why some pairings meet her disapproval, just that everything looks better when she puts it together, whether melding in harmony or dazzling in contrast. Mina, this is magic, I say with wonder. She leans over to unclasp the pearls from my neck, then holds up a thin gold chain studded with sapphires. You don't need ostentatious jewels. They are meant to adorn, not distract. Prince Sixen is the only one you need to impress. The rest will fall in line. As I glance at the mirror, Mina unties the ribbon holding my hair up. Gathering a handful, she twists it deftly into coils. Now, let's turn you into a princess. I laugh, but Mina speaks with such conviction, I almost believe her, that I could be the girl in the fairy tale instead of the one who'd climbed a tree, hoping for a glimpse of it. Chapter 13. As I step through the entrance of the palace, leaving the iron wall behind, my spirits rise. The air here is stripped of the faint metallic tinge and sandalwood incense, smelling of grass and earth. Like home, in a way, the one that used to be good. Attendants carry lanterns to light the path through the meadow. A lake ringed by willow trees glistens ahead, their branches of slender, red-gold leaves fluttering like strands of fire. In the mountains, I'd harvest the leaves for tea to treat headaches or inflammation. But now I don't have to forage or thrift, just savor their beauty. Prince Sixen stands by the bank, flanked by attendants. Wind teases his long hair, pulled into a high tail, his white robe gleaming against the dark. A sword is fastened to his side, maybe because we aren't within the palace grounds. Tonight, he appears not just the privileged prince, but a hero from the stories. To look at him is to realize that fortune has its favorites. As I walk toward him, my mind wanders, wild and unguarded. If the palace were my home, I could live as he does, safe within these walls, wanting for nothing. Life would be as effortless as gliding across the waters in a boat instead of clinging to a raft. A fantasy, yet on an evening like this when it smells of rain and change, when the Prince of the Iron Mountains looks at me, eyes dark with promise. It makes me reckless, like reaching for things I shouldn't. I halt before the prince, greeting him as I lower myself in a bowel. As he gestures for me to rise, he studies me intently. "Your face is flushed, Miss Yining," he remarks softly like he's speaking to me alone. "What is on your mind? I'd rather break an arm than share my thoughts." "It's a warm night, Your Highness." Is it? The lift in his tone, his nearness, they stir something in me. Right now, he doesn't look like the future king, intimidating and powerful, but someone I could befriend, someone I could trust, someone it would be easy to fall in love with. If only I dared. I break the spell, taking a step back. Coward, my heart hisses, but I've hardened myself to ignore it. It's my mind that's kept me alive so far and out of trouble. "Why did you want to meet me here, Your Highness?" "It's a fine evening to be out on the water." He nods toward the lake. A large three-tiered barge is moored by the pier, lanterns dangling from the yellow-tiled roof. The gilded railings are painted with lotuses, a dragon carved upon the prow. "This isn't a boat, this is a floating palace," I tell him, my eyes wide. He laughs as though pleased, though I didn't intend it as flattery. "Come, let us join the others." His words jolt me. Foolishly, I imagined the invitation for me alone. Only now do I notice the attendants boarding the vessel, carrying trays laden with food. More guests approach, streaming toward the pier, Lady Minji and Lord Liuming among them. My stomach churns. They wouldn't be rude in front of Prince Sixen, but the memory of their contempt sears. I don't want them watching me, whispering their vicious opinions. I don't want to be stared at by the nobles of the kingdom, to be picked apart and found wanting. I pry my lips into a stiff smile. "Is this a banquet? Do you not like such events?" he asks, his forehead creasing. A lie hovers. I don't want to appear dull. But he doesn't seem to mind when I disagree with him, when I share these glimpses of myself. And I'll be careful not to challenge him outright, as Jin did. I've only attended one banquet before, and being accused of theft did blunt my enjoyment. No one will dare accuse you of anything here, he assures me. Because I'm innocent, I remind him. May I know how the investigation is progressing, Your Highness? A slight pause, like he's taken aback by my question. Soldiers were sent to your village, but no trace was found of your step-aunt. Your home was deserted, personal items strewn in haste. I grow cold at the thought of the soldiers in my home. The last time they'd been there was to bring my uncle's body home. What would Prince Sixen think if he saw how I'd lived before, a world away from the perfumed and elegant cocoon of his existence? Instinctively, I feel for my ring, unused to its absence, the mark stinging. When will my ring be returned to me, Your Highness? We are still searching for the thief. Once we find her, the matter will be resolved without whispers of favoritism. His voice turns cool, his shoulders tensing. Are you in a hurry to leave? Why would anyone want to leave the palace? My answer slips out unprompted, the tautness easing from him. Is there something else you'd rather do tonight than attend the banquet? A walk, I say on impulse, almost certain he won't agree. Songman never did. The view is beautiful here. His eyes narrow. I can't tell whether in curiosity or annoyance. Many here would yield to my preference, pretending my wants are theirs. I restrain the impulse to do just that. Isn't it dull? I ask instead. Doesn't Your Highness already know what you want? It is dull. You are not, he says, a corner of his mouth lifted. I like that you're not afraid to show me who you are. Except I am. I just hide it better. A warmth pools inside me that has nothing to do with the way he looks. His words make me feel like I matter. As he moves closer, the wind catches his hair to graze my cheek. Something glints by his waist, the iron seal I saw at the ball. The starfare latched onto it glitters, almost dazzling, an impulse gripping me to reach out. Prince Sixen's fingers close over it. No one is allowed to touch the royal seal. It's for your own safety. His tone softens the rebuke. The chief attendant approaches from behind, bowing to the prince. Your Highness, it is time to board the vessel. The banquet is ready, and your guests are already seated. Prince Sixen does not look away from me. Send word for the barge to set off without me. He smiles, a slow one that sets my pulse racing. Miss Yining, and I have other plans. My heart soars, not just because I'm relishing the chief attendant's evident displeasure. He glances at me, then back at the prince, the skin puckered between his brows. Your guests will be disappointed, Your Highness. Gift them each a purse of silver, Prince Sixen replies in an offhand manner, and I almost wish to be among the disappointed guests. It's a windy night. The chief attendant tries again to dissuade him. It would be advisable to stay indoors, whether on the barge or I will remain outside, Prince Sixen interjects, his tone curt. The chief attendant sighs as he gestures to a serving girl bearing a tray with a porcelain cup. Small berries float on the surface like goji berries, but I can't be sure in the dark. Your tonic, Your Highness. With the changeable weather, you must guard your health. Shall I also send for a cloak? The chief attendant asks. The prince shakes his head, taking the cup and draining it. Your nagging reminds me of my mother, he says, with a trace of affection. Their Majesties asked me to watch over Your Highness and your sister. He calls out to a nearby soldier, Send for a troop of guards to accompany His Highness. There's no need. We won't go far, the prince says impatiently. The attendants can follow from a distance. Your Highness, it is dangerous to set off unaccompanied, the chief attendant protests. I have my sword. I still remember how to use it, Prince Sixen replies brusquely. He reaches for my hand, his fingers covering mine. A current glides from his touch. Part of me wants to echo the chief attendant's concerns. I know the dangers that lurk in these mountains, but the thought of being alone with the prince is intoxicating, along with the realization that he wants this too. We stroll along the lakeside, the waters gilded with the last embers of the sun. In the distance, the barge glows, its lanterns shining like small moons. Prince Sixen walks so close to me, our arms brush occasionally. I'm all too aware of each time, as I am of his hand wrapped around mine, his grip firm, yet loose enough that I can still pull away. His attendants follow a short distance behind, the tread of their feet barely perceptible. Maybe this is as close as it gets to being alone with the Prince of the Realm. Do you have everything you need? He asks. Yes, Your Highness, except my ring. Are you enjoying your stay here? The palace is beautiful. Is your courtyard satisfactory? He presses. I pass by it each time I head to court. The way he looks at me as he says this, my breath catches. It's wonderful, I manage to say. The flowers in my courtyard are especially lovely. The trees are in bloom. He sounds surprised, even pleased. Flowers don't grow easily in the palace, our gardeners claim it's the soil. And to cultivate gardens as lush as those of the amber forest would be a wasteful use of funds. What are the funds spent on? A daring question. One I wish I could take back as his expression shudders. To my surprise, he replies, on our future, our army, defenses, and weapons. His face is grave, that of the future king, not the prince who chose to abandon his own banquet and walk with me tonight. Such things are more vital than gilding the palace. I hope to have the chance to explore more of the palace soon. I smile at him, wanting to recapture the lightness of his mood before. My lessons have taken up most of my time. You may explore as you wish after your classes. Madame Lao is the best teacher in the palace, which is why I asked for her to instruct you. Prince Sixen knew of my lessons. I thought it was the chief attendant's doing. Unease coils around my chest. The night of the ball, when the prince spoke to me, was he judging me, searching for flaws? I pull my hand from his, clamping my lips before I say something rash. But his hand catches my chin, turning my face back to his. I don't mean to offend you, but the palace isn't as free as where you have grown up. Few dare to show their true selves here, many judge on what they see, and they treat you accordingly. I instructed the chief attendant to ensure you were adequately prepared, to protect you from their disdain, not because I found you wanting. He speaks smoothly, with a quiet sincerity that loosens the tightness within me. Thank you for explaining this to me. As his hand drops to my shoulder, drawing me closer, the silence strikes me, unbroken by step or breath. Where are his attendants? Have we walked too quickly ahead of them? A twig snaps, the prince's gaze darting behind me. Spinning around, cold blots my insides. Shadows stretch from the nearby grove. 7 figures detaching from the dark of the trees to stalk forward, clad in black from head to toe. But for a sliver of their eyes, and the curved blades glinting in their hands. Chapter 14. I open my mouth to scream, but one of the assassins hurls a fistful of fine powder into the air. As I inhale, it sears. Choking sounds erupt from Prince Sixen beside me, gasping as he claws his neck. I gag, trying to spit the powder out, yet the acrid bitterness clings to my throat, stealing my voice. I scramble back, grabbing a branch and slamming it against a tree, trying to alert the prince's attendants or the guards back at the pier. A rope is thrown around my shoulders, dragging me to the ground, another flung around Prince Sixen, catching him around his waist. We struggle furiously, but more ropes slither through the air, holding us fast. As one of the dark-robed figures seizes Prince Sixen's sword, my insides clench with terror. They drag us swiftly, deeper into the forest, until the trees swallow us, far from hope of aid. The ropes bite into my skin, welding my arms to my body, loose stones scraping my legs as we're yanked along. Finally, our assailants halt, wedging us against a rocky slope. Their eyes shine like marbles through their masks. The tallest of them clutches the ropes that restrain Prince Sixen, while a stout one wraps the end of mine around his fist. We're leashed like prey, helpless and trapped, except I still have my knife, the one I always carry, tucked into the inner fold of my sleeve. I writhe against my binds to reach it, trying to conceal my actions. While the prince's hands are bound in front of him, mine are toward my back. A gift to find your highness alone in these woods, with just a handful of attendants standing watch, easily dispatched. We've been waiting for a chance like this for months. The tall one tugs the ropes harder, dragging Prince Sixen off balance. As he stumbles, he digs himself in, his face clenched with fury. The prince lunges forward abruptly, kicking at the assailants, but one shoves him roughly back. I squeeze my eyes in warning as I move in front of him, working on loosening my knife. The prince coughs to clear his throat. "What do you want?" he demands, his voice a fractured whisper. "A ransom." They shake their heads grimly. "We don't want your tainted money," the tall one seethes, their leader from how the others defer to him. "Just your life." A shiver courses through me. We'd have a chance against bandits. There's no ransom the royal treasury can't pay. But assassins demand an impossible price. "I have done nothing to you," Prince Sixen rasps, distracting them from me. The villages sent their petitions, requesting a reduction in taxes after the poor harvests. Your Highness ignored us to impose an additional tax. Many don't have enough food to feed their families, much less to fatten your treasury. You'll inflict as much suffering as your father with your selfish ambitions. My 3 sons were forced to work in your father's mines. Another interjects, his yellowed eyes pouched. I buried 2. My 3rd was sent home because he lost his leg. "I am not my father," Prince Sixen says. "Change will take time. I ask for your trust." The assassin's accusations pierce me. I think of how my uncle died. But while the tax was Prince Sixen's command, it was his father's obsession with the mines that sparked such strife. I want to believe the prince won't be as merciless, that he won't ruin the people he should protect. Right now, there is little choice. my fate bound to his. "We won't serve you," the leader says flatly. "Your family has caused enough suffering." My knife is almost freed from my sleeve. Holding my breath, I yank it out, its tip slicing my fingertips. I don't flinch, twisting it around, the sharp edge held up, my body angled to shield the prince from sight. He shifts forward, lowering his bound hands to the blade. Gingerly, I begin sawing the rope around his wrists, cursing at the cheap metal. At last, his binds fray, kill them now, before the palace guards come searching. The tall assassin hurls down the rope, raising his sword. Panic grips me. Let me go, I'm innocent. I'm trying to delay them, sawing harder, though it's difficult with my hands behind my back. "You're his companion, one of them," the assassin says harshly. "No, I'm not a noble, I'm one of you." I'm trembling, praying I don't accidentally slit the prince's vein. My uncle died in the mines too. "Then why were you smiling and walking with the prince?" he retorts. "The silk on your back could feed my family for a month." I look down like I'm ashamed. When the nobles demand, we must obey. It hurts to talk, the powder still clinging to my throat, but I'll try anything to keep them from killing us. With a final wrench of my knife, the last of the rope falls away, Prince Sixen plucking the weapon from my grasp. My heart beats so fast I can hardly breathe. The tall assassin's lips roll into an uncompromising line. "No witnesses, I'm sorry. Choose your company with more care in your next life." He lunges at me, his sword glinting. As I duck, Prince Sixen slashes through the ropes around me, then dives to stab the assassin's chest with my knife. As another assassin lunges at us, the prince pulls me close, our bodies pinned, as the blade carves the space where I stood a moment ago. The prince releases me, then swings his sword at the assassins, swiftly taking one down, then the next. His blows are ruthless, dispatching another with a stab to his gut. As the remaining attackers fall back, he lunges to slash one across the throat. "Behind you," I cry out, too late, as the tip of a sword sinks into his shoulder. Prince Sixen spins to kick his attacker away, then staggers back, blood streaming from his wound. I dart between him and the last two assassins, my mind screaming not to risk myself this way. But the prince is protecting me. We're in this together. If he dies, they'll kill me too. They attack him at once, believing I'm no threat. As Prince Sixen slashes at the larger assassin, the slender one leaps toward him from the side, her sword raised. My body is cold as I rush forward, driving my knife into her chest. Soft like an overripe apricot, oozing dark red blood. A pang of remorse strikes hard, the urge to be sick swelling. I'd been aiming for her shoulder, her arm, but missed, my limbs too stiff. The assassin sucks in a breath, blinking rapidly as I yank my knife out, the blade wet with blood. My fingers tremble as I drop it to the ground. Her eyes widen, ringed with white, and then she collapses. Tears blur my eyes, stupid to regret my would-be killer. But while my uncle taught me to hunt wild animals for food, to fight, I never learned how to kill someone just like me. Prince Sixen pulls me close, one arm around my shoulders, his other hand stroking my head gently. We stay like this for a while, not speaking, his heart beating against mine. It's like he senses I need to steady myself, to keep from falling apart. "Are you hurt?" he asks hoarsely, as the assassin's powder finally wears off. I pull away then, inspecting the wound on his shoulder. You're the one who's hurt. He raises his head, calling out for his soldiers again, louder this time. Then he sinks down, closing his eyes. I kneel beside him, fear gripping me at the sight of the blood pooling on the ground from his injury. Your Highness, let me get help. As I rise, his hand catches mine, his gaze pinning me. Stay, my guards will come soon. I press a handkerchief to his wound. We must stop the bleeding. Does it not frighten you? He asks intently. The way you held the dagger who taught you how to fight, my uncle. Where I'm from, we need to defend ourselves from bandits and wild beasts. A thin smile stretches across his lips. You are full of surprises. It's to be expected when we're little more than strangers. Yet I feel closer to him now, after we defended each other. You saved me. For a moment I thought I'd betray you to stay alive. I finish his sentence for him. That you'd look out for yourself. It's what most would have done. His voice catches, emotions playing across his face. You protected me. You killed one of them for me. The memory sears, it sickens me. It wasn't just for him. I was defending myself too. But the intensity in his gaze robs me of protest. I bend to pick up my knife from the ground, recoiling from the blood. Don't stain your hands, he tells me. I'll get you another. But I take it anyway, wiping its blade on the grass, not accustomed to leaving my possessions behind. Does this happen often? Yes, with my father. This is the first time I've been attacked. But there are always those dissatisfied with the state of affairs. The disdain in his tone unsettles me. The assassins weren't spurred by greed or ignorance. The misery they spoke of resonated with me, as did their despair. The riches of our kingdom are channeled only to a chosen few. Do they have reason for their dissatisfaction? A dangerous question. But tonight I've earned the right to ask it. And it's important to me that Prince Sixen is more than they think, that he isn't the villain they believe. His jaw tightens. Our treasury needs funds. The iron wall that my father built has cost us dearly. Our soldiers need new weapons and armor, vital to keep those of Mist Island and even envious allies at bay. If we are complacent, our strength will wane. I do this for our people. His fingers brush the seal at his waist. Father believed that for the Iron Mountains to be safe, we must be the greatest power. What do you believe? He was right, in a way. He pauses, searching my face. Yet power is meaningless when it destroys those it is meant to protect. I release my breath then, my tension unraveling at his words. I didn't want to have chosen wrong, to have killed for nothing. I want him to be the prince I dreamed of, who would protect us all. The moon breaks from a bank of clouds, its pale light falling across his face. His eyes lock on mine, dark like midnight, as bright as the stars. As I remember how close he held me, heat flushes my body like I'm fevered, yet tempered by caution and fear. It's like standing on the edge of a riverbank, wanting to fall, unsure whether I'll sink or swim. But tonight, by the shores of this silvery lake, beneath the spell of his fathomless gaze, I'll admit to myself that I want him too. Chapter 15. Rain falls in a light sheet as I head toward the dining hall. Previously, I've chosen to eat in my room rather than among strangers, feeling out of place. But Prince Sixen will be attending tonight, and after the attack by the lake 2 days ago, I want to see him again. Just yesterday, he sent a gift to my room. A magnificent dagger sheathed in a gold scabbard, its hilt studded with rubies, its moon-bright blade glittering like the weapons the soldiers here bear. The finest iron, Shan told me. You can't buy this quality outside. It's reserved only for the royal family and palace guards. He looked at me curiously. Why would His Highness give this to you? He didn't like mine. I set aside my old knife, picking up the dagger. A precious weapon, one I could sell for a grand price. Yet the thought of parting with it left me hollow. The prince kept his promise, the realization warming my heart more than the gift. A desire grows to confide in him, to confess my bond with my ring, to ask, rather than scheme for its return. But there is magic entwined with it, magic the palace forbids. I can't answer the questions he'll have, and I don't dare place my life in his hands, at least, not yet. Shan hurries after me, brandishing an umbrella, the thick oiled paper painted with a spray of red flowers. I don't mind the rain, I tell him. He scowls, thrusting the umbrella at me. You'll mind it more if you stand before His Highness, looking like a drowned rat. Rat, I repeat, glaring at him. I've even matched it to your dress. He gestures at my lilac silk robe embroidered with plum blossoms. I grin, ducking beneath his umbrella, just in time as the rain falls harder. A group of nobles walks past us, sheltered beneath their attendants' umbrellas. One of them, a girl in pink brocade, waves at me Dayu, whom I met the night of the ball. Her friends stare, whispering among themselves, Lord Liuming among them. Shan had shared the gossip at court that many are calling me an opportunist, unworthy of their prince's attention. It stings, but their malice is easier to bear, knowing envy lies at the root of it. Dayu frowns at her companions, shaking her head, then abruptly strides away as though angry. A knot of dread unfurls as Lord Liuming and another woman start toward me, their attendants hurrying to shield them from the rain. As they crowd my path, I should step aside to let them pass, but I don't, pride rearing up. Why should I give way? Lord Liuming stalks closer, then collides against me with full force. Staggering back, I fall to the ground, Shan's umbrella knocked from his hands. A few of the nobles laugh, pointing at me, my dress soaked by mud and rain, my hair clinging to my face. As Shan pulls me up, Lord Liuming treads on his umbrella intentionally, breaking the frame. More laughter ripples from the watching group, their glee emanating in waves. Apologize. Anger rakes deep, my hands clenched by my sides. Back home, Lord Liuming and his friend would already be face first in the dirt. His eyes arch in disdain. Why? It was a harmless accident. I didn't see you. I didn't see anyone of note. As he and his companions leave without a backward glance, I suppress the impulse to hurl a fistful of mud at them, to do something to banish this shriveling emptiness within. I'd believed myself safe here, under the prince's protection, but the only one who can protect me is myself. All the way back to my room, their mocking faces flash through my mind. I bathe quickly, then slip on a dark blue silk dress studded with seed pearls. A gold necklace is clasped around my neck, bangles jangling from my wrists as I slide jeweled pins into my hair. Mina would scowl at the ostentatious display, but tonight isn't about how I look, but what they see when they look at me. Shan is waiting outside, changed into dry clothes. His shoulders are slumped. He looks as forlorn as the broken umbrella by his feet. I snatch it up, stalking toward the hall, wrapped in cold fury. The dining chamber is smaller than the grand hall, but exquisitely furnished. A large carpet stretches across the floor, embroidered with tigers and lions. Swathes of silk cascade from the walls, lanterns swinging from bronze pedestals. The mahogany tables along the far side of the room laden with food. Unlike the formality of the banquet where dishes were served to the guests, here they browse the tables, choosing their preferences. Dozens of guests are already present, clad in silks and brocade, jewels and iron gleaming from their hair and throats. Fortunately, Prince Sixen hasn't arrived, nor has his sister. Lord Kao of Thorn Valley is here, along with Jin. As with the last time, Lord Kao's plate is filled with food, while Jin's remains empty. I head right to Lord Liuming, stopping before him. He blinks at the sight of me, maybe expecting me to hide in my room. Without pause, I shove the broken umbrella against his chest with all my force, mud and rainwater slopping over his fine robe. Lord Liuming gapes, his eyes ablaze with the threat of violence as he raises a shaking hand at me. But something in my expression makes him lower it. I'm looking at him the same way I did when I kicked Songmin, when I stabbed the assassin. I'm no longer the girl who cowered before my step-aunt. When hit, I'll strike back. You owe my attendant and me an apology. My voice is hoarse with anger, along with a new set of clothes for us both. The robe you ruined was a gift from His Highness. He will be most displeased. The color drains from Lord Liuming's face, yet his eyes pinch with suppressed fury. I'm sorry, he spits out at last, his cheeks hollowed like he's biting down hard. I will replace your garments. He must hate conceding before the crowd, but he's also too cowardly to do anything that appears to challenge the prince. I smile, baring my teeth. Don't forget, Lord Liuming, I collect my debts. As I move away, I find Jin watching me, his eyes amber bright as he rises and strides toward me. After how he sparred with Prince Sixen the night of the ball, tensions seem high between Thorn Valley and the Iron Mountains, alliance or not. I won't be foolish enough to get caught in the middle. What I owe Jin for helping me, I'll find another way to repay. One that won't risk myself or escape before he has a chance to collect. I veer away from him toward the tables laden with food, but Jin follows. Afraid to be seen with me, he asks, a mocking tilt to his head. Didn't you say we should pretend we haven't met? I remind him. Consider this our formal introduction. My eyes narrow. What do you want? I'm hungry. He nods at the food, not even glancing at the roasted meats, the delicately wrapped dumplings, or plates of fish and prawns. You don't eat at banquets. Have you been watching me? He drawls. I curse myself silently, reminding myself to be cautious when speaking to him one from Thorn Valley. Somehow, Jin burrows effortlessly beneath the mask I show others. Maybe he's skilled at drawing me out, or maybe because he's seen me as I really am, without this fine dress and jewels. What are you plotting? I demand. Are you always this suspicious? You don't seem the type to act without purpose. I pick up a plate and begin filling it with food, not looking at what I'm taking. Your manner is cold, so hostile, he complains as though he cares. Are you worried being in my company risks your future? I glare at him. What do you mean? Prince Sixen is powerful, handsome, rich. And you've caught his eye. I flush, my fingers tightening around my plate. There's more to him than that. Oh, there is. His mouth thins. A friendly warning. Don't be taken in by him. Don't be dazzled. Peel away the guilt and look a little deeper. Are you jealous? My tone is cool. Jin steps closer to me, his expression grave, no longer taunting or teasing. Most definitely not. He's not what you think. You're wrong. Prince Sixen has been gracious to me. He shielded me from the assassins. I rarely am. Jin shrugs. All I ask is that you be careful. Nothing is as it seems here. We can help each other. A sliver of fear darts through me, but I bury it. You want my help? Is that why you're trying to turn me against His Highness? He shakes his head, drawing me swiftly to a quiet corner of the hall, behind a brace of candles. I know you're here because you want your ring, the one kept in the royal treasury. Did you hear that from your spies? I hiss, pulling away from him. I don't need spies for that. There were plenty of witnesses. He adds, I can get it back for you. Jin is cunning. He's trying to sway me, yet I don't refuse as I should. I rub the mark on my finger, throbbing harder now. While it hasn't worsened, it's grown more tender. It would be foolish to cast away his offer of aid when there is no other. How? I ask, almost reluctantly. The treasury is closely guarded. Fortunately, I have someone in place who can secure it. He stares at me as though prying out my vulnerabilities. This ring of yours must be precious. It isn't made of starfire, if that's what you're wondering. It's a wooden band, the one you wore when we first met, he asks, sounding puzzled. Of course he'd noticed. Fortunately, it was before I met the carp and received the flower. The ring is the only thing I have left from my family. It is precious to me. I look at him directly. If you do this favor for me, what do you want in return? The candlelight casts a gold sheen over his eyes. This would make it the second time you're in my debt, and I have yet to collect the first. Then collect it all at once. I turn the question back to him. What do you want of me? Why were you lurking in a remote village when we met? As his smile widens, a passing attendant pauses to stare at him, her face reddening. My insides twist, an impulse seizing me to warn her that people like Jin are good to look at, but good for no one. Searching for something, as I said. Like you, an item of great importance was taken from us. We've scoured the villages and towns across the Iron Mountains, but now believe it can only be here in the palace. What are you looking for? Can I trust you? He asks. Can you do this? His Highness has given me permission to explore the palace as I wish. I won't share what you tell me with anyone, but it doesn't mean I'll agree. I ask then, is it dangerous? There's danger everywhere. Doesn't it make life more interesting? No, I'd rather be alive. There is a little danger, just as there is danger in retrieving your ring. His voice drops, his eyes flicking around to make sure no one is close by. We've heard rumors of a hidden area within the palace, the Shadow Wing, but haven't been able to learn more. They watch us too closely. What we seek is likely kept there, where we can't go, that only someone high in royal favor might. Why can't you bribe an attendant? Hire more spies. If you have someone in the royal treasury, why can't you get someone in this other place? Because whatever is kept, there is far more valuable than any gold or jewels in the treasury. We've been trying to get a foothold for years, without success. Those who know anything keep their mouths shut. Maybe they're paid too well, or maybe they're afraid. He stops to let each word sink in. Let us help each other. Tempting. But he's most definitely not a friend, and he'd be a dangerous ally, one I could never be entirely sure of. Yet I need what he offers. My life depends on it. What are you searching for? A creature, a small one, with scales the color of fire. His words come slowly, like he's choosing them carefully, like he's hiding something. A pet, I ask curiously. What creature is this? One of my realm. Another evasive answer, but I don't pry. I'm not certain I'll accept his offer. What he's asking sounds simple. Yet if this creature is so closely guarded that Jin can't reach it, it must be greatly prized, even dangerous. While I'm not loyal to my kingdom, I don't want to make an enemy of the Prince of the Iron Mountains. If thieves get sent to the mines, I dare not think what they do with spies. All I ask for is information, nothing else, Jin assures me. You won't need to secure the creature. Just tell me where it is. My people will handle the rest. I need time to decide, of course, but don't take too long. Jin's voice drops almost out of hearing. I can be a valuable friend, or a ruthless enemy. As his mouth curves, I smile back at him. Whatever I decide, I can't trust him. I'm one of the many rafts he's sending out to sea. He won't care if I sink. And if he's going to use me, I'll use him right back. We move from the secluded corner, returning to the main area of the hall. As Jin heads toward the table with Lord Ko, all around the guests are turning toward the entrance, sinking into low bows. I follow their gaze to find Prince Sixen standing there, staring back at me, his eyes hooded with suspicion. Chapter 16. How long has Prince Sixen been watching me? Did he see Jin? He looks away as he strides toward the dais, his sister just behind him. My heart dips, guilt latching on to me, though I've done nothing wrong. At least not yet. I stand there, unsure of myself, wanting to greet the prince, but not knowing if I'll be welcome. At last, I set my plate down and make my way forward. A crowd of ministers cuts ahead of me, and I slow my stride to fall behind, a little afraid of the prince's stern expression. Minister Luck approaches the dais first, holding up a scroll in his hands. Your Highness, we have received another petition. Prince Sixen's face darkens further. Where is it from this time? White River Town. They beseech your Highness for a reduction in taxes after their crops were destroyed by a bad storm. The minister clears his throat, then continues. Perhaps we might offer them some relief. There are fears the farmers will protest. If they do, they will be punished. The prince's tone is glacial. I've had enough of these petitions. The people will learn to respect me, to trust my judgment. These funds are needed to secure our kingdom's safety. If I reduce the taxes for them, all the other towns and villages will demand the same. What will become of our kingdom then? Behind him, the chief attendant and the other ministers nod. Minister Luck's shoulders droop, but he bows, backing away from the dais. Power is meaningless when it destroys those it is meant to protect. Prince Sixen's words ring through my mind. The harsh way he speaks of his people, his callousness toward their concerns. He doesn't sound like the ruler who claimed to want to protect us. He sounds like the one the assassins were trying to kill. The prince's gaze locks on to mine abruptly. At once, I straighten, letting my hand brush my dagger, an intentional reminder of his gift, of what we've been through. He hesitates, then gestures for me to approach. As I make my way toward him, lowering myself in a bowel, he dismisses the ministers around him. My eyes go right to his shoulder as I rise, his injury concealed beneath the white brocade. "How is your wound, Your Highness?" "Better, after the chief physician's treatment." As I sit beside him, his gaze slides to the jeweled dagger by my waist. "Did you like my gift?" "It's beautiful. Your Highness is most thoughtful. Such metal is rare, stronger than ordinary iron." A pause, his voice deepening as he adds, "But I hope you will never need to use it. If I do, I'll be able to free Your Highness more quickly next time." A subtle reminder of how I helped him, to quell any lingering suspicions. Yet, the recollection of the assassins sits uneasily with me, the life I took. Even though they would have killed me too, there will not be a next time. His face hardens as though carved from stone. The assassin's origins are being investigated. We will learn who is at the root of these despicable plots and rip them out, one by one. None will escape, not even their kin. I recoil from the brutality of his threat. Why their families? What if they're innocent? If you pluck a flower but leave its root, another will bloom. Its seeds will scatter, borne by the wind, hidden away until a garden blossoms. His tone is emotionless, like he's reciting an old lesson. Dread writhes within as I clasp my hands, the bangles on my wrists starting to feel like shackles. "Your Highness, you have been so kind," I begin carefully, to edge into my request. "The dagger is a generous gift. You deserve far more for risking your life for mine." His voice warms. "What else do you desire? There is nothing I cannot give you." My imagination soars with thoughts of gold, of jade, pearls, and shining iron. Yet the mark on my finger sears, a reminder of what I need most. What use is gold if I'm dead? My ring, Your Highness. I brace myself as a frown puckers his brow. It was given to me by, not yet. He speaks coldly, just as when I asked for it by the lake. It will be returned when I choose. He doesn't want to return it. Does he like this hold over me? All the talk of the investigation, was it an excuse to brush me off? The thought is a thorn wedged in my chest. Attendants approach, laying down skewers of meat, plump scallops, roasted pigeon, flower-shaped cakes, more elaborate dishes than those set on the tables, yet my appetite is gone. In the silence, Prince Sixen leans against his chair. "Why was Lord Kao's advisor with you? Did you know him before?" At once, I'm guarded. "I've only seen him briefly at the ball, when he spoke to Your Highness. He came up and introduced himself just now." What did he want? His eyes don't leave my face, like he's searching for something, whether a reason to trust me or to pick out the lies. Nothing in particular. I tilt my head like I'm trying to remember, like it didn't mean anything. He asked where I was from, about my family. He told me he used to live on a farm in Thorn Valley, and we spoke at length about the crops we'd grown. He seems nice. My face falls then. I don't know many people at court. Until today, I've kept to my rooms for my lessons and meals. The few I've encountered are not always as gracious as Your Highness. "Who insulted you?" he asks in a wintry tone. "Tell me, and I will ensure they never dare do so again." A heady rush fills me, yet I hesitate, thinking of the ruthless way he treats those who cross him. I can look after myself, Your Highness. The barest arch of his lips as his gaze slides to my dagger again. I know you can. I like that you can look after me too. I smile as he expects, yet it feels wooden and stiff. Be careful of those from Thorn Valley, especially that advisor, the prince warns. He's devious. He might try flattery or bribes to trick you into doing something you shouldn't. You don't trust them, I say carefully. Yet they are allies, your honored guests. We need them, at least for now. The prince's expression is grim, almost threatening. This alliance isn't meant to last. A thin veil that will be ripped away during the first storm, perhaps. It was only stitched together from mutual need. The desire of Thorn Valley for the promised star fire in return for shielding us from Mist Island. Yet, another reason to be wary of accepting Jin's offer, of siding with Thorn Valley. It's not loyalty that binds me. I feel little of it to a kingdom I've spent most of my life fearing and resenting. But I won't betray the Iron Mountains lightly. Their blades are the sharpest in the realm. And if I ever do, I can't get caught. Don't speak to the Thorn Valley advisor again, Prince Ixin tells me. If you want companions, seek Madame Lau's or the chief attendant's guidance for who would be suitable. His tone is authoritative, almost patronizing, like I'm a child whose friends he's selecting. The air seems to constrict around me as my body tenses. Words surge up that I force back down. While I say nothing, neither do I nod obediently as he expects. Prince Ixin's eyebrows arch, maybe reading my expression. I suggest this for your own good. You are new at court. You must guard your reputation here. It reflects on those around you, raising or lowering the prominence of those who serve you and those whom you serve. A blunt reminder of our positions. I breathe deeply to stop from spiraling as Prince Ixin stretches out his hand. I grow weary of this conversation. Walk with me in the garden. His smile softens the hard planes of his face, but their edges have been shown. I gesture at my untouched food. I don't feel like walking, Your Highness. I haven't eaten yet. A small rebellion on my part, a release to the emotions simmering within. Why don't you eat later? He suggests. Your Highness has already told me whom I should speak to. Is Your Highness also telling me when I should eat? I laugh like it's a joke, but stop when his smile vanishes. I bend my head, suddenly all too aware that he holds my life in his hands. I will obey Your Highness's wish. I'm not asking you to obey, he says tersely. Yet you're commanding me. I speak quietly, conscious of the stark silence in the hall. How would Your Highness feel if our positions were reversed? We are not the same. His voice cuts off, but it's too late, anger crowding me like smoke. We aren't the same, but not the way he thinks. A young serving girl hovers by the prince's elbow, holding a teapot to refill his cup. Her presence breaks the tension, allowing me to gather myself before I say or do something that can't be undone. As Prince Ixin shoves his chair back abruptly, he knocks into the girl. Her hand shakes, spilling tea over the prince's arm, reddish-brown streaks seeping into his white sleeve. He hisses, his face twisting with discomfort. Fetch cold water and towels. His Highness is scalded. The chief attendant barks, hurrying to Prince Ixin's side. Attendants rush forward, one pressing a cold towel to his arm, another wiping down his robe. Some of the guests closer to the dais exchange startled glances and whispers. As soldiers grab the serving girl, the teapot falls from her hands to shatter on the ground, dark liquid pooling amid the fragments. Stumbling forward, she drops to her knees. "Your Highness, I beg your forgiveness," she stammers, barely able to form the words. "The punishment for injuring His Highness is 20 lashes of the whip," Chief Attendant Mai declares. The color leaches from the girl's face. A memory flashes of how Mistress Hinglin used to strike me, the cane splitting my skin. Such pain, though I'd learned to choke back my screams. But what lingers beyond the marks is the indignity that doesn't fade. Fighting my fear, I rise to my feet unsteadily. "It was an accident, Your Highness." Princess Chunlei shoots me a warning look. "Brother, such punishment is too harsh." A few ministers nod, but this only seems to stir Prince Sixen's annoyance. His brows snap together. Chief Attendant Mai bows to the prince. "Your Highness, there are no exceptions. Your honored father decreed that nothing is accidental when it comes to the safety of our monarch. These are the rules of court." As 2 soldiers seize the serving girl, her frantic gaze meets mine. Sweat slides down her face as a keen cry slips from her throat, the shrill, sharp sound of terror. They drag her away, her body going limp. Minister Luck shakes his head, the expressions of some courtiers ranging from revulsion to fear. My eyes are damp, but I force myself to sit back down. This is a terrifying reminder of how powerless I am here, a vicious lesson to not overstep. And for the first time since entering the palace, I pity the people within. Lord Kao sneers as he raises a cup to his mouth. The justice of the Iron Mountains takes away my appetite. Surprising, when few things seem to, Prince Sixen snaps. What of the reputation of Thorn Valley, brutally murdering innocents, slinging their bodies over our border? As I flinch from these accusations, Lord Kao stands abruptly. "We don't hurt the helpless or innocent. Those who trespass into our land know exactly what they're doing. Perhaps your Highness is mourning the loss of your spies." This is another side to the boorish one he shows, tension spearing the air. As Jin lays a hand on Lord Kao's shoulder, the Lord of Thorn Valley takes his seat again. "Your Highness, the Iron Mountains is our valued ally. We never intend to harm your people," Jin says calmly, addressing the prince. "But those who break our rules must be punished, just as you punish those who break yours." Jin's gaze slides to the porcelain shards on the floor. If they choose to trespass where they're forbidden, after they've been warned, consequences must be borne. They glare at each other, eyes of ebony and those of gold. The court stills at the animosity unleashed between the Iron Mountains and Thorn Valley, one that used to be tethered beneath a veneer of amicability. Fickle, fragile, false. Should it break, war will erupt. At last, a frigid smile stretches across Prince Sixen's face. We agree with our allies that rules must be obeyed, else chaos will ensue. Relief sweeps through the guests. Disaster has been averted. They are safe for now, except the serving girl's cries still ring in my ears. Chapter 17. Sleep evades me as I toss in bed. The prince possesses a brutal side. Selfish, to ignore the pleas of the people who can't afford his taxes. Cruel, to sentence the girl to be whipped for such a minor offense, merciless to execute the families of his attackers. I'm struggling to reconcile the gracious and generous prince with the authoritative and pitiless ruler. Maybe they are two sides of the same coin, one part necessary to rule a kingdom and wield power, though which is his true face. I can't trust him now. What will happen to me should I one day lose his favor? I must find a way out, whether to steal my ring back or through Jin's help. Rising from bed, I pull on a dress, a gray one that will meld into the shadows. My hair falls loose down my back as I leave my room, my soft tread concealing my presence. The guards are slumped by the courtyard entrance, at ease at this late hour. I catch the end of their conversation, spoken so quietly I might have missed it if I weren't just behind them. His Highness's temper is short of late, the woman is saying. Worse even than his father's. These bouts of illness have strained him, the male soldier responds. Where did they take the girl? She asks. The shadow wing. My heart beats quicker. This is the place Jin seeks. As I step forward, the soldiers straighten. A tall, freckled woman and a broad-faced man with a dimpled chin. Do you need help, Miss Yining? He asks. The girl who spilled tea on Prince Sixen, do you know where she is? I feign ignorance to learn more, even as her terror-stricken face flashes through my mind. While I do want to find her, she's also a vital cover. Why? I have some medicine that may be of use. She has all she needs. The woman brushes me off. If you wish to send her anything, we can get it to her. I would like to see her, I persist. His Highness gave me permission to explore the palace. He will be displeased should he learn I was stopped. My firm tone mimics how some of the nobles speak to their attendants. As the guards exchange worried looks, I add, but I see no reason to mention this to him. Thank you, Miss Yining, the woman says with a bow. We cannot tell you where the girl is, but would be happy to accompany you anywhere else you wish. Voices carry across the distance, surprising at this hour. I gesture in their direction, using them as an excuse to stop the guards from following me. There's no need. I will join my friends for a walk. I stride from the courtyard, my pace quickening once I'm out of sight. Then I cross a long corridor, passing a garden of yellowing ginkgo trees, heading west to where the royal treasury is said to be. A wide strip of lawn separates the treasury from a grove of trees. The circular building is surrounded by a black marble wall ringed with iron spikes. Its gray-tiled roof sloped from the center. A troop of guards watches the entrance, more stationed across the grounds. Every time I try to get closer, another patrol of soldiers appears, and I have to keep ducking back into the shadows to avoid discovery. I stare at the treasury, frustration mounting within. I can't steal my ring back from there. Even if I could, there's nowhere to run to. I'd be cut down before I cross this lawn. My ring is so close, yet it might as well be an ocean away. The mark on my finger throbs with greater force, the lines seeming to darken. I need my ring back, and Jin is my best chance, if I can find what he wants. I turn from the treasury, heading toward the main square. Maybe I'll learn more about the shadowing there. Closer to it, loud thuds ring out. The place blazes with light, dozens of workers toiling hard at this late hour, some carrying long bamboo poles welded together with iron. tower is partly constructed, gleaming beneath the moonlight. Spindly ladders leading up each tier. Is this for the tournament the prince announced during the ball? As the wind blows, the structure shudders, the workers crying out in alarm. Even for me, this would be unnerving, infinitely more perilous than climbing the trees at home. Just in front, a small group of people head southward, perhaps the voices I heard earlier. A tall woman walks before them, her gold headdress catching the light from the lanterns, Princess Chunlei. I should hide, but then a guard breaks away to approach me. At once, I hurry toward the group like I'm part of it. As a few of the attendants glance curiously at me, Princess Chunlei turns. At once, I bow to greet her. "Miss Yining, you are out late tonight," she remarks in her gentle way. "I couldn't sleep, Your Highness." "Nor could I," the princess says, her face clouding. "Today's events unsettled me. I am going to visit Anley, the serving girl who was punished, in the shadow wing. May I join Your Highness?" I ask, masking my eagerness. "I have some medicine that might help ease her wounds." Her smile is warm. "Are you a physician too, Miss Yining?" "No, just someone who is familiar with such injuries." She pauses, as though considering my request. "My brother might not approve. He won't reprimand me. But as for you, I won't mention it to him," I say quickly. "Then neither will I," she assures me. I fall behind, recalling Madame Lau's instruction to let royalty walk ahead. But the princess gestures for me to join her, maybe because she's without her usual companions tonight, just the attendants and guards. Life in the palace can be hard for those unused to our rules. "Is there anything you'd like to know?" she asks. "Are such punishments a regular occurrence?" I wouldn't dare ask this of the prince, but her kindness lowers my guard. "It's not easy to rule a kingdom," she replies with a sigh. "One must walk a delicate balance between earning the people's love and respect, alongside their fear. There are times my brother must do what is needed, rather than what he wants. I always thought royalty acted as they wished, that they didn't care how they appeared." I catch myself, hoping I've not offended her. "That may be true for the one who wears the crown." Slants toward me, her face half cast in shadow. "Even then, no one, king or pauper, likes being made a fool of." These words sink in, almost a warning. "Are you close to your brother?" "Of course," she replies, a faraway look in her eyes. "Growing up, there were few I could trust." She holds up 2 fingers, myself and my brother. "You are lucky to have each other." "Do you feel lucky, Miss Yining?" The question takes me by surprise, except there is only one answer. Yes, it feels like a dream. I remember entering the palace, almost giddy with wonder, trying not to think of how I feel now. Her gaze is penetrating. Does she read more in my words? I wish for my brother to find happiness. You may have heard the rumors that he is expected to marry soon. It was my father's wish for Zixin to secure the succession and strengthen our kingdom. She is staring at me like she expects me to be upset. While my emotions are twisted and tangled, there is an undeniable flash of relief. Who will His Highness marry? Her smile is knowing, almost sad. Zixin is expected to take several consorts, most for political reasons. But among them, I hope he will choose one who can bring him joy. She pauses, then asks, "Could you be happy here?" Something flickers in my heart, yet recoils. Even if I wanted this, I wouldn't want to be one of many. And while I don't know if I wish to stay, I'm not yet ready to leave. who wouldn't be happy in the palace of 9 hills? I reply evasively. Happiness means something different to each of us. Find your happiness, fight for it, hold on to it. She adds, if you want my brother, you should let him know. Don't leave your future in another's hands. They won't guard it with as much care. Your Highness is wise. It's not empty praise. I respect her affection for her brother, her attempts to smooth his path. Is it because we agree? Maybe we're both wise, I tell her, and she laughs. Away from the main square, we pass dark buildings and silent courtyards, then a garden of ancient trees with gnarled roots. There are more guards in this part of the palace, though all seems quiet. As we duck beneath a thick canopy of vines, a narrow corridor stretches ahead, just high enough to walk through unbowed. We emerge by an iron gate closely guarded by soldiers. As the mark on my finger pulses forcefully, I clench my hand to numb it. The soldiers bow to Princess Chunlei, opening the gate at once. Her attendants and guards remain outside as the princess and I are escorted through the gate, along a narrow path that cuts through a thicket of trees into a low building. It is bare within, just stark walls, and a stairway lit by a solitary lantern that leads below, spiraling deep into the earth. I clasp my hands to stop their trembling as I follow the princess down. The farther we descend, the thicker the darkness that sheathes us, the more the walls seem to constrict all around until it feels like being buried alive. The stillness here isn't of tranquility, but the desolation of despair. What is this place? I ask, eager to break the silence. Few are allowed in the shadow wing, only the guards who are always stationed here and those trusted by my brother. No wonder Jin couldn't find this place, concealed beneath the palace itself. And even if he found it, there's no way he could enter without discovery. The steps end in an empty room that opens to a wide corridor. It branches out into several pathways and is flanked by over a dozen doors, soldiers patrolling around. The sour stench of sweat pervades the air alongside the dampness of mold. A few lanterns are strung up, casting their watery light on the dirt-encrusted floor. Every now and again, muffled cries puncture the silence, keen with anguish. The princess walks ahead, halting by a door of weathered wood. The guard unlatches it, pushing it open. Anli is chained to a wooden post, facing away from the soldier beside her, a stocky man wielding a whip. Her shoulders are hunched, the back of her dress shredded and stained with blood, sweat-drenched hair falling over her face. She is shivering, weeping softly with each breath, like she no longer has the strength to scream. My stomach roils violently. As the soldier raises the whip again, Princess Chunlei moves into the cell. "Stop," she orders. The soldier drops his arm at once, lowering himself in a hasty bowel. "Your Highness, her punishment is a royal command," he stammers. "The chief attendant. If the chief attendant protests, send him to me." Her face is a stony mask of authority, her tone as imperious as her brother's. The blood splattered on the floor, the girl's torn flesh, the stench of suffering in this cell. My nails dig into my palms. It's like a mirror has cracked, fragmenting the perfect reflection. The dream of the palace is morphing into a nightmare, and the prince within it into a beast. As the soldier unfastens Anli's chains, she scrambles to corner, throwing her arms across her knees. Her sleeves slide down to reveal more welts, her eyes wide and uncomprehending. Princess Chunlei touches her shoulder. You have nothing to fear now. You are under my protection. Her gaze flicks toward the soldiers. No one is to lay another hand on her. I will send a carriage for her soon. The soldiers clasp their hands, muttering their swift assent. Thank you, Your Highness, Anli whispers, her voice raw. I take her other hand, cold and damp. She doesn't know me, but her fingers clutch mine with a desperation that pierces my heart. If only I could help her, and it's fortunate the princess can. Her grip only loosens when Princess Chunlei rises and gestures to me. As we leave the cell, the princess's body droops. I wish I could do more. You helped her. You got them to stop, I remind her. It doesn't feel like enough. The people in the villages mostly complain about the royals, their ambition and greed. But tonight, I've seen another side of power, that it can be used for good too, not just to inflict suffering. We must return. I have to arrange a safe place for Anli, Princess Chunlei tells me as we reach the small room with the stairs. I'm impatient to head above, where the wind blows in my face and the air is fresh. Yet to accept Jin's offer, I have to learn what he seeks. This creature must be in the shadow wing, and I may not get the chance to return. I press a fist to my forehead, keeping my breath shallow. Your Highness, I feel faint. I can't climb the stairs now. Could I rest here, then make my way back? When she hesitates, I add, I don't want to delay your preparations for Anli. Would you like an escort? She offers, glancing at the soldiers behind us. At once I shake my head. There's no need to trouble anyone, Your Highness. Will the guards allow me back through the gate? She unfastens an ornament from her sash and hands it to me. A sandalwood tablet engraved with her name. Show this to the guards and they won't stop you. You should keep tonight's encounter to yourself. Too many eyes here search for ill intent where there's none. I will. As the princess climbs the stairs, I tie the ornament to my waist, waiting till she's out of sight. Only then do I slip from the room into the wide corridor, taking the first unguarded path. Despite the princess's gift, a restless fear needles me. How many like Anli are trapped here? I used to think the mines were the greatest nightmare, and I'm rapidly learning there are worse. It's quiet, seemingly abandoned, not even a lantern to lift the dark. In some places, weeds grow wild, a welcome reminder of life beyond. But what I seek can't be here. It would be someplace more carefully guarded. I turn back to the main corridor, waiting till the soldiers move away before darting into a narrow path, one more brightly lit. A few steps in, my senses heighten like I've been swimming in cold water. As I inhale, my throat closes. The metallic tinge that pervades the palace is far stronger here. My stomach clenches as the smell thickens, my head beginning to pound. Footsteps sound, a large troop of guards approaching. I dart into a corner, pressing myself against the wall, not daring to breathe until they pass. Something precious must be here, something they want to hide. Once the soldiers are gone, I hurry onward, keeping my steps light. Just ahead, a door is thrown open. Dazzling light sparks from within, scattering like fireflies. Metal clinks, followed by seething and hissing sounds. I angle myself to peer closer. Swords are lined in rows, some curved, others straight. Some possess the sharp glitter of my dagger, the rest the duller sheen of the iron typically found in the villages. Is this a forge? Soldiers are collecting the shimmering blades, laying those of plainer iron in their place. A tall man in a white robe stands before the weapons, his back to me. When he turns, the light from the lanterns illuminates his face. Prince Sixen. Chapter 18. The iron seal the prince warned me against touching is clasped in his hand. The starfare above it shines so bright, it almost hurts to look upon it. Something clinks, the seal cracking apart, a melody rising, beautiful yet aching with grief. I lean closer, careless of discovery, anxious to catch a glimpse of the tiny creature who sings like its spirit is broken. Yet I can't see it, hidden in the prince's hands. This must be what Jin seeks. Such a creature doesn't belong in the Iron Mountains, trapped in the pitiless prison of the seal. A rash impulse seizes me to help it, burrowing through my selfish heart. I can't explain this, just that its sorrow braids with mine. Yet, there's nothing I can do now, and every moment I linger, I risk discovery. As I move away, the air thickens like a storm is approaching. Light flares from within the forge, blinding and incandescent. It blazes from the seal, or is it from the creature? Cascading over the swords like a river of starlight, its force is potent as standing beneath a waterfall. Fear digs through my spine. This is magic, not an illusion nor a trick, but powerful and real and terrifying. How is this possible? How is this here in the Iron Mountains, in the Palace of 9 Hills? I squint, trying to make out the creature again, but it's too bright, too small. As the song fades, the brightness dwindles, leaving just the swords on the ground, now shining with that fierce glitter. My mind races. The soldier's weapons, my dagger from the prince, such iron, isn't mined from the mountains, but infused with magic, the magic our rulers claim to revile. Their hypocrisy is boundless. If the creature in the royal seal was stolen, as Jin says, it's clear why those of Thorn Valley want it back. I curse Jin silently for entangling me in this. I thought he was searching for a missing pet, not a creature of unfathomable power, one that frightens me, yet stirs my compassion. Whatever this is, I shouldn't have seen it. And if I'm caught here, Anli's fate could be mine. Are these the last of the weapons? Prince Sixen asks, his voice seeming to waver. Yes, Your Highness. The chief attendant emerges from the back of the room. Your Highness has worked hard these past months to equip our army well, to strengthen our wall, and to fulfill the tasks your father laid out in his final will. Once Your Highness chooses a suitable bride, the coronation can take place. But Your Highness must now rest, else you fall ill again. I am glad this is over, the prince says tersely. The chief attendant sweeps a low bowel. Your Highness has done a great service for our kingdom, the heir your father deserves. Prince Sixen inclines his head as he turns away. Is he leaving? Panic grips me. With the soldiers following him, they'll find me, trapped in these narrow confines. I back away, then race down the corridor, dashing into the room with the stairway. I take the steps 2 at a time, trying to keep my tread quiet. It doesn't matter if I encounter the prince later, anywhere but here. My lungs are burning as I finally emerge into the small chamber, panting from the strain of sprinting up the stairs. I inhale deeply, the air here twice as sweet, not even minding the metallic tinge that usually bothers me. I'm sweating, my breathing ragged, trying to calm myself before encountering the guards at the gate. From below, I catch the thud of steps, the prince and his guards coming up the stairs. I rush from the room, ducking into a cluster of trees. Shortly after, Prince Sixen and his group emerge. Once they pass through the gate, I wait several long moments before striding there. The guards nod at me, maybe recognizing me from earlier. As I hold out the sandalwood ornament from Princess Chunlei, they wave me through, none remarking on my disheveled appearance. I make my way swiftly back toward my courtyard, smoothing down my hair, wiping the sweat from my brow. The main square is finally quiet, the workers gone. I'm walking so quickly. Prince Sixen is only a little ahead of me now. Just in front, the sight of my courtyard fills me with relief. But the prince halts by my entrance, then moves decisively toward it. As the guards dip into low bows, my heart almost stops. "Your Highness," I call out from behind him, smiling through clenched jaws, acting like there is nothing to hide. He swings around, his eyes piercing. "Where were you?" I bowl to him, glad to hide my face. "I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk." "You said you didn't want to walk earlier." Tension coils in his tone. "That was before I ate," I reply lightly. "Why is your Highness here?" "I wanted to speak to you." He pauses, still looking at me. "I don't like fighting with you." His unexpected bluntness is disarming, but I recall the girl in the cell, the one whipped for spilling tea on him. "Why don't you come inside?" I offer as he stands there, his gaze expectant. His guards remain outside as he follows me in, the doors closing after us. For the first time, we are truly alone, yet there's no anticipation, just a crawling dread, a tightness in my chest. I sit by the table in my garden, reluctant to invite him into my rooms. Fortunately, someone has lit a lantern here, a silk orb swinging from a rosewood stand. White petals drift from the tree above, gliding like pale feathers. Prince Sixen stares at them. "The flowers are beautiful. Why not plant more in the palace, Your Highness?" I'm grasping for something to say, not from any desire to entertain him, but from fear. Not all flowers require much tending. Some are just as beautiful when allowed to grow wild. My father didn't like them, their fragrance, how quickly they withered. He looks around my garden, his lips pursed. "This place is smaller than I remembered. Tomorrow, I will have you moved to larger quarters." "I like it here, Your Highness." His forehead creases as he sits across from me. "It doesn't suit your position." "My position?" I laugh to conceal the edge in my tone. "I have none." The eyes he turns to me are pools of ink. "I will bestow one upon you," he says formally, like this is a great honor. The world seems to slow, taking on a hazy quality. I don't speak. I don't know what to say. "Yining," he says my name softly. "When I ascend the throne, I want you by my side as one of my consorts." Even though the princess had alluded to this, it's too soon. I'm caught unaware, grasping at a reason to delay, one that won't offend him. I'm not worthy of the honor, Your Highness." "Will you accept?" He brushes aside my protest. After all, he is offering power, safety, and wealth. A life in his palace, draped in silk and gold, attending a whirl of banquets where every guest will have to bow to me. Even gin. The last thought tempts me more than it should. I should be overjoyed, grateful. I should accept wholeheartedly. Anything else would be to throw the door open to disaster. This moment should be perfect, except for one thing. I'm not in love with the Prince of the Iron Mountains. I almost wish I were. Prince Sixen's eyes harden to shards of obsidian. Cold glazes me, my heart leaden. In all my dreams, even in my nightmares, I never imagined that I'd turn him down. "Why are you hesitating?" he asks sharply, almost incredulously. Silence has never felt so loud. I must say something to dispel the cloud settling over his face. "Your Highness will marry several consorts. Does that matter to you?" "Yes. I'm hoping he will take this as flattery. I must marry to strengthen my kingdom," he explains in a calmer tone. "A formality, a necessity, even. But there is no one else I'm looking at. All I see is you." My heart quickens. I hate that it does. I must stamp out the remnants of this dream, a hard one to relinquish. I have to ease the sting to his pride, like he's a disgruntled customer who doesn't like the fortune he's been told. "Why me, Your Highness?" Perhaps I can persuade him otherwise. "Because I like you." He speaks with the simple assurance of choosing what to wear or eat, not that of a life partner. This is an easy decision for him, because I will be one of his consorts. While if I agree, he will be my only husband. Unlike me, he can afford to choose wrong. Your Highness has countless admirers here. I'm trying to make it seem like he's better off without me. Many who are far more beautiful, and are you jealous? Do you fear being outshone? A smile hovers on his lips like he solved the puzzle to his satisfaction. No, yet it's safer that he thinks so. I need time, Your Highness. We only just met. What I'm offering you is far better than your life in the village, than anything you can hope for here. As I drop my head, biting my tongue, he snaps to his feet, looming over me. A dull flush creeps up his neck. Since you need time to think, you are confined to your quarters. Send a message to the chief attendant when you come to your senses. He speaks with cold, righteous fury, though he has no right. Is this how he behaves when thwarted, when things don't go his way? As he stalks from my courtyard, I'm seething at being confined like when Mistress Hinglin used to lock me in the storeroom. I grind my fist against the stone table, bruising my skin. Prince Sixen only sees the world through his eyes, imagining it fits his needs, his wants and desires. And when it doesn't, he forces it to. But he's wrong about me. I won't yield that easily. Chapter 19. I spend 2 loathsome days in my rooms, during which I fret and curse in between enduring Madame Lau's lessons. Each time I stare at the mark on my hand, grim scenes of impending death haunt me. The pain has begun to intensify. I must now take some corydalus root to dull it. Part of me wishes I never accepted the flower from Little Dragon. But when I recall how it wound around my ring, the wholeness I'd felt, I can't regret it. Tonight the evening skies are dusted with stars, circling the curve of the moon. I sit in my courtyard among the trees because it helps me feel less trapped. Yet the pear blossoms are beginning to wither, dropping to the grass like snow. Fear festers, tangled with anger. Prince Sixen should have summoned me by now. To get out, I'm prepared to tell him any lies he wishes, to even grovel and flatter, burying my pride to stay alive. Though I won't be his consort, I'm not above pretending if I must. It's a delicate balance, precarious too. The prince would be furious at my refusal, yet right now this remains between us. However, if I pretend to accept his offer, I risk insulting him publicly once I escape. He'd never forgive it. He would hunt me down, a formidable enemy. I have to get out before that happens, but I must first retrieve my ring. What I need is an ally, a powerful one willing to defy Prince Sixen's wishes, and I won't find him while trapped in my courtyard. My lilac brocade gown is threaded with silver, a red sash knotted around my waist. Pearls are clasped around my neck, small ones, luminous as drops of rain. I walk to the hall of white pines, where the prince is hosting yet another banquet, trying not to think of what I must do, of all the things that could go wrong. The pale roof shines from afar, the vast gardens beyond surrounded by trees with feathery leaves. Their crisp scent a welcome change from the sandalwood incense. Lanterns shaped like small gourds swing from their branches. Silk peonies scattered across the lawn. Servants stream into the hall bearing trays laden with food. A whole suckling pig, steamed prawns, scallops in their shells, rice crackers drizzled with honey, walnut cakes, and persimmons. When Prince Sixen enters the garden, I step out, moving into his path. Some of his attendants look at me with pinched expressions. I fit into none of their rules, neither beautiful nor rich, nor powerful enough for the favor shown to me. When they see me, they probably wonder, why not them? Prince Sixen's white robe is embroidered with gold cranes, his hair held up with an iron headpiece. For the first time, his beauty doesn't move me, he's right, that only closer do the flaws emerge. Still, I smile like he's the radiant sun. As I approach and bow, he gestures for his attendants to move away, a relief that they can't hear us, yet their eyes watch our every move. I didn't expect to see you tonight, he tells me. I swallow the bitterness that coats my throat. If I've displeased your highness, I am sorry. Somehow, I sound like I mean it. Is that so? His manner is still cold. I regret how you left that night, leaving so much unsaid. A pause. What do you wish to say to me now? Your offer was a surprise, your highness. I never expected you would consider me that way. There is still so much I must learn from Madame Lao to fit into your court, to be seen as worthy of your highness. I've practiced these loathsome words in the mirror until they flow smoothly. He reaches out, brushing a lock of hair from my face. I ignore the ripple through my skin, restraining myself from swatting his hand away. I like you, as I've said. You are resourceful, brave, and honest. Anything else that is lacking can be learned. Prince Sixen is not a good judge of character if he believes me honest. The lies I've told him would fill a book. Your highness is kind, I murmur. I feel at ease with you. It's rare that I feel this way about anyone. He takes my hand, stiff in his grasp. Here, you will have all the instruction you need, not just on etiquette. You can learn anything you desire that befits your new position, whether music, painting, or embroidery. My smile grows strained. It's like he wants to mold me into someone who not only amuses him, but also possesses the refinement of one of the ladies at court. He doesn't want me as I am, but as who he thinks I should be. It rankles, yet to secure my freedom, I must remain in his favor without promising myself away. Allow me some time to continue my studies, Your Highness. This way I can learn at my pace, rather than be thrust too soon into the glare of any new position. A few weeks then, in time for my coronation, he suggests, with an indulgent smile. You have no reason to doubt yourself. As my consort, you will have the pick of the finest rooms, any treasure you desire, a place of honor by my side. No one will dare insult you again. A hollow feeling that once not so long ago, I was tempted by everything he offers. Right now, all I want is to refuse and keep my head on my neck. I want to ask about my ring, but he's denied me twice, and I can't risk angering him again. My gaze slides across the guests who are streaming into the hall, searching for Jin. Who are you looking for? Prince Sixen's tone is deceptively mild. Dayu. It's the first name that slips into my mind, a safe one. I met her the day of the ball. Is she a suitable companion for me, Your Highness? I speak brightly, almost teasingly, to lighten the mood. Her family is invited. She will be inside the hall. He inclines his head toward the entrance. You may enter with me tonight. I follow him, as pliant as the hem of his robe fluttering around his ankles. Yellow silk lanterns are strung along the pillars, illuminating the hall with their golden hue. Embroidered tapestries hang from the walls, sewn with turquoise phoenixes and blood-red suns. Yinnies are clustered in gilded vases, laid onto the small tables surrounding the hall, most already occupied by guests, eating or talking among themselves. As I walk behind Prince Sixen, I slow my pace to widen the gap between us. Minister Luck frowns at the sight of me, as does the chief attendant, while Princess Chunlei nods. Fortunately, those from Thorn Valley are present, seated just below the dais. Lord Kao's attention remains fixed on the food, while Jin's eyes trail me, pale gold in the light. I avoid looking at him as I walk past, then purposefully tilt my head toward the entrance doors. Moments later, a young attendant appears, offering me a cup of tea, a small piece of folded paper beside it. Taking the cup, I slip the paper into my palm, unfolding it discreetly. The pine tree with 9 lanterns. I crumple the message, tucking it into my sash. Not yet. It would rouse Prince Sixen's suspicions. Fortunately, he is speaking intently to a minister, his attention diverted. To the side, I catch sight of Dayu, her dress the color of the sky, gold combs tucked into her hair, thin iron bangles stacked along her wrists. As she waves to me, I walk toward her. I'm glad you joined us, she says warmly, then gestures at the girl beside her, whose generous curves are draped in a gown of pink brocade. This is Mingli. As I greet them, their eyes dart to the entrance. I turn to see Lord Liuming entering the hall. He scowls at the sight of me, then abruptly stalks away. Dayu gnaws her lip. I'm sorry for what they did to you. I tried to talk Lord Liuming out of it, but he's related to Lady Wang, who still believes you're a thief. As a younger son, he won't inherit his family's wealth. He's trying to gain favor with her to secure a slice of her inheritance. By insulting me, I ask. Those unhappy with their own lives tend to take it out on others. Not everyone. I won't excuse him. Unkindness is a choice. Mingli sniffs. Did Did you hear His Highness imposed a fine of 100 gold pieces as recompense for insulting you? Lord Liuming will need to beg his father for aid. How cunning of the prince to turn an insult to me into an opportunity to enrich his treasury. Your dress is beautiful. It looks like Mina's work, Dayu tells me as she adjusts the collar of her own gown. She took one look at me and decided I needed help, I say with a laugh Dayu sighs. I wish Mina had time for me. You don't need help, you're beautiful in anything you wear, I tell her honestly. Thank you. You are lovely too. Graciously, she extends my compliment. As she and Mingli exchange glances, Dayu adds, we heard a rumor that you are one of His Highness's chosen consorts. I smother a curse, keeping a blank smile on my face. If that were true, wouldn't His Highness announce it? I told you it was false, Dayu's friend interjects, looking at me just as most do here, their curiosity tinged with disdain. If anyone secured an offer from His Highness, they'd be clever enough to declare it before he changes his mind. Yes, they would, I say forcefully, ignoring the slight. If I can guard Prince Sixen's pride, I just might keep my head. As Lord Ko calls loudly to an attendant for more wine, Dayu wrinkles her nose. Why does the Lord of Thorn Valley drink so much? Can he remain sober long enough to participate in the tournament? He won't be much of a challenge to General Silu, Mingli says. I hear Lord Ko is more than General Silu's match, Dayu remarks. Mingli grins, a dimple appearing in her cheek. I also hear he chases any girl who looks at him too long. Who looks at him with his advisor there, Dayu replies. I follow her gaze toward Jin. As though sensing us, he turns, but we drop our heads abruptly. If he didn't know we were talking about him, he does now. Do you like him? Something pricks like a pin pushed against my skin. Mingli rolls her eyes. If you haven't noticed, Dayu likes everyone. A loud sneeze breaks through the noise of the crowd from General Silu. As he sneezes again, he shakes his head like he's trying to clear it, his eyes reddening. One of his attendants offers him a handkerchief, but the general shoves him away, gesturing furiously at the vase of peonies on his table. The young attendant swiftly removes it, his body trembling. Dayu scowls. I don't like everyone, definitely not General Silu. Isn't he the most celebrated warrior in the Iron Mountains? I ask, recalling Princess Chunlei's dislike of him. He's good with a sword at winning battles, but his temper is vicious. I've seen him strike his attendants for less than those flowers. Though they do make him uncomfortable, it's no reason to act as he does. Mingli leans over to whisper. Maybe that's why he looks especially grim tonight. He always looks grim, Dayu replies. More so since Princess Chunlei is making her distaste of him clear. Is he aiming too high? Her friend wonders. Dayu shakes her head. The soldiers are loyal to General Silu. The one who holds the throne needs his support. I study the general, noticing the soldiers behind him were the same copper discs engraved with the hawk. Why do his soldiers wear that symbol? General Silu was greatly favored by the late king, even allowed to have his own soldiers bear his insignia, Dayu explains. You know a great deal, I remark. My family has served at court for a long time, she says. I grew up here. Do you wonder what it's like outside? I ask. As a child, I dreamed of exploring the kingdoms. But then again, I'd also dreamed of the Prince of the Iron Mountains. Who would want to leave the Palace of 9 Hills Dayu says with a smile, as General Zilu rises to approach the throne. A hush falls over the crowd. Your Highness, I've just received more news from Duke Yuan of the Amber Forest. His soldiers have cornered the magic wielder in a tower in the Death Swamp. His daughter still a captive. The land there is precarious, unable to withstand large numbers of people, risking collapse. The Duke has requested each of the 3 kingdoms to send only their strongest champion with a small party to the Amber Forest within 10 days, to enter on the day of the market of 100 leaves. Why the delay? Minister Luck asks. To allay any suspicions. Since the negotiations have fallen through, the magic wielder has forbidden the Duke to seek help elsewhere, threatening his daughter's life. Time is needed to silence all rumors, to ensure no news reaches the magic wielder, and to also travel to the Amber Forest. Entering on market day, the busiest time of the season, will be the best opportunity to slip through unnoticed. Another minister in a black hat clears his throat. Duke Yuan's soldiers have surrounded the magic wielder. They should be able to rout him through force alone. Why do they need us? Minister Qin, the Duke's soldiers aren't equipped to deal with a magic wielder. His soldiers aren't trained for it, General Zilu says impatiently. Moreover, the swamp is perilous. Any misstep could risk Lady Ruilin's life. Only the selected champions, along with a small group, will be allowed to attempt the rescue. I've made the preparations, General Zilu. Have you forgotten that a tournament is promised? Or are you so confident in clinching victory? Lord Kao's words slur as he waves his cup, sloshing wine over himself. He swaggers to the front, weaving on his feet. Jin tries to catch his arm, but is brushed aside. There are others who desire the prize too, those as skilled as you. He slaps his chest as he speaks. General Zilu's eyes arch with scorn. I welcome your challenge, if your lordship can stay away from his cup long enough to wield a sword. I can wield one well enough to bring you to your knees, Lord Kao boasts. As Prince Sixin raises his hand, the way he looks at Lord Kao sends a chill through my veins. At once, Jin moves forward, drawing the prince's attention. Your Highness, may we know the terms of the challenge? Prince Sixin regards him coolly before replying. The tournament will be held in 5 days, followed by an immediate ceremony to crown the victor. First, the contestants from our kingdom will battle each other. Then their victor will face the contender from Thorn Valley upon the tower, bearing a weapon of the Iron Mountains, as is our tradition. The winner will set off without delay to the Amber Forest to rescue Duke Yuan's daughter. Thank you, Your Highness, Jin says, pulling Lord Kao back to his seat. As a group of courtiers surrounds the prince wearing sycophantic smiles, I make my excuses to Dayu and Mingli, then approach the throne. It's not easy to push my way through, but when Prince Sixin raises a hand, the rest fall back to clear a path for me. Your Highness, may I return to my room? My head is aching. I droop as I speak, my voice listless. He shakes his head. I want you here, if you wish, Your Highness, but I feel a pain in my throat. I rub my neck, then cough purposefully. There are few things the rich and powerful dislike more than getting sick. Maybe because so much is in their control, they resent the little that isn't. As the courtiers nearest to me sidle away, Prince Sixen frowns. Rest tonight, he tells me, gesturing to an attendant. Send an order to the kitchen to brew an herbal tonic for Miss Yining. I don't need one, Your Highness, I say quickly, imagining Cook Feng's ire if he's roused for this farce. I just need to sleep. Without another word, I back away to the entrance. Jin is sitting by Lord Kao as I pass, speaking in low tones, his expression taut. He doesn't look up at me, yet I sense he's acutely aware of my every movement, as I am of his. Chapter 20. My spirits lift the moment I leave the hall, stepping into the garden. Glancing behind to ensure I'm not being watched, I stride toward the rows of trees, counting the lanterns on each one, 8 shining gourds hanging from their branches. Farther from the hall, the sounds of revelry fade, traded for the mysterious whisperings of night. Toward the end of the courtyard, a pine tree towers, strung with 9 lanterns. Trust Jin to notice this minor detail. I wait a while, but he doesn't appear. Just when I think he's not coming, someone tugs my sleeve. Relief fills me at the sight of Jin. Strange how safe I feel around him. Someone from Thorn Valley, where trespassers are rumored to be murdered without mercy. Dangerous to be alone with him. But monsters live in all places, and sometimes they wear crowns. He leans against the tree, holding my gaze. Was there a reason you wanted to see me out here? Why not speak inside? It's safer for us not to be seen together, I remind him. His Highness saw me speaking to you once. He didn't like it. His Highness is astonishingly insecure. How does this make you feel? Angry. I'm sifting through the gnarled tightness in my chest. Trapped. His lips curve slightly. You have the prince's favor. Shouldn't you feel flattered? Isn't this what you want? I utter a curse that only makes Jin's smile widen. Are you enjoying this? More than you imagine. Didn't you so staunchly defend His Highness's virtues before, accusing me of jealousy? His tone hardens, like my insults reach deep. He's not who I thought he was. Do you want to get out? He sounds like he already knows my answer. Even now, I hesitate. Outside these walls, I have nothing, no one. Once I leave the palace, I'll have to fend for myself again. It's not easy to relinquish the fairy tale, though I should have known better. Handsome princes don't always have hearts of gold, and those who do probably don't want someone like me. Can you get my ring back? I ask, my thumb brushing the mark on my hand. As long as you find what I seek. I will, I have, but I keep this to myself. What I've discovered in the Shadow Wing is a dangerous secret, a valuable one. I won't surrender it for nothing. Moreover, I don't trust him entirely, unsure if he's telling me the whole truth. You sound confident, Jin remarks. I'm allowed to explore the palace as I wish. I lift the ornament from Princess Chunlei, the one I haven't had the chance to return. How do I know you can do as you say? Our contact has learned where your ring is kept in the treasury. We are forming a plan to extract it, he assures me. It's like a weight has fallen away, though I find myself glaring at him. You assumed I'd agree. I knew you'd open your eyes. It was only a question of when. His confidence irks, yet I can't be angry with him when I'm hiding what he seeks. Remorse pricks me, the desire to share a little of what I saw. Jin's head jerks up abruptly. I catch it then, the muffled tread of feet. He pulls me deeper into the shadows, up against a tree, his body covering mine. Rough bark presses against my back, my head coming up to his chin. In the dark, his eyes are a deep bronze. My heart is beating too quickly, my body turning hot then cold. A group of soldiers emerges, moving toward the hall. Their expressions are somber as they speak in hushed tones. If it wasn't so quiet, we wouldn't be able to hear them. Will we be blamed? One asks. It wasn't our fault, his companion assures him. As a guest of the palace, Lord Kao's safety is our responsibility, another says tersely. Yet he was attacked. What if they punish everyone on the night watch? Jin goes very still, his eyes ablaze. I catch his arm in warning. We can't be discovered. I can't be found alone with him. Who attacked Lord Kao? One asks. Have their identities been revealed? I hear the assailants were masked, and they escaped, the first soldier says. No one knows how they entered the palace. They ambushed Lord Kao when he was returning to his quarters, alone. While he fought them off, his leg is broken. A soldier with graying hair sighs. This is what comes of insulting the general. Never lets an insult pass, each grudge repaid thrice over. General Zilu would never have dared this without His Highness's support, the first one whispers, before his companions hush him. They fall silent, walking past us. We wait a while, then Jin releases me, stepping away. I didn't mean to grab you, there wasn't time to explain. He shakes his head, his voice low and furious. I should have been with Lord Kao. Selfish of me, but I'm glad he was. Jin isn't a fighter. He wouldn't be able to defend Lord Kao. And then he'd be hurt too. I tell myself any concern must be because I need him now, nothing more. Do you think the General and Prince Sixen are capable of such a thing? I ask. There is little they aren't capable of. Unease grips me. To do this to an ally, an honored guest, is despicable. What will the prince do to me should I push him too far? And it's only a question of when. It's fortunate he's alive, that it wasn't worse, Jin says grimly, staring at the tower of bamboo and iron rising above the trees. It's clear they wanted to prevent Lord Kao from participating in the tournament. They are afraid we'll secure the Starfire. The tournament is less than a week away. Can't another take Lord Kao's place? I ask. Jin shakes his head. We will have to forfeit. I can't challenge the general on the tower. None of our other soldiers here are General Zilu's match, especially in climbing. It's not just the Starfire at stake, but our reputation. If they imagine us weak, it will stir dangerous ambitions. The Iron Mountains don't honor alliances when there's the chance for conquest. Anything can happen on the tower. Maybe General Zilu will slip. The weather could turn. Climbing isn't just about strength, but balance, agility, and quick thinking. Jin is studying me, his eyes hooded. You sound like you know a lot about climbing. I've climbed the trees near my home since my childhood. Are you good? He asks intently. I think of how I used to harvest the fruit from the highest branches, the times I sat in the trees to stare at the palace, how I scaled the walls to escape the soldiers. It's helped me survive. I heard you defended His Highness against the assassins. The first time we met, you cut me. You can use a weapon too, he continues, like he's talking to himself. Whatever you're thinking, the answer is no, I say flatly. I have my own troubles with His Highness. Has he done anything to you? His voice is taut. He offered me a position as one of his consorts. I flush as I say this, Jin's face darkening. Have you given him an answer? he asks. Not the one he wants, I say slowly. I'm running out of excuses and out of time, in more ways than one. Jin's expression clears a little, like he cares. But while I trust him more than Prince Sixen, one person's villainy doesn't make the other good. I asked you a question earlier. I'll ask it again. His gaze bores into mine. Do you want to get out? Yes. This time my answer is clear. I can bring you with us, but I can't endanger the alliance, the safety of my people, by taking away one the Prince of the Iron Mountains claims. The heaviness in Jin's voice is akin to regret. We need your help first, and you need to unlatch yourself from the Iron Mountains. Otherwise, our hands are tied. They will use you as a reason to scheme against us. I don't want that, I say. How do I unlatch myself? He angles himself toward me, a bar of moonlight falling across his face. There's a way. It is dangerous. I have a feeling I'm not going to like it, I mutter, folding my arms across my chest. We need a champion. You want to be safe from the prince. Jin leans closer, dropping his head toward me. If you challenge and defeat General Zilu, we'll both get what we want. I stare at him in disbelief. I fail to see how dying will help me. It's a challenge, not a fight till the death. You don't have to be stronger than him or the better fighter, just faster. General Zilu will be tired after battling those who want to represent the Iron Mountains, weakened when he faces you. If you climb as well as you say you do, if you stay out of his reach, you could win. You make it sound like I've agreed. I recall General Zilu's pitiless face, the intimidating size of him, his reputation for fighting and brutality. Think of another plan. You know this could work. Jin speaks carefully, letting each word sink in. Once you defeat General Zilu, you will be the Thorn Valley champion. Prince Sixen will be forced to release you to travel to the Amber Forest. He won't have a hold on you unless you change your mind and agree to marry him. And you get a champion without risking any of your necks. More importantly, our reputation, he corrects me. I don't suggest this lightly. What about rescuing the Duke's daughter? How can I take on a magic wielder? I'm grasping for reasons to refuse, even as my curiosity sparks about the Amber Forest. Leave that to us, he assures me. All you need to do is become our champion. No, give this a chance. Jin speaks in the quiet, persuasive tone I'm beginning to dread because it twists my mind, bending my resolve. Fight for Thorn Valley, and you'll be under our protection, no longer one of Prince Sixen's subjects. Prince Sixen will be furious. What if I need to return here? I ask. Turn him down, and you'll rouse his fury anyway, except this way. You won't be alone. We'll help you escape. Once you leave the palace, you won't ever have to return. I'll make sure you're taken care of. I need my ring. Jin doesn't realize my life is bound to it. Right now, it's the only thing keeping me here, edging me into bad bargains. I'll retrieve it whether you win or lose. All I ask is that you try. He adds with cunning, we'll steal your ring during the tournament, when everyone is distracted. That way, no blame will fall on you, and you'll be safe, or dead. But I don't refuse again. I think of the future he's offering, the freedom to travel the realm, to search for the home and family the carp spoke of, to make my own decisions without fear. Are you doing this for the Starfarer? I ask. Why is it so precious to you? His eyes flick away. A promise we are beholden to. Some things are safer to not know. A sliver of cold pierces me, my earlier impulse to confide in him vanishing. if he keeps his secrets, so will I if I do this. I'll want something else too. More than your ring and the fulfillment of your debt, he drawls, his mouth curved like he enjoys the negotiation, getting the better of others just as I do. You're asking far more of me now. I'll be risking my safety, my home here, I remind him. I want your word that you'll help me get away from the Iron Mountains for good. You will bring me someplace safe and give me enough money to start a new life wherever I wish. What about the creature I asked you to find? He's pushing for more, as I did. Except I know he'll settle for less. You'll do all this for me, as long as I become the champion of Thorn Valley, whether I find the creature or not. I won't relent. It's my life in danger. You can't ask me for more. Find another way to retrieve your pet. A pang strikes me at the memory of the creature's misery, concealed beneath my harsh words. I want to help it, to tell Jin, but not until I find out more, and who this creature really belongs to. Sharing what I learned with Thorn Valley could enrage Prince Sixen more than my refusal of his offer. An irrevocable betrayal I'm not brave enough to stake myself on. If you learn anything, I'll tell you, I smile. For the right price. He inclines his head. I agree to your terms. When he scowls, I grin at him. This feels good, and I'm going to relish it because with Jin, I don't always come out on top. Yet as I stare at the tower in the distance, reality hits like a punch to the gut. What if they don't let me participate? I ask, partly hoping it's true. You'll be masked, so they can't stop you. They won't know your identity until it's too late. I imagine myself lying at the foot of the tower, my limbs twisted, blood soaking my clothes as the general looms above. My throat closes, doubt settling over me like a dank fog. If I die, I swear I'll haunt you, I tell Jin fiercely, almost angrily. I'll let you if you die, but you won't. He speaks so seriously, so sincerely, I almost believe him. General Zilu is the greatest warrior here. My skills are nothing to his. Yes, in fighting. But as I said, you just have to be quicker. He adds, if you only imagine your opponent's strengths, it will just breed fear. Think about your strengths, their weaknesses, and how to bring them together. I must stay calm to think as he does. General Zilu expects victory. We can catch him off balance. We'll use the general's vulnerabilities against him, even those that have nothing to do with fighting, Jin says with deliberate emphasis, pulling out a withered flower from his robe. The peonies. I recall how General Zilu reddened and sneezed, how he berated the attendant earlier. They affect him, don't they? Disorienting his senses, he nods, his eyes bright as they meet mine. We're a pair of schemers, thriving on the plotting. What if I need to defend myself against the general? What if I'm not fast enough? Let me see how you fight, Jin suggests. Name a prize. If you can take it, it's yours. I study his brocade robe, the ornaments by his waist, then point at his pouch that sags with coin. Before he even nods, I snatch at it, yet Jin steps deftly out of reach. As I move toward him, he keeps his distance. The moment he stills, I lunge at him, but he twists aside, one foot circling the other in an intricate pattern, until I'm weaving to catch my balance. My face is flushed as I sweep the loose hair from my face. Why can't you climb the tower? You're quick enough. I'd be useless up there. Such heights make me uneasy, he admits. I lunge at him, but he throws an arm up to block me. As my leg slams into his, He staggers beneath the impact. We teeter, then fall, his arms circling my waist as he rolls under me, his body bearing the brunt of our crash. I land against him, an elbow digging into his gut, trying not to think of how warm he feels, how quickly my heart is pounding. I reach for his pouch, but his hand snaps around my wrist, holding me fast, then captures my other, clasping them behind my back, flipping me around till I'm trapped beneath him. Anger simmers, along with a growing awareness of his body pressed to mine. Our faces are so close, my reflection looks back at me from his pupils. Frustration swells, an idea forming. As I part my lips, Jin's gaze flicks toward them, his throat convulsing. Eager to win, I smile, raising my face to his. He blinks, hesitating. Does he think I'm about to kiss him? I almost laugh as I wrench free of his hold, seizing the pouch from him as I roll aside. He stares at me, his mouth arching into a slow smile. Heat sparks. I want to tease it, to see how bright it can flare. As he rolls off me, I straighten my skirt, tangled between my legs. My chest rises and falls unevenly as I stand, the pouch in my hand. I won, I declare with a surge of triumph. You did. His voice sounds hoarse as he clears it. I'd rather you not try that tactic with General Zilu. The back of my neck reddens. I wouldn't want to. You did well. Your move was certainly unexpected. General Zilu isn't you. He would have slammed my head against the floor and cracked a few of my ribs. He will treat you a lot rougher, Jin agrees. You need to stay out of reach. You can't let him catch you. His hand draws a lock of hair behind my ear. When Prince Sixen did this before, it had rankled like a mark of ownership. Now, a tremor glides through me, a flicker of loss when he pulls away. I must go to Lord Ko. Can you find your way back? He asks. Yes. As he turns and strides away, I stare after him until he's vanished between the trees. My discovery hovers in my mind, the creature in the forge, that strange light spilling forth. Magic that doesn't belong to the Iron Mountains, yet is it Thorn Valleys. I owe Jin nothing yet, so why does my silence feel like betrayal? But we've struck a deal. I have to look out for myself. I won't give him anything until he's fulfilled his promise to me. The real danger in making deals like ours is if one starts wanting more than what's offered. Chapter 21. Clouds blot the skies, the scent of rain sharp in the air. Shadows crawl over the stone floor, cast by the jagged ridge of mountains ringing this place. Their slopes glitter beneath the wavering light, traces of the precious metal mined in their depths. If only the iron didn't exist, our treasury would be empty, but such wealth never trickled down to the rest of us anyway. The main square in the palace has been transformed for the tournament. Red canopies shield the guests from the changeable weather. Over 100 of them, dressed in their finest, waiting to be entertained by the spill of blood. The tower of bamboo and iron rears above the stone dragon in the square, its surrounding waters glinting darkly, a reflection of the skies. Prince Sixen sits on a raised platform, his white robe embroidered with dragons, sapphires studding their eyes. His gaze sweeps the crowd restlessly. Over the last few days, I've continued the pretense of illness to avoid him, channeling my efforts into anything that might help me stay alive. Jin, helped me gather the peonies that were tossed out after the banquet. In the quiet of my room, I experimented with the flowers, distilling their essence into a small bottle tucked in my sash. Each night, I climbed over my courtyard wall, heading here to study the tower, planning my path, practicing on the tiers after the guards and workers had left for the night. Already I'm wishing this were over. I stand in a far corner, concealed within a grove of cypresses, my stomach roiling. Once I step forward, life will irrevocably change, forging a path into the wilderness. My mind lingers on the comforts I'm forsaking, those that tempted me once, those I want still. As the shadow of death creeps closer, fear floods me that I've chosen wrong, that I'm going to die. But it's not too late. I can still slip back through the trees, leave Thorn Valley without a champion. Once I tell Prince Sixen the truth about my ring, he will return it. He won't let me die. I'll just have to pay his price, trapped in a different kind of servitude from that to Mistress Hinglin, one that will last till the end of my days. I straighten, my resolve hardening once more. The prince will have to procure himself another living ornament. Courtiers gather around the square, those more fortunate beneath a canopy. Princess Chunlei sits beside her brother Jin on his other side, attending in Lord Kao's place. His fitted black robe is draped over a pair of long pants. He's not dressed in the flowing garb of the Iron Mountains today. A stark reminder he's not bound by their rules. Despite his inscrutable expression, tension radiates from him as the guests watch the battling warriors from the Iron Mountains. Attendants wind among them, pouring wine into cups, refilling plates of sweetmeats, honeyed walnuts, and osmanthus cakes. It appears a festival, if not for the groans puncturing the serenity, the hot scent of blood slicing the air. Soon, I will join them, my insides clenching at the thought. Though the first part of the tournament is almost over, the remnants of violence remain. Warriors stumble to their feet, their armor darkly stained, their flesh split, still bleeding. Shoulders slump, faces twisted, those with more grievous wounds unable to rise from where they fell. More than anticipated showed up to challenge the general. I cheered each on silently, wondering if Princess Chunlei sent some of the contestants to weaken him. Maybe between us all, we'd carve a weakness in General Zilu. He'd fought with almost inhuman endurance, his bloodlust seeming to rise the more he spilled. At last, General Zilu is declared the victor of the Iron Mountains, his soldiers cheering enthusiastically. Sweat streaks from under his helmet, blood trickling from a shallow cut in his arm, a jagged scratch along his cheek. His chest rises and falls heavily, his forehead creased. Good that he's tired, even a little angry. I look up at the tower, my mouth going dry. 6 tiers in all, a precarious path of smooth poles and spindly ladders, the corners gleaming where they're welded with iron. At the highest point, a jade tablet dangles, tied in place with a cluster of red ribbon. The crowd quiets as the chief attendant moves to the front. General Zilu will now face the challenger from Thorn Valley. The victor will secure the honor of being our champion to rescue Duke Yuan's daughter. As General Zilu swaggers forward, my fear spikes. I'm trying not to think of his brutal strength and skill. but of how tired he must be, impatient for victory. As Jin says, I don't have to be stronger, just faster, and I've been running most of my life. Jin steps into the grove of trees, moving toward me. Are you ready? No, but I nod. My people will retrieve your ring from the treasury today. I hope to have news soon. He holds out a black mask. Wear this. I slip it on, fastening it around my head. Holes are cut in the material, allowing me to see and breathe, yet covering most of my face. I hate it, feeling trapped beneath a second layer of skin. My leather armor is the lightest I can get away with. Yet even after wearing it for practice these past days, its weight still strains me. Beneath it, a long sash is wound around my waist as an additional tool. Jin is looking at me, his brow furrowed. If I fail, he'll lose his chance at securing the star fire. Be careful. Don't risk yourself unnecessarily. Try to goad the general to rashness, he advises. Don't be afraid, I'm with you. But the truth is, once I'm on the tower, I'm alone, and only I can help myself. Jin leaves shortly after. I draw a shaking breath, each moment stretching like an hour, yet going by too quickly. I should make my way forward, but can't. I'm not that brave. Where is the challenger for Thorn Valley? The chief attendant calls out. General Silu stands with his legs apart, arms folded. I force myself to move, leaving the safety of the trees, though my limbs feel frozen over. Jin rises to his feet at the sight of me. Our challenger approaches. Your name? General Silu demands. Our challenger prefers to remain nameless. Jin replies on my behalf to avoid the risk of another recognizing my voice, at least while the tournament can still be called off. It won't matter once we're on the tower. They will fight in place of Lord Ko, who was attacked and grievously wounded here. A harsh rebuke rings in his tone. General Silu scowls as he peers at me, trying to see beneath my mask. Does your challenger not speak? Are they ashamed of their name? General must earn the privilege of my name through unmasking me. I push my voice down to a low rasp. With pleasure, boy, General Silu snarls, straightening to his full height. I'll tear your face off too. His vicious condescension smothers my fear. I flick my gaze over the general's muscular frame. Size isn't all that matters. The spectators laugh. The general's eyes squeezed to slits of coal. He's out for blood, but I wasn't being rash. I want to tip the general over the edge, and he's close. Do you know the rules of the challenge? The chief attendant barks. As Prince Sixen's loyal servant, he'd want the general to win. I crane my neck to stare at the highest tier, my limbs stiffening. Don't fall, for your own sake. The first contestant to retrieve the jade and return here, the chief attendant points at the ground, will be the winner. The only weapons permitted are these daggers, crafted of our finest iron. He nods at the tray before him, the two blades glittering brightly. As General Silu and I each take a weapon, the chief attendant continues. Should a contestant fall to the ground before retrieving the jade, they will be disqualified, and the other declared the victor. What are the other rules? No killing. I will the chief attendant to say. No bloodshed. There are none. The chief attendant's smile is wide. Use any other means necessary to retrieve the jade. General Silu hands his sword to his attendant. He strips off his iron armor, another attendant slipping a leather one over him, similar to mine. His helmet remains, a wise decision to guard his head. He grins, all yellowing teeth and malice, as he jerks his chin toward the nets erected along the base. It's a steep drop, and these nets won't hold. It's not too late to surrender. Take your own advice, I hurl back, yet my voice quivers. He's toying with me, as I hope to do with him, trying to inflict wounds before a step is taken. He pats one of the poles. These are as familiar to me as stairs. When I first joined the army, I trained daily on similar towers. It isn't easy to smile, raising my chin. Then, it's been a very long time since you've been on one. His mouth twists. I'll teach you some manners, boy. Give you the thrashing your mother should have long ago. I think of my kind and gentle aunt, and then of Mistress Hingland's cane whistling through the air before it struck, of the dread, pain, and blistering humiliation. My hands fist. Now I don't just have to beat him, I want to. Is it the Starfer you're hoping to win, General? When he doesn't reply, my voice shifts, needling him. Or is it the princess? Silence. His tone is guttural, his outburst telling. For what it's worth, you're wasting your time, I say rudely. It's evident to all that the princess would rather you look elsewhere. Anywhere but at her. A beat of silence. I'm going to enjoy hurting you. Speaks quietly, in an awful tone, far more frightening than the violence of his outburst. The taunt on my lips vanishes. I'm not brave enough to goad him further when it's my head he's imagining splitting. Contestants, take your places before the ladders. Once the gong is struck, you may ascend. Not a moment before, the chief attendant announces. The spectators whisper among themselves as General Zilu and I face each other, my insides writhing. The tower soars higher than even the oldest trees near my home. Jin leans forward, his gaze intent. Can he sense my fear? Does he care? Don't look down, I mutter to myself. Eyes ahead. The gong is struck, so loud I freeze. But General Zilu is already halfway up the first ladder with startling speed. I scramble up, arching my feet along each rung as I grip the bamboo tightly. It's not as easy as climbing a tree, more slippery, harder to find a secure foothold as I cling and claw at the poles. Then I'm moving up the second tier, though General Zilu is still ahead. Lightning crackles, carving the skies apart, thunder crashing with raw ferocity. As the wind swells, threaded with rain, the tower creaks, swaying from side to side. Instinctively, I grasp the pole harder, glancing down, a mistake, my stomach churning. The trees weave like tufts of grass, spectators dotting the grounds. No one leaves despite the threatening weather, all keen to see this to the bitter end. General Zilu is already approaching the final tier. In a moment, the jade will be his. I move away from the ladder, hoisting myself onto the railing, dragging myself up a precarious climb, but quicker as long as I don't fall. Excited murmurs ripple beneath. This is what the crowd wants, a fight rather than a steady ascent to a clear victory. I dig my nails into the bamboo splinters, piercing my fingers as I claw onward until my arms burn. My throat is bone dry, my heart racing. This high up, the slightest slip could be fatal. I drop myself back upon the ladder with relief, just a few steps behind General Zilu on the highest tier. The prize dangles between us, the jade gleaming in the storm-drenched light. I lunge first, one hand clutching the railing, the other grabbing at the jade cold and hard. I yank at it, but the ribbons don't give way, knotted tight. As I reach for my dagger, my senses prickle. A whistling pierces the air, a flash of metal, General Silu's blade hurtling toward me. I drop the jade at once, still tied on its ribbon, ducking back. Yet his dagger nicks the back of my hand. I force a smile as I call out, "You've lost your weapon, General." He bares his teeth as he draws another from his belt, identical to the one he dropped. The rules stated just one weapon, but who'd reprimand him here? Any lingering remorse at my plan vanishes. I fumble for my bottle of scent, the one I prepared, but he closes the gap between us, thrusting his dagger at me with unrestrained ferocity. I duck as he slashes at me again, carving a deep groove into my shoulder, then twists his blade viciously, tearing the wound wider. A scream erupts from my throat, the fiery agony worse than anything I've ever felt. Gasps rise from the riveted crowd as the general yanks his weapon out, stained with my blood, his mouth curved as he moves toward me again, eager to clinch victory. Another gust of wind surges, the tower shuddering. Rain falls in hard slivers, the bamboo growing slippery as General Silu, and I both clutch the poles tighter. I inch toward the ladder, the rough section where the bamboo is joined with iron, but the general kicks at my calf, my leg crumpling as I slide and fall. My heart plummets as I frantically grab for something, anything, my fingers locking around a pole. I dangle midair, kicking desperately as I swing myself back to secure a foothold, sick with fright. I crouch down, clinging tight, unable to move or think, just wanting this to be over, not wanting to die. The rain falls mercilessly, water crowding my eyes. Above me, General Silu wipes his face, then slashes through the ribbons to grasp the jade tablet, shoving it into his waistband with a triumphant shout, an answering cheer rising from the crowd beneath. He turns, swiftly descending the ladder, while I fold in a corner, shivering with pain. I will myself to get up. I can almost feel Jin's eyes on me, urging me to move. "I hate you, Jin," I think furiously. It makes me feel better. It pushes me to my feet. It's not over yet. I fumble at my leather armor, stripping it away, letting it fall. My black inner robe flutters in the wind. Ignoring the cries from beneath, I unravel the sash wrapped around my waist, knotting one end tightly to the nearest pole. A rush of dizziness sweeps over me, the mark on my hand stinging. I fight it, forcing myself to focus. There's no time to waste as I hurry down the ladder, pain throbbing in my shoulder, General Silu, on the tier beneath. The bottle is in my hand. As I flick its stopper out, the scent of peonies floods the air. I wait till the general is just below, then I let the bottle slip from my hand, as though unintentionally. It strikes the pole under my feet, scattering drops over the general, some mingling with the rain as it slides over his hair and skin. I pray it's enough. He shudders as he shakes his head, then sneezes, his body swaying unevenly. Grasping the pole, I drop down to his tier, landing beside him. He lurches back, blinking wildly. "You'll die for that dirty trick," he snarls. "An accident not against the rules like your second dagger. Who knew the great general likes to cheat?" I lunge for the jade, but he's quicker, grabbing my shoulder, his thumb digging into my wound. A gasp is torn from my throat as he slams my head against a pole with such force the tower shudders, the metal edge cutting my brow. It hurts. I feel sick with it. Screams erupt from the watching crowd as he seizes my neck, his thick fingers squeezing harder. Kick at the general, choking as I claw at his grip, fighting down my panic. General Zilu grins as his hands tighten mercilessly. I gag, my body growing limp. Darkness bleeds through my mind. If I faint, it's over. I make myself stop struggling, looking right at him. Didn't you want to see my face? I rasp. As he stills, I yank at the fastenings on my mask. It falls away, the general's eyes rounding, his mouth going slack. You're a girl. Such scorn in those words, laden with shock and fury. As his fingers loosen, I snatch for my dagger, slashing at him. He shoves my arm away, almost knocking the weapon from my grasp, but he's blinking wildly, weaving, still affected by the scent. I slam the hilt of my weapon against his temple, then deftly pluck the jade from his sash, thrusting it into my own. He roars with rage, punching at me, but I duck out of reach. The general is panting now, his eyes wild for the first time, realizing he might lose. As he springs toward me, I wrap the sash around my palms, and then I leap from the tower. Wind pummels my face, my body, searing every part of me. My hair unravels from the topknot, whipped by the wind, my bone white grip tightening on the sash. Screams rise from those watching. A little blood titillates, but a gruesome death spoils the entertainment. It makes it too real. Time slows as the ground flies up. Inside, I'm frozen through, praying the knot I tied earlier will hold, that the sash is long enough. It pulls taut, my body jerking to a violent stop, every nerve afire. Dangling from the sash, I'm swinging a foot above the ground, General Zilu close behind. I raise my dagger, then slash through the cloth, crashing down into a pool of mud, a heartbeat before the general lands beside me. Chapter 22. Faces crowd around me. Strangers, most of them some curious, a few concerned. Dayu is pale, while Lord Liuming doesn't hide his glee at watching me sprawled here, almost broken. Farther behind I glimpse Shan, wiping his eyes, unable to push his way through the nobles. As I roll myself up gingerly, General Zilu looms over me. Without a word, he draws his arm back, his fist colliding against my cheek. My head snaps back as I taste blood. Fury surges, eclipsing the pain as I swing at the general, punching his collarbone. But my blow is feeble, my mind spinning as he advances toward me again. General Zilu, step away from her. The crowd parts as Princess Chunlei appears. As I sink down on the ground, my legs still shaking, she bends to take my hand. Where does it hurt? Everywhere. A thin whisper as I pull away, afraid she'll see the mark on my finger. I won't let him harm you anymore, she assures me, searching my face. You're safe now. I want to thank her, but it hurts too much. In a way, I've saved her too from the general's victory, from being his prize. If he lashes out this way before all, what is he like within the walls of his home? The chief attendant hurries toward us, halting at the sight of me. Without a word, he rushes back to inform his master. You didn't win, you cheated, General Zilu rages, pointing at me. I did not cheat. My throat is bruised. Each word feels like pushing a stone through it. It was a fair match, according to the rules. Crying foul won't change the outcome. I'm too shattered to mind my words, nor can I back down. I won't let them steal the victory I've earned. General Silu's expression darkens as he lunges toward me again. But the blow never lands. The general dragged away from me. Jin's arm is locked around his neck, holding him back with surprising strength, then shoving him to the side. As the Thorn Valley soldiers rush to surround him, Jin kneels by my side, inspecting my wounds. Since when does Thorn Valley intercede in our affairs? Prince Sixen's voice rings with authority as he stalks forward. Since everyone is content to watch as the valiant General Silu murders an innocent for defeating him. She is the Thorn Valley champion. She fought in Lord Kao's name. Her victory is ours. Jin's caustic tone lacks deference. If the general hasn't had his fill of violence today, I will take her place, a fight without weapons. I want to tell Jin to back away. The general would break him into pieces. But I also don't want him to go. It feels safer with him here, maybe, because I'm half delirious from pain and blood loss. Impatience grips me to ask about my ring, but not here. Jin faces Prince Sixen, silent and unsmiling. Your Highness, you should crown the victor at once, following the rules of the tournament. She needs a physician. She cheated, General Silu seethes. The sash, the fragrance, General Silu. Do you mean that tiny bottle of scent commonly carried by ladies? Jin laughs derisively. Unlike the second dagger you used to attack, the general swings to Prince Sixen. Your Highness, I demand justice. Demand, the prince repeats stonily. Do not forget yourself, General Silu. I push myself up slowly, then bow to the prince. I broke no rule. There were none to break beyond the use of weapons. As some of the guests nod, Prince Sixen's mouth tightens. The gaze he flicks to me is sharp with accusation and fury. He must want to declare the general the winner, but his hands are tied before the court. Maybe after the coronation, he could disregard their opinions. But it appears princes are more vulnerable than kings. They can be plotted against, supplanted more easily. General Silu gestures furiously, rash in his rage. Your Highness, you must disqualify her. Crown me the victor. Only I can rescue the Duke's daughter. General Silu, are you commanding me? Prince Sixen's tone is glacial. The general's lips mash together as he glares at me. I've gained an enemy today, one I must guard my back against for the rest of my days. Another reason to never return to the Iron Mountains. Are you hurt? Prince Sixen asks, his expression shuddered. Yes, my voice slurs. I'm almost folded over with pain. Prince Sixen nods at the chief attendant. Summon the royal physician. No, Your Highness, I am well enough. I struggle to keep standing, intent on securing my victory. My smile morphs into a grimace, my cheek swelling from General Silu's blow. Part of me still hopes to salvage the situation. Only the prince and I know what he's offered me, and what I did not accept. It's safer to leave things unspoken, to let him imagine his own reasons for my actions, those that will make him hate me a little less. As Princess Chunlei warned me, no one, king or pauper, likes being made a fool of. And I've just succeeded in spectacular fashion. Prince Sixen nods at the chief attendant. Announce the victor. Someone rushes to me, wrapping a white cloak around my shoulders. A mistake, as my blood soaks through in crimson blots. I don't care, glad for the warmth, my body cold all the way through. Another tries to smooth my tangled hair, combing it to lie across my back. Jin pushes a porcelain bottle into my hand. For the pain. From another, I'd hesitate. But I uncork the bottle and swallow it all down, bitter with a sourish tinge tasting like no herb I know. The discomfort fades, my breathing easing. "Kneel," the chief attendant hisses. I drop down, clasping my hands and pressing my forehead to the earth. Dramatic, certain to draw attention. But I want everyone to remember this. There can be no doubt. You are the champion of the Iron Mountains. Will you accept the quest to rescue the Duke of the Amber Forest's daughter? Prince Sixen asks, his eyes bright. I straighten, raising my head. For the honor of the Iron Mountains, in the name of Thorn Valley, I will. The prince pulls me up, gripping my arm a little too tightly. He bends as he whispers into my ear. Be careful whom you trust. Don't believe any promises others might make. Only I can give you what you truly wish, your heart's desire. As his gaze drops meaningfully to my hand, a shiver runs through me. He means my ring, dangling it over me like a lure. But Jin promised to secure it. They should have already stolen it back, unless they failed. And if so, I'm still trapped, no matter how far I go. He smiles like he reads my mind. Never forget, you are the champion of the Iron Mountains. Remember who you serve. The prince's meaning slithers into me slowly, insidiously. As the Iron Mountains champion, should we succeed, I have the right to claim the promised starfire, the right to gift it to another. A grave betrayal of Jin to yield the starfire to Prince Sixen, but only then will he return what's mine. I'm hesitating. I don't dare refuse yet. And so, I smile back at the villainous prince, one full of false promises and lies. Let him think I can still be won over. While I don't want to betray Jin, my life is worth more than any jewel, even starfire. My allegiance should lie with the one who can return my ring. Prince Sixen leans toward me, almost intimately, as he releases my arm. You must take care to come back to me unharmed. The possession in his tone stings like a scrape on my skin. Yet as I look around the crowd that surrounds us, my gaze sliding to the bamboo tower above Triumph sweeps over me, drowning my fear and unease. I'm alive. I won. And I'm free, at least, for now.